Please remember to place your phones on silent as the event is being live streamed. Now, to begin our program, please welcome the chair of the Los Angeles Business Council, David Nahai.
Well, applause before one has even started. That's nice. Good way to start the program. How are you all doing? What kind of a response is that? How are you all doing? All right, all right. Well, good morning, everyone. And one of the greatest things about being chair of LABC is that I get to do the welcome, which is to thank you all so much, all of you, for being here today at the UCLA Luskin Center for the 21st Annual Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit. And we, all of us in this room together today, we're going to do important work together today. And if I may, though, I'd like to start on a bit of a personal note, if you'll allow me. So the day before yesterday, on Wednesday, I spent many hours waiting in the waiting room of the neonatal ward at Cedars, waiting for my daughter to give birth to my grandson. And well, thank you. And for those of you who haven't experienced it, let me say there's nothing that quite focuses the mind like the experience of waiting for your child to bring another human being into the world. And I sat there in those hours with an equal mixture of anxiety and excitement, and I reflected on my duty, on our collective duty, all of us, to make our city a just, clean, safe, livable place for all, now and in the future, a place where our kids and our grandkids can be proud to call themselves Angelinos. And today's summit will inform a much-needed debate on key issues of how we drive down the cost of housing development, how we accelerate the pace of building, how we tackle barriers to responsible development, how we modernize our regional transportation system, and how we realign our approach to homelessness in order to achieve much greater success than we have up to this point. This summit, I think you've read about it, has been widely lauded as a leading educational and policy forum in Southern California. And I have to say, and this isn't just because I serve as chair, but I couldn't be prouder of the Los Angeles Business Council and the work it does in the pursuit of workable solutions to our housing and homelessness crises, our transportation challenges, and so many other difficulties that we face in this city. So, as I start my thank yous, I hope you'll join me in a round of applause for our president, Mary Leslie, sitting there in the light blue suit right there. My brother and partner, our Institute Chair, Brad Cox, and truly our terrific LABC team, all of them. I won't name them all individually, but the kind of work that they do in order to make conferences like this happen, it takes a lot of work to do this, and they do it seamlessly. I'd like to thank our co-host, UCLA, for its partnership with LABC going back 20 years. And Chancellor Block, one of our honorees, will be coming up here to give us his remarks in a few minutes. This summit could not be possible without the support of our sponsors. It takes money to put something like this on, so I'd like to thank Bank of America, JPMorgan Chase, the Rosalind and Arthur Gilbert Foundation, the California Endowment, Wells Fargo, the Weingart Foundation, FivePoint, the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco, the Conrad Hilton Foundation, and the California Community Foundation. And a special thanks also to our gold and silver sponsors and our 60 cooperating organizations who've played such a crucial role in the success of this event. Now, we were truly thrilled last night at our reception to recognize leaders in the field of housing and homelessness. Our honorees included Council President Paul Krikorian for his leadership in addressing LA's housing crisis, UCLA Chancellor Gene Block for his leadership in guaranteeing student housing, and Antonio Hernandez, the president of the California Community Foundation, for uplifting underserved communities in LA. Now, just earlier this week, and this has received widespread attention in the media, we released a timely LABC Institute study. It's titled Tackling the Housing Crisis, Streamlining to Increase Production in Los Angeles. This was conducted by Dr. Stuart Gabriel of UCLA and Dr. Ed Kung of Cal State Northridge. And later today, you will hear a presentation on the study's findings, followed by a panel discussion on how we can address production and affordability in Los Angeles. It's truly a landmark study. We're also going to hear from numerous leaders, and I'll name just a few of them: Congresswoman Maxine Waters, our own Mayor Karen Bass, Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg, the California Secretary for Business, Consumer Services, and Housing, Lourdes Castro Ramirez, the Secretary of the California State Transportation Agency, Tox Amishakin, Dan Hedigan, the CEO of FivePoint, Teresa Bryce Bazemore, the CEO of the Federal Home Loan Bank Board of San Francisco, and many, many more. Now, located on your agendas, there is a QR code. I never know what QR stands for, but there is a QR code that will take you to the LABC Summit webpage, where you will see the bios of the speakers today and the new study. And now, I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Gene Block, Chancellor of UCLA, and one of our honorees. Please help me welcome him. And I am going to go and sit and enjoy the rest of the program. Thanks so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, David. Congratulations on your grandchild. The only thing I thought about is, why Cedars? You know, beautiful medical center right here. But that is great news. So it's my pleasure to welcome everyone to the UCLA campus today, to the Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit. This is such important work, and it is great that we're here again. We've hosted this for 20 out of the 21 years this event is being held. So we certainly are hosting this regularly, and we hope to continue to host this event because it's so important to the city and therefore so important to UCLA. So this also exemplifies that UCLA, and I'm reminded about this regularly, is really no university, as a university, is not an ivory tower in any way. UCLA's public orientation and service mission means that we have to take on vexing problems in our region, and some of the most vexing of all lay in the realms of housing, transportation, and jobs. And our scholars do much more than study these topics. I always say when you look at UCLA, it's sort of a think and do university. It's got to obviously use its strong intellectual powers of its faculty to think through issues, but then it has to act on those issues, and we have to be partners. And that way we collaborate with the community to develop effective solutions and help enact change. So examples of this are all around us. So when UCLA engineering professor Rajit God, who I had a wonderful opportunity to travel with him to India a few years ago to talk about his technology, developed a technology to improve smart vehicle charging. So Rajit has been involved for this smart grid idea. He brought this innovation to the LA Clean Tech Incubator and then deployed it around the city. So again, Rajit not only comes up with these masterful ideas for how to store energy effectively in a distributed way, but he's also then sharing that and actually directly involved in helping deploy that technology. A professor of architecture and urban design, Dana Cuff, has done important research on the barriers people face when constructing ADUs in their backyards and on the difficulties teachers encounter in finding affordable housing. And not just teachers, actually faculty also. That's one of the great challenges we have, is finding that. So fantastic work, but more than that, she's also worked with California legislators to co-author state bills addressing both of these issues. And I think Professor Cuff is here. I see her waving there. Thank you for being here. Wonderful. Thank you for all that you do. And under the banner of Sustainable LA Grand Challenge, UCLA has supported dozens of projects aimed at making Los Angeles the model for sustainable megacities. You know, about 8 years ago, we launched 2 grand challenges. One was on sustainability. The other was on mood disorders, specifically depression. And each one of these are, large societal issues. And both of them, I think, we're making great progress on. And one of our brilliant housing experts, truly one of our remarkable faculty, Stuart Gabriel, who directs the Ziman Center for Real Estate, and who you'll hear from later this morning, is not just a prolific researcher. Again, he's think and do. He also testifies before Congress and the California legislature and provides policy advice to elected officials, both local and at state levels. So in these cases, and many more, we see the benefit that comes from bringing together, and this requires a community, as we all know, to get work done. Academics focused on the common good, along with like-minded leaders from the business, government, and nonprofit sectors. And that's what's so important, is this group brings together groups of people that have to work together effectively to solve these problems. So we're very excited to continue the work on behalf of this region and to deepen our ties with the city, as we welcome the LA Metro Purple Line extension to arrive in Westwood and the Sepulveda Transit Corridor project as we expand UCLA's physical presence at the same time. So we are trying to make ourselves more accessible, and transportation is key here to our success. We're also spreading out a bit, and I think you may have heard we purchased property in Rancho Palos Verdes to create an extension to our campus, and also in San Pedro. We're excited about that. We're also hopefully going to be downtown Los Angeles in a larger way than we have historically, so we're looking forward to that as well. So UCLA is spreading out some, but what's most important is to connect this campus to the rest of the city, and we're looking forward to how transportation will help us do that. So I often say that UCLA is and of the city of Los Angeles, UCLA. We're not going anywhere. You know where our commitment is. And the city is our laboratory in so many ways, in so many important ways, but it's also our home. So we're eager to help it move forward into a brighter and more equitable and more resilient and more sustained future. Thank you for all that you do. I look forward to today's meeting, and enjoy. Thank you.
Please now welcome Ari Kameyama, Vice President of Community Development, Banking for JPMorgan Chase.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I'm with JPMorgan Chase, and we're a long-time supporter of LABC, and we share many of the same values. I see some familiar faces. Hi. Helping our communities thrive and ensuring that they have long-term sustainable growth. And today, we're faced with enormous challenge of housing affordability and crisis in the city. And these crises impact everyone, but disproportionately affect low-income Angelenos and communities of color beyond any other community. And we appreciate LABC leading the conversation and also offering the space for dialogue today. And it is so encouraging to be here among other leaders who share commitment and also the passion to advance towards a more livable LA. And to that end, in 2020, JPMorgan Chase launched our 5-year, $30 billion commitment to close the racial wealth gap and also to promote economic inclusion nationwide. And it was an acknowledgement that there are structural barriers in this country that have deepened racial inequalities over time. As a major financial institution, we provide access to financial and capital markets, and at the same time, we're also deeply rooted in local communities. Just to give you a sense, this is a little Chase trivia. We have 350 branches in the greater Los Angeles. We have 5,900 employees, and we serve 3.6 million consumer banking customers. As such, we're uniquely positioned to drive long-term, systemic, and sustainable change, not only through our business and industry, but also in our communities. And so our racial equity commitment serves the following pillars. We'd like to increase access to financial literacy, banking, home ownership, and business capital to Black, Hispanic, and Latino communities who have all been historically underserved by the banking industry. Housing, of course, is at the heart of our racial equity work, and there's no equity or justice without a family having affordable home, right? And last year, JPMorgan Chase executed over $500 million of community development investment here in LA. And one example of a community investment was our support of the Evermont project at Vermont and Manchester in South LA. And this is a mixed-use, transit-oriented development on the site, which has sat vacant for decades after the buildings burned down during the 1992 LA riot. And this was a result of years and years of efforts and commitment from the community, county, and the city, and also the development partners. And the project include retail, transit center, job training facility, and 2 housing components with 180 units affordable to low-income families, seniors. It also includes permanent supportive housing component for the formerly homeless individuals and transition-age youth. And our whole firm was behind it, and we provided our construction financing and low-income housing tax credit and new market tax credit equity. The site will also be next to the new Seed LA School, which we also supported with our new market tax credit investment. And this is the first public boarding school in the state, and it will provide access to college for hundreds of youth in the area, including foster youth and homeless youth. And I'd like to emphasize that it is our commitment to work together with affordable housing developers in the room here, and also public agencies, to innovate and advance ways to create and build more affordable housing. And we are one of the first construction lenders to embrace the modular technology. And we've financed to date dozens of projects in the West, including some of the city's HHH innovation projects. And it's one of the ways, not the only way, but it is one of the ways to shorten the construction timeframe and deliver units faster. Also in the past year, we worked with the state of California to support the projects receiving the California Housing Accelerator funding. And it was to literally accelerate and fast-track development process by filling the gap for bonds and tax credits, which takes rounds of applications for the shovel-ready projects. And this required adjustments to our underwriting standards and process. It required very different types of criteria. But we were able to close 16 deals to start construction in the past year. And as we all know, low-income housing tax credit is a pillar of affordable housing production, and we live and breathe LIHTC, right? But we also understand that there is need for additional tools beyond LIHTC. So we created a capital solutions team to finance workforce housing without using LIHTC. And as the name suggests, our role is to offer capital solutions. And besides providing our wonderful debt product, we can utilize our network and relationships to connect developers, landowners such as healthcare institutions with excess land, and also mission-driven equity providers to develop workforce housing. To close, we know and understand that the work we do is only a small step towards resolving this complicated issue. But partnering with LABC and the wider Los Angeles community, We all have a stake at completing this journey, and that means we can't do this alone. And thank you for the opportunity to share our work today, and I look forward to listening more from our experts in this room, and I look forward to getting all these ideas today. Thank you very much.
Please now welcome Dan Hedigan, Chief Executive Officer of FivePoint, building Valencia, the largest master plan community in California.
Good morning, everyone. They got me to do this speech by telling me it was at 1 o'clock. Then they just changed it to, there we go. Then they told me, oh, we're kidding, it's 8:15. So I appreciate people showing up. I think, if this is a comedy club, I'm the warm-up act, because when I look at the names that come after me, you're going to have a great day and hear from some really special people. But good morning, and thank you to Mary Leslie and the LA Business Council for inviting me to share my perspective on the critical need for more housing within the Los Angeles area and across the state. The LABC team released an excellent study last week, authored by UCLA and Cal State Northridge, that quantified the impact of bottlenecks in the development of the entitlement process. Its authors called out the need to implement major policy reforms, which included streamlining the discretionary review and approval process, expediting permits, and prioritizing additional staff to manage these tasks. Now, I know you're going to hear a lot about this today, but I really would encourage each of you to read it. And from real-life experience, it's spot on. So I say, if you get a chance, take a read at it. This study, with data backing it up, concludes that such reforms would incentivize new development and accelerate the production of thousands of new types of housing by reducing the time, costs, and uncertainty that hinders or completely halts new market rate and affordable projects. I give credit to LABC for not only releasing this study to address the important issues that got us to this crisis, but for hosting events like this that bring together people who can deliver tangible solutions. Such challenges are not unique to Los Angeles. The shortage of housing has reached critical levels across many counties, including LA and statewide. The state has estimated this shortfall is well over 3 million homes, which also creates tremendous upward pressure on housing prices. The affordability issues and inadequate housing stock within close proximity to our employers have also led to long commutes, which negatively impacts the well-being of people and the environment. Meanwhile, there are also several macroeconomic trends at play that are impacting the housing industry. Issues arising out of the banking world are drying up financing for many development projects. The higher cost of capital impacts land purchasing decisions from home builders, and is often cited as a reason why even fully entitled construction projects cannot get financed. The Fed also raised interest rates another quarter percentage point this month, its 10th consecutive increase, which lifted benchmark federal funds rate to a 16-year high. These increases have pushed the Treasury yields higher, which elevates the cost of a mortgage to the home buyer. But it's not all doom and gloom. There is some good news with respect to the region's housing outlook. Mortgage rates are off of their peaks, and we're seeing that home buyers are adjusting to the new interest rate environment. And because of the housing shortage, it's clear that there's still demand for well-located homes and master planned communities. So we still need to keep building, and we really need cooperation of all of our government officials to keep that going in a timely fashion. Our team at FivePoint is also making progress on our mission to create a true blueprint for what a livable, sustainable community will look like for future generations. FivePoint Valencia, which some will remember as Nahai Ranch in the Santa Clarita Valley, is an example of a new mixed-use community where housing is not only affordable, but inextricably linked to other priorities such as economic growth, enhanced mobility, and taking care of the environment. We are proving that all of these priorities can be achieved together and do not have to operate in silos or in competition with one another. Here's a quick peek into the continued evolution of sustainable community of the future. All right, the clicker works. As it stands today, FivePoint Valencia is now home to nearly 1,000 families. Residents come from all walks of life and purchase houses across a wide range of price points. We're proud of the fact that homes started in the $400,000 range a more attainable price that is about half of the median home price for listings in LA County. Ultimately, we plan to deliver more than 20,000 residential units at FivePoint Valencia upon full build-out. As one of the single largest providers of new housing in this county, we're designing the community to include a wide variety of housing types, including single-family homes, attached townhomes, rental apartments, senior housing, and affordable housing. It's important to note we're building homes to accommodate a growing employment base. With approximately 300,000 residents, the Santa Clarita Valley is no longer a bedroom community. In fact, it's the fastest growing region of the LA County in the entire LA area. Santa Clarita Valley has one of the largest employment centers in all of Los Angeles County. Valencia is home to more than 60,000 jobs within high growth, high demand fields such as technology, healthcare, biotech, media, and entertainment. Job creations at an all-time high. Last year, employment in the Santa Clarita Valley increased by 5,200 jobs compared to the year before. Labor markets are effectively at full employment. This is all very good news, and while FivePoint Valencia delivered 1,000 new homes during that time, we would love to accelerate that production. Basic math tells us we need regulatory approvals to be performed in swift fashion to fill gaps and maintain the area's coveted 3-to-1 jobs to housing ratio. In doing so, we provide opportunities for people to live close to where they work, thereby reducing commute times. FivePoint Valencia reflects a multi-billion-dollar investment that benefits the entire region. As you can see from the stats on the screen, FivePoint Valencia is also a major economic force that will continue to bring jobs, tax dollars, and other benefits to people throughout Los Angeles County. Hundreds of workers are on site throughout the week building homes, new streets, and other infrastructure to bring this city of the future to life. Future commercial and retail centers are also planned, which will bring new job opportunities with them. Just last month, we announced that a 34-acre parcel of land called The Bluffs was available for sale, which is zoned for 650,000 square feet of commercial uses. As early adopters of high-achieving environmental standards, FivePoint Valencia is driving forward with trailblazing sustainability features to make it one of the largest communities of its kind in the nation to have net zero greenhouse gas emissions. We are accomplishing this through a series of on-site and off-site initiatives. And by the way, these are not inexpensive. So, I don't want everyone to understand this is a real commitment. So on property, this means all new homes, commercial buildings, and public facilities are being built with energy-efficient designs and technology to meet the state's zero net energy standards. It includes integrating solar power systems, cool roof designs, a level 2 EV charger for each residence, even in the garage or carport, water conservation, and recycling programs, and many other energy and resource measures. Make sure I'm on the right page here. FivePoint Valencia is also conserving 10,000 acres of habitat and natural open space, mostly comprised of Santa Clara River and Santa Susana Mountains. And for perspective, this is the equivalent of 10,000 football fields. All is permanently funded, managed, and protected open space. Approximately 50 miles of new trails are planned within that open space to connect new neighborhoods with the greater community's existing trail network. We also have an innovative mobility program on site called Valencia Go. It operates as a standalone transportation management organization that reimburses homeowners for making sustainable transportation choices. Valencia Go provides original FivePoint Valencia homeowners with exclusive subsidies on the purchase of a zero-emission vehicle, neighborhood electric vehicles, or electric bikes. The second subsidy is available to all residents and covers eco-friendly public transportation options, ensuring that sustainable and affordable go hand in hand. Layered onto this is a mechanism to track your progress and earn badges, with the ultimate goal of reducing vehicle miles traveled in gas-powered cars and creating a sense of community. Within LA County, FivePoint is investing in clean energy retrofits of homes in underrepresented communities to reduce GHG emissions and lower utility bills. We are installing approximately 3,000 EV charging stations in areas ranging from the College of the Canyons in Santa Clarita to Dodgers Dreamfields in Compton. We have implemented several other programs across the state and other areas to reduce greenhouse emissions and help FivePoint Valencia achieve net zero greenhouse gases. In closing, I always like giving our residents the last word. As you can see on the screen, people moving to FivePoint Valencia are diverse and come from all walks of life. Their motivations for moving into community are equally diverse. Some like the environmentally friendly elements. Others like the accessibility, the shorter commute, quality schools for their kids, and open space right outside their doorstep. And everyone is excited about the potential and future development and what this community can become once it's fully built out. We all have to take ownership in making sure that comes to fruition, not just for FivePoint Valencia, but for other housing developments and mixed-use communities in this county. It's critical in order to meet the growing demand for housing in Los Angeles County. Thank you for your willingness to collaborate with us and for the many ways you are working to reform and streamline the development and approval processes. It's a shared mission that will positively impact the region's economic health, future homeowners, and future generations as well. Thank you all so much. Now you get back to more coffee.
Please now welcome Teresa Bryce Bazemore, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco.
Good morning. It's great to see all of you here early on a Friday morning. I'm sure many of you were here last year, and I'm honored to be back here with you today. Before I begin, I want to thank the LABC, their dynamic CEO, Mary Leslie, and her staff, along with Board Chair David Nahai, for their leadership on convening this important policy summit focused on the livability and competitiveness of Los Angeles and the whole state of California. Back in January, when I was asked to speak here today, I don't think anyone would have expected that in May, the banking sector would be leading the nightly news, and that questions of confidence about the safety of deposits would be consuming conversations in boardrooms and dinner tables. In the wake of such remarkable tumult for the sector, I'm glad to have the opportunity to put the role of the Federal Home Loan Bank system into context and to share the multiple ways that Federal Home Loan Bank San Francisco makes a difference to the LA region, and to categorically state our support for regional banks and our commitment to community lending, the lifeblood of economic health here in LA and across the state. What got us here? First, as you know, over the past year, the Federal Reserve raised the federal funds rate by 500 basis points, or 5%, in an effort to curb the high level of inflation we are experiencing. This has been the steepest rate increase over a 14-month period in almost 40 years. The movement on interest rates materially impacted banks, the financial services industry at large, and of course, the broader economy. If you engage in any activity or business that involves borrowing, you have been affected by interest rate changes, which in addition to raising the cost of capital, have also created a credit crunch across many sectors. And if you are a public official, you know that the families and individuals who are your constituents are feeling the impact, especially when they go to the grocery store or want to buy a home or a car or otherwise need access to credit. The Fed's interest rate strategy, which led to significant withdrawals of deposits as consumers used their savings to pay for goods and services, put a rarely seen spotlight on the Federal Home Loan Bank system's mission to respond to member liquidity needs. So who are we, and what are we doing to help make LA more livable? Federal Home Loan Bank San Francisco is a wholesale financial institution that our primary mission is to support our members, community banks, credit unions, insurance companies, commercial banks, community development financial institutions in Arizona, California, and Nevada. Like the other 10 regional FHL banks, we are cooperatively owned, our 327 member financial institutions are our shareholders and our customers. The funding that we supply helps our members meet the credit needs of their customers and communities, strengthening the communities they serve, creating opportunity, and changing people's lives. The system was created by Congress in 1932 in response to the Great Depression. It has been updated over the years, including adding the Affordable Housing Program mission in 1989. Access to funding day in and day out from their Federal Home Loan Bank gives local lenders the confidence to originate mortgages, offer small business and community development loans, and provide financing support for local farming and agribusinesses. The funding we supply to local lenders are fully collateralized loans, which we call advances. We take a conservative approach to underwriting. Every advance is collateralized with home and small business loans, farming and community development loans, treasury securities, and agency mortgage-backed securities, which are all acceptable types of collateral as authorized by Congress. In fact, 70% of the collateral pledged to our bank is mortgage-related. As Fed fund interest rates have risen, several of our member institutions have faced liquidity challenges. These lenders have had to report losses on investments, even treasury securities, purchased when interest rates were low, but those investments have less value in today's high interest rate environment. Of note, in March, FDIC Chair Marty Gruenberg testified before the Senate Banking Committee and cited the critical role that the FHL banks played in keeping the banking system liquid when consumer confidence plunged after both SVB and Signature Bank failed. He told the lawmakers, over the past 2 weeks, banks have relied on new Federal Home Loan Bank advances to strengthen liquidity and have also pre-positioned additional collateral at the Federal Home Loan Banks to support future draws if needed. To put it another way, the FHL banks were a calming force during the recent market volatility, delivering vital liquidity that helped stabilize the U.S. banking sector and with it, the larger economy. In the single week after those failures, the Federal Home Loan Bank system experienced increased demand for advances and issued $304 billion, and yes, I did say billion, in debt through the global capital markets to provide more liquidity to FHL Bank member institutions across the country. The system was designed to work just like this, to expand and contract. You can think of it like an accordion, according to the liquidity needs of our members. At FHL Bank San Francisco, about 50% of our members are borrowing on any given day. In times of stress, we naturally see increases in borrowing activity, whether it's the great financial crisis or the onset of the COVID pandemic, when the global economy was immediately gripped by uncertainty and access to liquidity from other sources dried up. The system is a major reason we have a robust banking system of community, regional, and large lenders that can meet the needs of individuals and businesses, both small and large. This is unlike other countries that only have 5 or maybe even fewer banks. And as I stated earlier, we believe strongly in the role of community and local banking and the value these institutions bring to our local economies. We are strong as a country and stronger at the community level because of the relationships local lenders have with their customers. Our regulator, the Federal Housing Finance Agency, began a comprehensive review of the FHL Bank system called the FHL Banks at 100 that is nearing completion, designed to determine if changes need to be made to address a changing financial environment as we move toward the 100th anniversary. We have welcomed the opportunity to have a robust discussion of how best the mission and role of the Federal Home Loan Banks can be enhanced to meet the emerging as well as traditional needs of our members and communities. The regulator is likely to recommend to Congress some changes to the banks, our goal is to ensure that any recommended changes allow the Federal Home Loan Banks to support you, your businesses, your families, and your constituents in the same way we have for the past 91 years. Working with our 104 member institutions in LA County, which collectively operate 679 brick and mortar branches, our bank has consistently made significant investments in LA County communities. Our affordable housing program grants are resources that help build strong communities. Annually, 10% of bank profits are allocated to our HP, empowering our members to work in partnership with community-based affordable housing developers. And we have increased that percentage to 15% through a series of voluntary programs designed to make an immediate impact on the communities our members serve. Since 1990, LA County has received 509 AHP grants totaling more than $233 million for the purchase, construction, or rehabilitation of nearly 29,000 units of affordable housing for people in need. Our 10% contribution also funds our WISH down payment assistance program, which helps first-time homebuyers with incomes at 80% or less of the area median income overcome the most challenging barriers to homeownership. WISH matches $4 for every $1 a home buyer contributes towards purchasing a home, or up to just over $29,000. In April, the bank announced $12.5 million in funding for WISH grants for 2023. These grants are being delivered through 41 participating member financial institutions who are listed on our website. In LA County, bank members have delivered $10.3 million in grants since 2004, helping 608 families and individuals become homeowners. And I'm excited to tell you that earlier this month, we launched a new $10 million pilot program to offer down payment assistance grants for the missing middle, who are our teachers, firefighters, and other essential hardworking members of our communities with incomes from 80% up to 140% of area median income. This program requires a $10,000 contribution from the home buyer to receive up to a grant of $50,000 from our bank. Supporting economic development initiatives that benefit underserved communities is also a high priority for us. Since 2004, our AHEAD program has made 91 grants in LA County, totaling more than $2.6 million for innovative programs aimed at creating greater economic opportunity. This year, we've more than doubled our AHEAD grant allocation over 2022 to $4 million, which will allow us to award individual grants up to $100,000. At Federal Home Loan Bank San Francisco, we are equally committed to advancing racial equity in our communities and narrowing the Black homeownership gap. In 2022, we partnered with members to direct more than $2.2 million in new funding to HUD-approved housing counseling agencies through our Empowering Black Homeownership Matching Grant Program. 22 housing counseling agencies received funding so they could expand capacity to better serve communities of color. We have also partnered with the Urban Institute to launch the $1.5 million Racial Equity Accelerator for Homeownership, which is exploring 4 priority areas that have historically disadvantaged people of color in pursuit of homeownership. We are proud to be adding important relevant data to the conversation about racial disparities in homeownership and wealth building, and the bank is actively looking at how we might test potential solutions to these problems in partnership with our member financial institutions and other stakeholders. In closing, I hope I am leaving you with a fuller understanding of both the important stabilizing role of the Federal Home Loan Bank system and of the particular ways that Federal Home Loan Bank San Francisco works to enrich the lives of millions in our 3-state region by providing vital liquidity to our members so that they can finance affordable housing projects, propel homeownership, drive economic growth, and revitalize whole neighborhoods, making the communities we all serve more vibrant, equitable, and resilient. and that I have reinforced our commitment to preserving the vital role local lenders, government, and regulators play in the long-term economic health of our communities, and your new study clearly points that out. I look forward to more opportunities to work with LABC, its stakeholders, and our local member institutions to help enhance the livability and increase the competitiveness of our LA region. Thank you for your time today.
Please now welcome Amy Anderson, Senior Vice President, Lead Social Impact Specialist, Wells Fargo Foundation.
It's like a little marathon across the stage there. Good morning. I want to start by thanking LABC for putting together yet another really impressive day of stimulating conversation and information about LA's really pressing issues. They've really, once again, outdone themselves. This morning, I have the honor of introducing the Secretary of California's Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency, Lourdes Castro Ramirez. I have had the pleasure to observe Secretary Castro Ramirez at a number of events and activities, and a couple of things are quickly apparent about her. The first is that she is passionate about helping people and excited to connect with them directly. She is clearly energized by the opportunity to talk with and, importantly, hear from people who historically have been marginalized and may be struggling. The second thing that is apparent is that inclination to connect with people transfers to how she approaches her professional relationships as well. Partnerships, public, private, philanthropic, nonprofit partnerships are a hallmark of the way she does business. As we have seen in the 3 years since she joined the governor's administration, I'll point out that she joined in March of 2020, the partnerships that she has built have buoyed the state's ability to roll out new programs and deploy billions of housing and homeless services dollars in record speed. Wells Fargo is proud to be one of those private and philanthropic partners that seeks to be an active part of the solution to our region's homelessness and housing affordability challenges, and to also do that through collaboration. By sharing with us perspectives on needs, gaps, potential enhancements, our partners, government policymakers, and nonprofit organizations offer Wells Fargo the opportunity to step up and help to make change in our Los Angeles community. For example, we are committing $1 million to support Los Angeles housing and homeless services providers like LA Family Housing, with its implementation of the mayor's Inside Safe program, where Wells Fargo is supplementing the significant city funding with flexible philanthropic dollars to allow LA Family Housing to expand their housing navigation services. Last year, our community lending and investment group provided $4.4 billion in debt and equity investments nationwide, financing more than 9,800 affordable housing units. We're contributing a series of investments, both philanthropic and financing, to the historic redevelopment of the West LA VA campus into a residential community for formerly homeless veterans and their families. And this includes a $1 million grant to help operate the Career Development Center and Computer Lab component of the campus's Wellness Center, as well as $250 million in debt and equity financing for 365 units to date. And last month, Wells Fargo was joined by Secretary Castro Ramirez in partnership with Enterprise Community Partners as we hosted a day-long conference focused on the state's Home Key program. This was a convening that was designed to help public sector partners get the support they needed to be successful in deploying Home Key dollars and building long-term, well-run, service-rich, affordable places to live for our vulnerable neighbors. Wells Fargo makes these investments and forms these partnerships as a way, first and foremost, to reduce homelessness, increase housing stability, and bring health and dignity back to people's lives, but also to demonstrate that by the private sector coming together with the government, even the most intractable seeming challenges can be overcome. And with leadership like Secretary Castro Ramirez, we also know the near impossible can be made possible. As I mentioned, Governor Newsom appointed Secretary Castro Ramirez to her position in March 2020. She oversees 11 entities responsible for an incredible array of responsibilities, including affordable housing, solutions to homelessness, civil rights protections, banking and financial services, and consumer protections. She serves on the California Strategic Growth Council, the California Housing Finance Agency Board, and co-chairs the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. Prior to her appointment with the state, she served in the Obama administration as HUD's Deputy Assistant Secretary of Public and Indian Housing, as well as positions with the San Antonio Housing Authority and our own HACLA. Please join me in welcoming Secretary Castro Ramirez.
All right. Buenos dias. Good morning. As mentioned, I'm Lourdes Castro Ramirez, and it's always good to be here with the LA Business Council, but here at UCLA, because I'm a UCLA graduate 2 times. Political science and Chicano studies, and also a proud urban planner, UCLA Luskin School. Yay! I want to, of course, express my appreciation and thanks to Amy for that generous introduction, for reminding me of how much work I've done over the years, and it tells you why I have all these gray hairs. But I really want to express appreciation to Amy and Wells Fargo for being wonderful partners, from sponsoring the home key convening that she shared with you all. We were just in Sacramento bringing together communities that have been working on home key and learning from each other and continuing to expand the effort. We currently have an application out for just over $700 million. So we're excited and look forward to getting more proposals in from cities. And Wells Fargo has been a partner bringing philanthropy to the table, providing resources, furnishing home key units for new tenants. And so we're deeply grateful for the partnership. Of course, I also want to express thanks and appreciation to the LA Business Council. Thank you for gathering us today and for joining forces, Mary and board members, joining forces with the state to tackle the rising costs of housing and working in an effort to create a more livable and a more equitable Los Angeles. Finally, of course, I want to express my thanks to Mayor Bass and to her entire administration for their commitment to prioritizing housing and homelessness. From day one, Mayor Bass took steps to fast-track affordable housing and to bring people living in encampments inside safely, with supports and a path to housing. We are so fortunate to partner with local governments across California, like Los Angeles, in our work to increase the supply of housing and prevent homelessness. When all levels of government work together, we accomplish much more. And I really believe that we also restore the trust in public institutions. As California's housing secretary, I lead an agency that coordinates across to keep housing within reach for all Californians, ranging from preventing and addressing homelessness to expanding affordable rental housing and creating homeownership. I am deeply committed to connecting policy and people, so I do my best to visit communities up and down our state to see firsthand how they're tackling housing, how they're working with people, how they're addressing homelessness. And I never cease to be amazed. I never cease to be inspired. I was just in Oxnard yesterday, breaking ground on a 90-unit affordable housing community with half of the units dedicated to farm workers. And I'm honored, of course, to be here today in Los Angeles at UCLA. Last year, I had an opportunity to share the plan that we are working on as it relates to increasing housing production and expanding housing options. We have a plan that that includes a wide range of innovative strategies to keep people housed and to prevent homelessness and to spur regional coordination. And I don't know, for those of you that are in the room today, maybe raise your hand if you were here last year. Can you raise your hand? Okay, good. Do you all remember the close your eyes exercise? Anybody? Okay, well, good. We're gonna do it again. No, we're not going to do it again. I led an exercise where we all were asked to close our eyes and to imagine an LA, California, where no one was experiencing homelessness, where everybody had a place to call home. And as we opened our eyes, I think that I know that we all were able to see that. And that's what we're working towards the day when nobody has to live on the streets, when nobody has to live without a dignified place to call home. And so I'm excited to be here today, not to go through an exercise again, but really to tell you what we have done to show the proof points of the progress that we're making, but also to remind you that there's so much more work that needs to be done. When we work together, we can lift people out of poverty and housing insecurity and place people on a path toward a permanent home. And when cities like Los Angeles are more livable for low-income neighbors, for unhoused neighbors, cities are more livable for everyone. So let me talk about our progress. I'm gonna run through this list. And I think it's a very impressive list. We've streamlined state bureaucracy. We're consolidating housing programs. We've developed new production models. We've dedicated unprecedented funding and resources. We've designed pro-housing incentives. And we're holding communities accountable for meeting their housing goals. And we're not afraid to sue cities when they're not. With the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, we kept over 360,000 people stably housed. We have financed the construction of nearly 80,000 permanent affordable homes. Our People First strategies have become national models, from home key to pairing housing and services to support people living in encampments, to also unlocking public lands and making that available for housing. In LA, we've delivered nearly $1 billion in funding under the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. HomeKey alone here in LA City, LA County, has created 7,500 new homes for people who previously had no place to live. And we continue to make awards to housing developers for low-income housing that is climate-friendly, that is also near jobs and economic opportunities. In fact, today, the governor will be announcing $576 million in funding that is available to build multifamily units. And of course, as I mentioned, we also have just over $700 million available under the HomeKey program. While there has been significant progress to expand housing opportunities, there is much more to be done to make up for the decades of underinvestment. When families are paying too much, when they're having to spend more than 50% of their limited income for housing, we all know that they can't pay for food, that they can't save for emergencies, that they can't support local businesses, and the whole community suffers. This is also why the state is continuing to pilot new ideas to remove barriers. This year, at the direction of Governor Newsom, the state organized Mobile Homeless Connect, a Mobile Homeless Connect event or set of events in Los Angeles to complement Mayor Bass's Inside Safe initiative. And the idea was very simple: to bring state and county benefits and documentation services directly to people experiencing homelessness, removing barriers that are all too often in the way of accessing safe, supportive housing. For 4 weeks this spring, thanks to Mobile Homeless Connect, state teams partner with nonprofits in LA running Inside Safe housing fairs. We also joined forces with the greater LA Continuum of Care, or LASA, and LA County. And just 2 weeks ago, I had an opportunity to be in South LA with HOPIX to see the Mobile Homeless Connect on the ground. The pictures that you'll see behind me are pictures of the events and really pictures of the people and the connections that were made through these events. Mobile Homeless Connect includes every level of government, standing shoulder to shoulder to connect Angelenos with benefits, documents, housing, and critical services. I have to confess that I was quite moved as I was watching people get ready to meet with DMV, and as they were preparing to take their photo, for their state identification card. As I was observing and watching people prepare their smile and make sure that they were removing their hair from their face or from their eyes, and just looking at that camera, I was so moved by what it means to have government really work for the people, what it means to be able to meet people where they're at. And something so simple as being able to have a DMV state worker be in community providing the service at no cost is transformational. We all know that in order to fill out an application for a rental unit, you need an identification card. And for people that are living in encampments, for people that don't have means to get to a DMV office, it's almost impossible. So we are going to continue to think differently at the state level. We're going to continue to partner with you all to bring these services as close as possible to the people that most need the service. Our teams help secure birth certificates, Social Security cards, and benefits like same-day EBT cards, CalFresh, supplemental security income, and so much more. These benefits are helping hundreds of Angelenos on the pathway to housing. And thanks to the incredible work of our LA nonprofit partners, including HOPIX, St. Joseph Center, the Salvation Army, PATH, the People Concerned, Hope the Mission, and LA Family Housing, we are making real progress. Mothers with children, single men, older women, and families of all sizes were connected to housing opportunities and support. Let's give them an applause, please. So we're now looking to scale Mobile Homeless Connect. We pilot this approach here in LA. We're looking to scale this at across communities across our state. It's a shining example of what's possible, what we can achieve when we are breaking down silos and when we are reimagining the way we're doing things. I do want to acknowledge a key person on my team that made this possible. I don't know where she's at, but Deputy Secretary for Homelessness, Dakshika Wikrema. If you are here, please stand to be recognized. Where are you? She made it possible. Thank you, Dakshika. But it doesn't begin and end with Mobile Homeless Connect. At its core, homelessness is a result of housing shortages. Our housing challenge has been decades in the making, and it is not unique to California. This is a problem that the entire country is facing. But we're seeing real gains addressing California's housing shortage. We've unlocked thousands of units by providing technical assistance to jurisdictions. When needed, we're also enforcing, of course, the state's housing laws. We've also fast-tracked affordable housing approvals with legislation that streamlined authority to boost affordable housing construction. And I'm pleased to see the streamlining recommendations that LA Business Council is putting forward today. We look forward to working together. Since taking office, Governor Newsom and the legislature have invested $15.3 billion to prevent and end homelessness and more than $21 billion to expand housing solutions. Despite the current challenging fiscal environment, nearly all of our housing and homelessness investments, or the investments that the governor has proposed, remain intact. This was just as of last week when the governor released the May revise. We're working closely with local, state, and federal partners to deploy a comprehensive set of solutions, as you've seen through some of the examples that I provided. Solutions to tackle homelessness by connecting people to housing, to services, and supports. That's why I'm so excited to share that yesterday, both the state of California and the city of LA entered into a memorandum of understanding with the White House to participate in the All Insight Partnership, which is aimed at reducing unsheltered homelessness by 25%. This initiative underscores the power of collective action across the federal, state, and local government, enabling us to enhance and leverage our existing efforts to benefit Angelenos and Californians. But we cannot stop there. We must continue to do more. We must continue our work. We need to think differently about how we build the spirit of community within built environment, within built communities, looking at the intersection of climate, smart housing, transportation, jobs, education, and recreation. Today, the governor is in Patterson, California, the apricot capital of the world, for those of you that didn't know. And he's going to be making a very significant announcement on an overhaul of the way that the state supports and clears the way for infrastructure projects. We are very focused on continuing the work of streamlining and making sure that we're moving more quickly, we're moving with urgency, and we're getting infrastructure projects, housing projects, transportation projects done much faster. I'm excited that my colleague, Secretary Tux Omashakan, will be here this afternoon to speak more about what we're doing in that space. Again, this is an example of how we are thinking differently at the state and how we're moving with attention and action. And we need more. We need more from you all as it relates to innovation, as it relates to getting engaged in your communities. And I know you are, but we need that energy and that continued push. So as you leave here today, consider, what else can I do? What else can we do together? Who else needs to be part of our collective effort? Because as we know, the alternative, as we have seen and we're seeing, is unacceptable. It's unsustainable, and it's really, it's demoralizing, right, to see people not having a safe place to sleep, a safe place to call home. Together, we can remove barriers to the production and preservation of housing and provide more places for Angelenos to call home. So as I leave, muchas gracias for what you're doing every single day. This is our moment. Es nuestro momento. We can't waste it away. And I know we've come a long way. We have much more to do, and I look forward to working in partnership with you all. Gracias.
Please now welcome Chair of the LABC Institute, Brad Cox.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with my fellow chairman and brother, David Nahai, and our big dog chair, Richard Ziman, and Mary Leslie, the president. You know, for over 2 decades, the LABC has been a leader in addressing the issues of housing, production, and affordability. You know, much of that leadership is due to the excellent quality of research produced by the LABC Institute, which we launched in 2010. By partnering with leading academic institutions, the Institute has produced highly credible, independent work that has produced groundbreaking results and helped push forward policy to make Los Angeles a more livable region. This week, the Institute is very excited to release its newest report, Tackling the Housing Crisis, Streamlining to Increase Production of in Los Angeles, which was conducted by Dr. Stuart Gabriel of UCLA and Dr. Edward Kung of Cal State Northridge. Following the adoption of the city's housing element, which was a major accomplishment by the City of Los Angeles Planning, it established a goal to produce nearly 61,000 units annually between 2021 and 2029. The LABC Institute reached out to academia to provide recommendations on how the city could streamline its current approval process to improve the production of units, in particular units affordable to middle and low-income Angelenos. After months of analysis of public data sets and survey instruments, our researchers identified some of the key bottlenecks in the development process that led to an average project completion time of nearly 4 years, and for EIRs of complex large projects, nearly 6 to 7 years. The report identified recommendations that could accelerate our production of housing for affordable middle-income and mixed-income housing. We are excited to work with Mayor Bass, who has prioritized streamlining housing efforts through her recent executive orders. The report recommendations build off these policies on how we could increase production while creating certainty in the development, entitlement, and construction building process. We look forward to hearing from our next panel and from the mayor herself later today on how these recommendations could be implemented. The report was supported by our partners, and we thank them so much at the Weingard Foundation, Conrad H. Hilton Foundation, the California Endowment, California Community Foundation, and Enterprise Community Partners. We also thank our over 60 partners, including nonprofit and for-profit developers, city officials, financiers, lenders, and construction firms who help us provide all of the critical expertise and data that went into producing the report findings. To read the report, please link in to the labusinesscouncil.org. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce a short video featuring our researchers, Dr. Stuart Gabriel and Dr. Edward Kung, along with some of our key partners that will introduce the report for you. So thank you all for being here today, and please run the video.
Los Angeles has long failed to keep pace with the housing demands of a growing population. Due to the shortage of housing, rising costs have led to an affordability crisis.
LA is one of the most expensive cities in the United States to live. Over half of the renters are cost burdened.
We have an egregious housing situation here in LA that is very significantly related to the economic viability of the city. It's related to businesses who don't come to LA. It's related to the
Los Angeles, they have to live somewhere else and travel endlessly just to get to their jobs because there's not affordable housing.
The state estimates LA must add nearly 500,000 housing units by 2029, 5 times more than the city produced last decade. The study coincides with Mayor Karen Bassett's executive directive that fast-tracks approvals for affordable housing projects.
We finally have a mayor that's singularly focused on this issue of solving homelessness and affordability.
The landmark study compiled data on every multifamily housing project the city approved over the last 13 years and analyzed each step of the approval and construction phases to identify bottlenecks.
We had a data set of about 3,000 projects, and what we found is that of those that were permitted between 2010 and 2022, only about 60% of them had been completed at the time of our study.
The typical length of a development on a multifamily housing project from beginning to end was roughly 4 years. And of those 4 years, a full 1.5 years could be attributed to the approval process.
Projects that had to go before the City Planning Commission, on average, that would add about half a year to the approval process. On the other hand, projects that met all the existing zoning requirements and didn't need entitlements took about 6 months faster to be approved.
If you take the mayor's executive directive, that directive constrained approval times to 2 months. We said, well, what if that directive had been in place for the past 12 years?
We also looked at what would happen if more of the projects were able to be approved by right. And we found that that also had a significant increase in housing production.
The researchers endorsed policies to expedite approvals of affordable housing and recommended extending some of those to market rate housing as well. They also proposed creating a system to improve coordination between city departments and developers.
This is not a costly recommendation. This is just a recommendation that the city come up to speed with methodologies that are used throughout industry with respect to tracking of production.
It solidifies and outlines from a researcher point of view the struggles that our developers have been talking about for years.
If the city can provide certainty around the development process, we will be successful. When we have done that with TOCs, transit-oriented developments, we have seen high rates of production. We have a much greater demand than our ability to supply, and we must change the way we do business.
This administration has the ability, and I believe the commitment, to expedite every process that everyone has been complaining about, to build affordable housing, to build moderate income housing.
This report is simply an effort to look at the data, to get the processes to run better, to get the trains to run on time with efficiency in such a way that LA can be a better place for all its residents.
Please now welcome our first panel of the day, Development Reform, a new model for success, moderated by President and CEO of LA Family Housing, Stephanie Klasky-Gamer.
A long runway. Good morning. Ooh, it's on. Sorry, one moment. This is very loud. Sorry. All right, good morning, everybody. It's good to see a full LA morning. Hey, Doug. Again, I'm Stephanie Klasky-Gamer, President and CEO of LA Family Housing, and really honored to be here this morning. Grateful for the study that has recently been released, and looking forward to a discussion with my esteemed colleagues. As is being discussed throughout the summit today, we know that Los Angeles is at a critical point in time. Housing disparities have never been greater. The number of people experiencing homelessness and living with housing insecurity has never been higher. And yet, our sense of urgency and the willingness to respond with new solutions and new strategies has also never been more promising. Under Mayor Bass, it's clear that the time is now to act and to change how we do business. I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion with Dr. Stuart Gabriel of the Ziman Center for Real Estate here at UCLA, with Holly Benson of Abode Communities, Josh Englander of Suffolk Construction, and Larry Wilkes of Related California, about the key findings and policy recommendations of the recently released study, as described in the video, tackling the housing crisis, streamlining to increase production in Los Angeles. As practitioners of affordable housing, we all know that the complicated financing model, antiquated land use policies, both contribute to the pace and scale of production. But equally challenging for us are the permitting and approval processes described in the study. Our discussion this morning is about how to change those policies. To start off, Stuart, I'd like to turn to you and ask you to briefly describe the background and objective of the report itself, share some of its highlights, and particularly, what policy directions do you see coming from the report?
Thank you, Stephanie. And for those of you who don't know Stephanie, she probably does more to combat homelessness in this city than anyone I know, and her organization, LA Family Housing, is just a premier organization. So if you don't know it, please check it out. The second thing is Ed Kung here? I haven't seen him yet this morning. Ed, are you around? There he is. Ed, maybe stand up for a second. This is Professor Ed Kung of Cal State Northridge. And Ed did the heavy lifting on the report, and you heard him in the video. He's a wonderful scholar and contributor, and thank you, Ed. We have Richard Ziman here as well, and none of this capacity would be at UCLA in the form of the UCLA Ziman Center for Real Estate without Richard. So Richard, thank you as well. Anyway, why is this report different from all other reports? I think the answer is the data. And all other reports, or at least so many reports about this topic, have to do with an anecdote here and there, a focus group, 3 or 4 developers who opine on a set of issues. And as we indicated in the video, we have not a sample, not a small sample or a large sample. We have the universe of every single multifamily project that was permitted by the city between 2010 and 2022. So that universe allows us to cull through the data, to apply analytical methods, to apply statistical analysis, and really get a very firm sense of where the issues are with the approval process, and where can we move to remediate and to improve, where can we provide some sort of policy input. So that's what we've done. You've heard some of the overarching conclusions. In some ways disturbing, the fact that from the building permit to the actual certificate of occupancy, there's a time frame of 4 years, in many cases 5 years, and of those 4 or 5 years, at least 1.5 years, if not 2 years, is associated with the approvals process. Now, you know about the mayor's executive directive number 1. She took that 1.5 or 1.75 years and mandated a 60-day time frame. And what we did in the report is we simulated, had that 60-day time frame been applied to the full sample, as Ed described in the video of roughly 3,000 projects, what would have been the impact on the city? And the impact, according to our calculations, is an incremental 25% increase in affordable units in the city. So this directive
is potentially very effective. And it leads us then to a policy recommendation, an overarching policy recommendation, which is really managerial reform, coordination, use of modern methodology and tools and all the rest, transparency, so as to compress that year and a half or that year and 3/4 into a manageable time frame. It may not be 60 days, it may be 90 days, it may be half a year, but the point is to create an approvals process that is a very significant contributor to the overarching policy goal, and the overarching policy goal to bring additional units out of the ground, because those additional units are fundamentally what's going to address this issue. So Stephanie, that's one of the things we're thinking about. And then, as was indicated in the video, there are pieces of insight that come from the statistical analysis that we do. For example, I'm not sure there are many in the room that would dispute the original fundamental importance of environmental review of a project. But that doesn't mean we need to do EIRs on every single project. And it doesn't mean that we need to subject ourselves to the additional year, year and a half that the EIR is going to put into the approval process. So we've studied not only with the data in the report, but also case studies in Sacramento and San Diego, where we can create blanket EIRs or master EIRs or EIRs that conform to sections of the city in such a way that we eliminate that year and a half that's associated with the EIR, still remaining true to the EIR goal. We discovered in the report that if the development is by right, in other words, if the entitlement is already in place, that reduces the time frame of the approvals process by half a year. So we can make more development by right, and in that particular respect, speed the approvals process. So Stephanie, I should probably stop here. I've probably more than exhausted my time frame, but happy to comment further.
He was the one I was actually worried about on timing. Nicely done. We'll come back and ask you more questions. But Holly, let me turn to you. Abode Communities develops affordable housing that the mayor is really trying to target relative to Executive Directive 1. Can you share how this initiative has impacted your work, if it has yet? And in addition, what else do you think can be done to further the speed of production of affordable housing in LA?
Thank you, Stephanie, and I want to echo the thanks that Stuart started with, and also thanks to Mary and the LA Business Council for this important discussion. So yes, with Abode Communities, we are starting to feel the effects of ED1, and we're certainly seeing it in our role as leadership in the affordable housing industry throughout the city of Los Angeles. Stephanie, I know you in particular, your organization has seen some real movement on projects because of ED1. And I'll say most of our pipeline in the city of LA is already entitled, so much of that, we didn't get the benefit of it yet. But I will say we are seeing a culture shift in the departments, which is really exciting to see. This is a large ship we're moving in the ocean. It's going to take time, but the culture is the starting point, and just really seeing staff take this seriously and really prioritizing affordable housing is key. We're really excited to see some of the other things, like the approvals related to LA Department of Water and Power, really important, and just really seeing some movement around things. I will say to your question of what could change or what additional things could we do now that we're getting some momentum, I would start with saying not all departments totally seem to be covered under ED1, and in particular the fire department, which I like to say is, first LAFD and then God in terms of decision making. Understandably, there are reasons why they have the authority they do, but getting them into that, ring of friends to prioritize and get these projects moving is going to be really key, and we are experiencing that hold up still. And then this is a little bit in the weeds, and it's referred to in the report in terms of the recommendations, but I think there's missed opportunities for technology that could really help when you're at that finish line trying to get your permit and you're still going through this archaic, linear, going through every single department to get their click on the button into the system. And those are small little changes, but they make significant differences in terms of getting a project, getting from shovel ready to shovel into the ground. So those would be some things that I would start with.
Okay, sorry, I need to echo on the fire department. This isn't even for permanent housing development. LA Family Housing was fortunate to partner with the city. We acquired 4 of the Project Home Key sites that we took ownership of in December of 2020. The only rehab we had to do on the motels, not only, it was rather significant, was for health and safety. We were not converting these hotels into permanent housing yet. This was just to make them available as interim housing for their first 3 years of operation. The longest approval process was fire department. And many of those, I believe the city acquired 15 buildings in that first Home Key 1.0. Many of them waited a year before they could really begin the renovations. And a large part of it was just the processes that we needed to go through to meet health and safety standards that the fire department had to approve. So I'm with you there. Larry, let me turn to you. Related is one of the largest developers of mixed income housing in California with over 19,000 units built. Can you share what your experience has been in developing in LA in particular and how you think we could incentivize more moderate income housing?
Sure. So Related's DNA in California is actually affordable housing. That's how we started. And over the past 15 years or so, we've really branched into a market rate for-profit development business, which includes almost always an allocation of BMRs or middle income housing. And for me personally, I built projects up and down the state that include middle income housing, including LA, Santa Monica, and San Francisco. My view of moderate income is it's really the missing middle. So historically, there have been tools and incentives to build below market rate housing units. Those have never existed for moderate income housing units. My most recent project in Santa Monica is a $385 million development that includes 27 middle income units. Now, how did we make that happen? First of all, the location and the zoning is critical. So you have to be in a location with very high incomes and market rate rents. The market rate rents are effectively subsidizing the moderate income units because there are no other tools for it. In addition to that, we have a below market rate income component, which we were able to leverage into tax exempt and taxable financing. On top of that, we were able to get low income housing tax credits, which was a large subsidy to build the whole project. So you have to have the right location and you have to have the right financial tools. On top of that, with below market rate income housing, you have a tax incentive on the real estate side. So we don't actually have to pay taxes on the component of the costs allocated to the below market rate income units. That's not true for the moderate income housing units. And so when you kind of add all these things up, you're looking at a perfect world to build moderate income housing. So the reality is you've got to figure out how do we provide an incentive structure to do it? And right now it doesn't exist. To my knowledge, my project is probably the only project in LA, in the county of LA, that has a moderate income component. And the reason for that is, as I said, kind of the perfect circumstance, the perfect storm that we use all of our experience, all of our years of doing this to figure out. It was not easy, I can tell you that. And so when I look at how do we incentivize it, it's really figuring out tax structures that enable us to have cash flow in the interim for moderate income families and those rent levels. And B, it's creating a financial structure that was actually removed under the CIDLAC and TCAC regulations over the past 2 years for the traditional 80-20 structure. So you have to have some kind of financial incentive that enables me to have a capital structure that makes it function. And I mean, we can get into CEQA and all of that, but certainly streamlining the process. And I think what Dr. Gabriel was saying about having an EIR, a global EIR, for example, a community plan, is a super efficient way to make that happen. And we processed our entitlements very quickly in Santa Monica because we were able to piggyback on an existing EIR that covered the entire downtown community plan. So obviously, I think we'll get into that later, but I think I've used up my time. But those are my key points on how I would think about the development of moderate income housing.
Great, thank you. So Josh, Larry was talking a bit about mixed income properties. I know that Suffolk is really involved in a lot of mixed use developments as well. As well as we know, permanent supportive housing and interim housing. Can you talk a little bit about what barriers the construction industry is seeing as we work to increase our housing supply? And how can local and state government help bring more housing online?
Thank you. I want to thank Mary Leslie and LABC for inviting us all up here today to talk about this extremely important discussion. What we're seeing from the general contractor side, from the GC side, is a city that wanted to say no. The city wanted to say no to every project, to expediting every project to get things built quickly. I think with Mayor Bass's ED1 and really trying to push to that yes, that's where you want the community to be at. That's where you want the city government to be, is how do you get to yes? Whether it's working with LADWP on getting permanent and even temporary power across the street from a substation. We're working on a project in Skid Row for Mercy. That's 96 modular permanent supportive housing units. We are across the street from a substation. It's taken 4 months of construction delays to get that power across the street. We're seeing that on projects throughout the city, and it's a huge problem that we're seeing. Not only that, but we're also facing issues with LADOT. How do you shut down a street temporarily to build these housing units more efficiently and quickly and save months on a construction schedule to get people into housing? We're seeing that in Boyle Heights. We're seeing that in South LA. I hope we don't see it in the Valley. And we're
He's
definitely
doing one of our deals.
And we were able to successfully do that in Skid Row. For that same project, where we shut down San Julian Street for the duration of construction to save 3 months on schedule, which then got pushed out for 4 more months. Those are the big challenges we're seeing, is how does that city go from a no stance to a yes, we're going to expedite? One of the things I'd love to see the city do is really take a more tech-forward stance, as we were talking about, and create a one-stop shop for everything development, everything procurement, housing, and you make it app-enabled. Have an app for every project, where every city employee who's working on a project can see where it is. Where if an employee is on vacation, something doesn't sit for months. And again, one of the biggest issues we also see at the city is they need to hire more. The hiring freeze that's been in place for years needs to end. We need to hire the right people in the right positions so we can get these things built quickly.
So on the one hand, Holly is talking about feeling and seeing a culture shift. But on the other hand, unless we have real tactical change, hire up staff, become more tech forward, figure out how our utilities can get turned on. I mean, these have large ripple effects.
I was just going to say anecdotally to that, we've seen where the fast tracking is working, but then it's all ending up on the same guy's desk. And so where he had a caseload of 5 deals, now he's got 50, or, I don't know the actual numbers, but now you've got this bottleneck. So I just want to do a +1 to the staffing for sure.
Yep. And I understand the freeze is over. It's finding qualified staff. So that someone can take a vacation, but when they take a vacation, we know who else is processing. Stuart, were you going to add something?
I was just going to add that, there's a lot of concern here, and you're sort of hearing the full range of concern as articulated by panelists here, but there's also good news, and the good news is that these issues really aren't very deep, and these issues are quite solvable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so we have the technical tools are well known, those that are being described in order to track projects. We have the managerial tools. It's just a question of putting this capacity into place and making it happen.
Stuart, one question I wanted to ask you about the study itself. You've heard about these challenges for years. What our panelists have described isn't necessarily new. You got a chance to look deep into the data, though, and really quantify what the challenges mean relative to data. Share with us, was there anything that surprised you?
Well, I'm not sure what the conceptions are of all of you sitting in the room, but when you cull through data that goes over a period of 12 years, when you look at every single project the city's looked at, be it across economic cycle or across district of the city or wherever, and the first conclusion is that it's going to take 4 to 5 years for a permitted project to actually open its doors to occupants. That's a sad number, in my opinion, and that's an incredibly concerning number. And then when you dig down a little further, you say, well, actually approvals is upwards to half that number. You know, that given the amount of rhetoric, given the amount of effort that's associated with creating new affordable housing supply in the city, it's, you know, this just can't persist. And I think we all know the following. The stakes are really high here. The stakes are high for families. The stakes are high in terms of slipping from lack of affordability into homelessness, some of the issues Stephanie deals with every single day. But the stakes are incredibly high for the city because, as we all know, we all read the paper and we all know of research that's being done now. The jobs aren't coming to LA. And households are leaving LA. And this affordability issue is real. And it has consequences for prosperity, for economic growth. Kind of going off here, Stephanie, so I don't know if I'm answering your question at all. But so I'll be quiet. But anyway, these are real things, and we need to address them.
Well, and the study did provide concrete recommendations. So I want to get all y'all's thought on some of those recommendations. For example, one was increasing the site plan review threshold. I see some strong
Yay.
Yes.
Yeah. Say more.
Well, you know, first off, I want to say it's really nice to be the nonprofit affordable housing developer and not be the rogue one on the panel. So thank you, Stuart. You know, that just is just one more of many, many layers that we have to navigate and that hold things up and that, you know, really put the perfect in front of the good, and you know, it just becomes challenging. So the exemption for 100% affordable site plan review is amazing. We're really thrilled about that. And then the threshold increase for mixed income is really wonderful too. And I'll just say, you know, I think as an industry, we're still beholden to design beautiful buildings that really stand the test of time. And, you know, as owner operators, we also are really, you know, mindful of the integrity of these buildings that we are putting into communities. So I think the site plan review exemption is really, really beneficial. And I think we're going to see that it's not at the expense of good design for these buildings.
I mean, yeah, I agree. To the extent that you can break down any of the requirements in the entitlement process, especially in LA, which not only is difficult from a process standpoint, but also from a risk standpoint. There's a tremendous amount of exposure, both at the site plan review level and even more so at the EIR level, and I'm not sure how much you want me to go into this now,
Yeah.
that really is scaring people off. I was recently appointed to be head of Los Angeles for the related companies, and that includes the entire county, and given the length of time it takes to process an entitlement, and then on top of the amount of time it takes to process that entitlement, the amount of money you have to put at risk in order to process that entitlement, which includes purchasing land, carrying land, investing in the consultant step to process your entitlement, and then at the end of the day, being exposed to a tremendous amount of lawsuit risk and appeal risk, it makes it very difficult to justify allocating capital to the city of LA when I can go to Santa Monica, which is now far more developer friendly than LA. And it's kind of weird to say that, but that's the truth. So, you know, we're looking at cities throughout the county, and LA is really not one of them right now because of those reasons. I had a conversation about a project that I've been working on for about 8 years, trying to figure it out with one of the top attorneys in the city. And I asked him, well, I just have to adjust this entitlement. We have an EIR in place. All I want to do is get an amendment to it, to fix it, to bring down the cost of the project, et cetera. And he told me it would take me 3 years to just to do that.
Yeah.
So, and if I wanted to process a new entitlement, up to 5. So you add that, you layer on top of that the actual threat that either NIMBYs, financially motivated third parties, or simply nefarious third parties, and the power that they have and the influence they have over your entitlements, it makes it very unappetizing for me to go back to our partners in New York and ask for tens of millions of dollars to go down that path. So for me, you just can't have a conversation about this without CEQA and without CEQA reform.
And the additional financial risk, a deal that is extending out 18, 24 months, interest rates have gone up, and the deal that you penciled out 2 years prior.
Let me speak to that, because I just dealt with this, and it was very difficult.
Dealing with it now.
You design a building and you go down an entitlement path, and then that entitlement path you hope is a 2-year period, so you know what you're building into, you know the demographic you're targeting, you have a general sense of the macroeconomic situation, a general sense of the situation on the streets, which is a whole nother conversation, because all those things can turn quickly, and if you have this 5 to 8 year process, you could be designing a building that doesn't make any sense anymore, right? And that's from an interest rate standpoint, from a construction cost standpoint, from a demographic standpoint, from look what's happened to Hollywood over the past 4 years, to a street level standpoint. So, that timeline is just, it adds so much risk.
Yeah.
And then we can talk about staff and the shortages there. I mean, that's really, I don't know who to point the finger at there, but it's got to be cleaned up, because right now that's the real issue. The bottleneck is at the city. How do we fix it? And we can talk about apps and all that stuff, but you got to have kind of fundamental change.
Humans, yeah. ED1, it's been widely celebrated. Who wants to speak on this? Should we make this permanent and expand it to mixed income housing as well?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Next.
Done. Mic drop.
We're currently working with the city on an ED1 project for an organization called Urban Awnings, which is a new way to do affordable, potentially student housing. That's going to be extremely inexpensive, about $225,000, $240,000 per unit, with solar canopies above them. And we're doing that with Mayor Bass and the administration to build on city-owned property. And we're expecting to build units quickly, efficiently, and get people housed. So yes, expand ED1, make it permanent, include mixed income, please. Anything we can do to alleviate the housing crisis we have.
So one of the, and Larry, you were speaking about this in terms of part of our risk is the uncertainty, not knowing how long something is going to take. And I believe that one of the recommendations from the study also talked about a centralized clearinghouse that would provide a real-time picture of where a project is in the development timeline. Speak to it.
I mean, yeah, it's a great idea, but you've got to address the fundamental issues. So I think that would certainly, it's always great for me to have transparency into where I am in the planning process. But to be frank with you, I usually know. So I have attorney, we're spending a lot of money on what's going on. So if I'm an in-tune developer, but I'm doing very large, complicated projects, but I know where I am. So I'm not going to say it wouldn't be helpful. I would say the focus for me is on fundamentally figuring out how to make some changes to the way things are processed.
I can speak from LA Family Housing's experience. Again, as we were doing the Project Home Key, rehabs just to turn them into interim housing. This is PHK 1.0. It was an initiative and a project shepherded by the CAO's office to have weekly calls with all of the owner-operators of those properties to say where we were in our inspection process and to be able to lift up to that one person in charge of looking at the city files and see, okay, LA Family Housing's Good Night Inn, that was one of our developments. Oh, okay, I see that so-and-so looked at it but wasn't able to get out to the site. Or that this person, that was night and day from how we do typical development. We don't have that kind of concierge service for developing affordable housing and permanent supportive housing. This was a new program that the city wants to succeed, and I get that. The investment made to have that I really just call it a concierge service, where every week we were on a call, all the developers with those sites, hearing the stage and letting them push forward the fire department to get approvals. Perhaps not needing a centralized place for us to see where things are at, but to actually have someone shepherding it through for us. If this is a priority development, we need to treat it differently than we have in the past.
I mean, you have to break it down to the process. Which process are you talking? Are we talking about entitlements? Are we talking about permitting? Are we talking about
all
of it? Yeah, I mean, look, I would love to see it. I would love to. You know, I just pulled a building permit in Santa Monica, and getting through that permitting process took over a year. So anything that can help me streamline that and see where I am. I mean, we have people who are interfacing with the city, and sometimes I have to contact a boss or a superior or even a politician to help me get it through. So if I had a better idea of where things were, I mean, certainly that would be a very helpful tool.
Stuart,
Yeah.
sorry, I think Stuart was jumping.
I was just going to say the fundamental recommendation that Ed and I put on the table was not, in particular, one of these items versus the other. It was really more like we need to reinvent this process. Right. And we need to reinvent it in a way that is going to encompass a myriad of methodologies, a myriad of controls, and is really going to make the process subordinate to the policy goals of the city. And the policy goals of the city are get these units out of the ground and get them occupied. So that's, and I think Ed and I leave it to experts that know far more about the particulars than we do. Larry may be one of them. But the idea is that a group needs to be convened. Department heads need to be convened. There needs to be the authority that Stephanie has described put into this process. And there needs to be a concerted effort to press go and to make this thing happen.
Can I just say one thing to add on to that? I think what Dr. Gabriel said is dead on. And I think one thing that we have to be very cognizant of is what it costs to build a building these days. And what I find happening, and I can cite specific examples if we'd like to, but when a process is instituted that actually is intended to do something good, to move us through these difficult processes more quickly, oftentimes kind of bells and whistles are added to the process to achieve public policy objectives through private development that monstrously increase costs above and beyond already a very high cost environment. And so if we're going to have that conversation, it's very important to keep that piece in mind. Because oftentimes, okay, you want middle income housing, but it's going to cost me 30% more to build that middle income housing instead in lieu of market rate housing. Now, how does that make any sense?
Holly, were you?
Well, I was just going to go back to this idea of transparency, and I echo that the idea is that there are comprehensive sets of changes. We're not going to cherry pick one thing here or there. There's a whole host of them, otherwise we're playing whack-a-mole. But I will say that on the transparency issue, it's less for me as the developer probably to know where something is in the system, because I got a lot of money in this thing. I've got skin in the game. I know where it is. It's almost more transparency for the city, and the city to understand where things are and help them become more efficient and more fluid in how they move things through. So that benefit is on both sides.
So one of the findings, criticisms that came from the study as well, was that the development process in LA is so fragmented that it's not centralized. How do you think we can address that?
Well, your concierge service example.
Well, it's true.
I mean, if you have
I don't know that I'd want to put the CAO's office in charge, but
well, yeah, we can decide on
they
the
were
who,
great on that.
But the idea that you have one person, one point of contact, who works in partnership with the developer to help move things through could just be a real game changer. And other jurisdictions do this. This isn't inventing the wheel here. This is something that it's happening, it's successful, and it might be easier, say, in a smaller jurisdiction, but I think that it's a replicable model and that the city of LA would do really well to adopt it.
Yeah, and as I'm thinking about it here, why was that concierge service for our PHK program so successful? one of the reasons actually is because it wasn't any department of the city who was in charge of what needed to be moved forward. Does that make sense? It was sort of a fresh set of eyes who saw, frankly, the chaos of what a development has to go through and wanted to just push through that chaos. So it was helpful. If it was one of the departments being in charge, that might be more challenging for us. I don't know. Did you have a thought on it?
You're absolutely correct. And again, when you have just one person in charge overseeing the different departments and trying to shepherd these things through, something doesn't sit on someone's desk for weeks, months on end, waiting for someone to get to it.
Yeah.
They're pushing that forward for us.
Not to push for another study, but
says the academic.
and clearly this would not be our study, but it might be a study done in a management school like the UCLA Anderson School or some such thing. You could give this issue that we've documented now by way of this first report to a managerial consultant and say, come back in 2 weeks with a very defined set of recommendations to be implemented ASAP that, again, integrates and encompasses so many of these ideas to kind of put this thing into place. So it's all doable. Stephanie, may I make one other point?
Yes.
The thing about this report as well is that there were no answers before the data was analyzed. And one of the interesting aspects of this report is that Ed and I just let the data speak. So Ed didn't have a political agenda. I didn't have a political agenda. The idea was we've got this massive data set that we've just extracted from the city. Let's troll through it and let's let the data speak. So the data have spoken. And I think that that's some of the power of what happens next is that there's no politician in the city that can come to us and say, well, you had a political axe to grind here. Because there is no political axe. It's just, this is your data. This is what your data is telling us.
Can we go back to CEQA?
Sure.
Sure. Obviously, many developers cite CEQA as one of our greatest barriers in production. How do you think we can, if you will, de-weaponize CEQA in order to allow for much needed infill housing?
I mean, it's a really difficult question and a complicated question because of the amount of interested parties, shall we say. And so, can you reform CEQA? I mean, I guess that's the real question. The problem is, and this has happened to me on 2 projects, if you're doing an environmental impact report for your project, and I spoke about this earlier, that the timeline is one thing, the cost is one thing, the uncertainty is one thing, and I guess the uncertainty really is what I'm speaking to here, and that's that for $800 anybody can sue you or appeal your project, and basically for any reason. And so it creates an incentive structure for anti-development forces or people who are out for profit or people who are just out to make a point to have significant control over your project, over what you're building, and over what your timeline is. My project I built in Hollywood, we finished the EIR, we went through Plum, we were certified at City Council, and then we were appealed. Really for no reason, frankly. And it delayed our project by over a year as we tried to work through what we were going to do, how were we going to handle it, were we going to employ a different entitlement that we had from an old EIR, like all kinds of things. And eventually we just wound up cutting a large check. And then the lawsuit was withdrawn, and then we were good. So the question is, how do you de-weaponize it? I don't really have an answer for that. What I can say is I think what Dr. Gabriel was saying earlier, if you can have EIRs that are broad in areas and are aligned with the underlying municipal code zoning, and you can piggyback onto that EIR, that de-risks your whole situation. And I think if you can figure out policy that does that, and that's what we did in Santa Monica, we didn't have to process an EIR for a $400 million project. We had to go to site plan review, we had to go to planning commission, we didn't even have to go to city council for the approval. So that to me was the most streamlined process I've ever seen.
Huh. Yeah, so in addition to what Larry's saying, there are actually some pieces of legislation working through the state legislature right now that are, kind of chipping away towards CEQA reform, and some of the concept areas are, because every developer has been through what Larry's described, including ourselves, and it's, really getting in the way of production and addressing the humanitarian crisis that we're finding ourselves in. And so some of the topics that this legislation that's working its way through include 100% exemption for 100% affordable housing. There's one very specific to the case up in Berkeley about unamplified resident voices can't be a reason to file a CEQA. And then two more pieces of legislation that are focused more on once those lawsuits are filed. One is creating more transparency around who the plaintiffs are and really kind of getting behind what is the purpose and intent of the filer. And then the last one is just expanding some of the remedies for non-meritorious claims. So, it is a tricky thing to walk, right? Because, CEQA came out of a very laudatory purpose, which is to protect our environment and protect the people who will be living in these buildings and whatnot. So we don't want to scrap it, but we do have to use, a little more sensibility in how CEQA is applied. And I think these particular bills are, they have a lot of promise, and so far, knock wood, they're moving their way through the legislature rather easily. And if anybody wants those bill numbers, I'm happy to share them with you later if you want to call up your representative.
I mean, if we're just going to jump on that third rail of California politics, let's just go right in. CEQA, for when it was created, was one of the greatest things ever to happen to the environmental community in the state, and obviously throughout the country when Richard Nixon created the EPA, and we had NEPA. But we're seeing more and more people who really don't have an interest, who aren't going to be environmentally impacted by projects. I used to work for LA Metro. I see former Director Pam O'Connor, former Director Richard Katz over here. We had a project, a subway going underneath Beverly Hills High School. Environmentally cleared. Every environmentalist said, yes, this is good. One, it's mass transit. It's going to take cars off the roads. We had some school board members who were going to DC and Sacramento to fight it. So we're seeing, I think finally, and I think Senator Wiener's been a real leader on this from San Francisco, take a lead on, hey, we have to reform how we're doing and how we're thinking about the built world in California, because the way it's working now is what's led to the current housing crisis, what's led to our transit crisis, especially in LA, where how do we take meaningful reforms and put them on steroids and really try to get these things built faster, and where you have actual parties who could be harmed, actual environmental impacts that could play a big detriment to our state, and how do we move those frivolous lawsuits out of the way and bring all partners to the table quickly, expeditiously, and get these things built. So that's the third rail.
Let me let each of you, the study or not, it could be a recommendation that came from the study or something else that you're experiencing in each of your unique mixed income, mixed use, affordable housing development worlds. If you had your magic wand, share two things that you think would dramatically improve the process to get your buildings built. I'm looking at you.
You're looking at me, so I'll start. And I'm going to deviate a little bit from the primary focus of this panel and really hone in on funding. And so one would be more funding, which that's just kind of a no-brainer. But number two is if we can really get down to single source funding or fewer funding, particularly for affordable housing and permanent supportive housing, right? We will achieve real streamlining and we will achieve real cost savings. I was in a room not too long ago with another developer who said that there was so many layers of funding on his deal that there were 62 people on the closing calls. You can bet half those people are attorneys, right? And so that is cost going directly to these projects, not to mention just the laboriousness of securing every piece of funding, getting those documents routed among everybody and getting to a finish line. It is a phenomenal waste of money, actually. And if we could really narrow down to single sourcing or as few sources as possible, one public subsidy source and then the rest, we can stack. We would see production just take off. And so I can't miss this opportunity with the mic to not say that. Okay.
What Holly just said. No, it's true, yeah, right? The ability to have that single source, or at least not have to have the stack in order, especially when you go to Sacramento and you go to Fiona and you say, hey, this one's out of order.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. And then secondly, work with the city, have the city try to move into the 21st century of building. Again, there's a way to do it. You see other cities do it. You see, other, companies who are very tech savvy and tech focused find a way to show what you're building and where it is in the process, and have that single point of contact who pushes things along for you, who's that champion for you, where you don't have to go to your city council person to say, hey, I really need this and this. Can you help push it for me? And the city just does it on its own. That's going to save months, years.
So I guess the two things I would say is, firstly, do study number 2 or chapter 2 of this study.
If you had a magic wand, you would do another study.
In other words, take the 3 weeks, take the month, create the critical applications of study number 1. Do that with a deep understanding of workforce and incentives and bureaucracy and all the things that the report doesn't comment on. Create the pathways, create the solutions, and implement. So that's the first thing I say. Second thing that I say is, LA is very difficult, as are other metro areas, in the sense that we continually seek to build very affordable housing on very expensive land. And that typically doesn't make sense from an economic perspective. So the question is, how do you build affordable housing on affordable land in such a way as to make that affordable housing meaningful to the solution? So I come to one other item, which is to think about transportation infrastructure investment as affordable housing policy. Because we have a transportation infrastructure problem here in LA today, which is mind-boggling, and we're back to pre-pandemic levels of traffic and gridlock and everything else. If we could create access to affordable parcels, we could create more market rate for-profit affordable housing and let that component of the market speak in addition to the publicly subsidized housing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it kind of comes back. My first point would be certainty, I would say. Mm-hmm. I think the city in general has created an environment of uncertainty. And in my view, and I think back to my economic history classes, like a state exists as an arena to provide a rule set. And the city of LA is changing that rule set. And I can't leave the stage without mentioning Measure ULA and just how significant of an impact that's had on the viewpoint from the rest of the nation and the rest of the world in terms of investing capital in Los Angeles. And it's not just the cost, it's the uncertainty. And I think that also is true of CEQA, and I think it's also true of some of the community plans that we've seen trying to be passed and ultimately passed. So I'm not going to get into politics here, but I'll just say it generally. And all of those things do not inspire confidence. So if you don't have confidence to make that investment, people are going to pull back. The second piece I would say is if we're talking about mixed income housing and moderate income housing, which I'm a huge advocate of, I think it's great policy. You look at Santa Monica, we have, when we were demolishing the Vons there, I was able to have the fire department come out and do training on the supermarket as we were demoing it. And I had the opportunity to speak to them, and most of those guys can't live in Santa Monica. They're servicing our community. And so for me, I'm very proud that we're delivering 27 middle income units. But how do we do that? We have to have the financial tools to do that. And that goes back to SIDLAC, TCAC, state level reform that will provide financial incentives to do it, both from tax-exempt taxable bond funding perspective, which enables significant use of low cost of capital, subsidies, and low-income housing tax credits, and tax abatements. So all of those things have to come to play if we want to produce more moderate income housing and below market income housing.
And I'm going to take the prerogative of getting to close us out by also lifting up ULA, but maybe from a different perspective. The fact that we need more certainty, as was said. The fact that we need a single source of financing, as was said. The fact, Stuart, I really liked your line, we need to make the process subordinate to the policy goals. We set policy goals. We said what our priority is in Los Angeles, and the voters approved that with ULA. They said we need more affordable housing, and we all know we need more affordable housing, but without being able to single source it, remove the politics. You talked about going to every city council committee and a deal finally dying from that. ULA did provide that. It does provide that, I should say. ULA does provide that opportunity to remove the those levels of processes, to bring the much needed capital into the city of Los Angeles so that we could conceivably, I don't know that we can single source it, but we can reduce the number of sources. Even if we reduced each deal by 2 sources of financing, we could save up to 2 years on a project. Because when you're doing a capital stack, your city, your county, your state, your tax credit, and then whatever your filler is, you've just talked about 2.5 years to 3 years of securing the financing. If you remove 2 of those sources, things would get produced faster. LA Family Housing, those 4 project home key deals I talked about the challenges to convert them to interim housing or to prepare them for interim housing. But the challenge is to turn them into permanent supportive housing, as was the requirement of the home key program from the state. That's a whole other hurdle. We don't have the rental subsidy set aside. We don't have the capital set aside. So LA Family Housing went out and did something that we've never done before, which is try and just finance these without any public money. And on, I would say, 2.5 of them, we're able to do that. And we are saving about $4 million on each project in at least 2 years' time without using the public dollars. The intention of doing this proof of concept at LA Family Housing was not to say, let's go all the way to the other end of the spectrum and not use public funds, but can we use them differently? Can we collapse the funds to be managed by 1 or 2 agencies rather than us going to 5 or 6 agencies to get funding? It was just a proof of concept to show that when you reduce the number of sources and some of their competing interests, can you save time and can you build faster? That's key to this work. Because going back to the bottom line, going back to, Stuart, as you said, putting policy goals at the highest, if our policy goal is to act with urgency and to do things differently, we need to, I'll even invest in another study. Well, I won't. I will talk to Richard Simon to invest in another study so that we really can see what the implementation is and how do we get there. We know we can't do things the same way. There are a lot of great tools at our disposal, thank you. It's making them work better and more efficiently. I do want to just add to one thing that you talked about, Holly, in terms of all the funding that we use for all the lawyers. A lot of public dollars go for a lot of different lawyers. Another key thing that has come up in a number of discussions this past year with my colleagues has been, can we get our public funds, particularly at the state level, to come into the deals earlier so that we're also not using public funds to pay high interest rates from the banks for our construction loans where the public money comes and takes out of a construction loan. So it is really pushing things that have become so normative. How do we go back and change the culture?
Are we about done?
We are.
That was a great statement. I just wanted to say one little small thing in closing. I think I'm going to speak on behalf of Ed and myself, and that is to really laud the LABC in the sense that this is an organization that, that put up the funds for a very clean academic study. There was no understanding, as I said earlier, of what the results of that study were going to be prior to that study being undertaken. The LABC is out there every day of the week working to make LA a better functioning place, a better place more generally. And so on behalf of Ed and I, we thank the LABC for the support of our work.
And I think that's a good place to close.
I'm happy to help you in the next report.
You just want a second one.
We will now take a short break and resume promptly at 10:35.
Are we on time?
Yeah.
Did we speed it back up?
please take your seats. The program is about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now resume. Please welcome President of the LABC, Mary Leslie, and UCLA Chancellor, Jean Block. And joining them on stage, Richard Ziman, Founding Chair, LABC, the Honorable Karen Bass, Mayor of the City of Los Angeles.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope there are seats for everyone. We want to thank you all for being here, both in person and online. We are live streaming this morning to hundreds of people that are comfortably sitting in their living rooms or their kitchens at the moment. I would urge everybody who hasn't already done it to take a look at the program. You'll see a QR code that'll give you additional information, but most importantly, it'll give you access to the study we just released with UCLA last week on development reform. You just saw a whole development reform panel, and this will allow you to see the actual study that came from. I'm honored this morning to be introducing the Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and Mayor Steinberg of Sacramento. It's been our pleasure over many years now of working with them in their previous roles as elected officials. And now as mayors, they are really the leaders here in California in their two cities on homelessness and increasing affordable housing here in the state. And then, of course, this is critical to our social and economic success. And we are proud as Angelenos to have elected one of the most talented, experienced, passionately focused leaders in the nation who broke the glass ceiling in becoming the first woman to be mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. And I probably don't need to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, but as you know, that she served as a frontline healthcare provider, as a nurse, and as a physician assistant. She founded the Community Coalition to organize the predominantly Black and Latino residents of South LA. And she also spent many years in the state assembly with Darrell Steinberg, and she was elected by her peers, making her the first speaker of the California Assembly, first African-American woman ever to lead a state legislative body in the history of the United States. Wow. Now, while in Congress, she helped protect small businesses during the pandemic, and she created policy to drive local jobs through federal infrastructure funding, which led to the passage of the most significant child welfare policy reform in decades. Mayor Bass also hit the ground running as mayor of Los Angeles. She was elected, making homelessness her top first, second, and third priority. In her first 100 days, she has declared a state of emergency. She has signed 3 executive orders aimed at streamlining the development of shelters and affordable housing. She has coordinated city services and outreach under her Inside Safe program, and she has identified publicly owned land for development. Mayor Steinberg was elected Sacramento in 2016, and he has guided the city through an unprecedented pandemic and has addressed long overdue race and equity issues. In 2018, he campaigned for and won the voter passage of Measure U, a 1-cent sales tax with a commitment to invest in economic development, youth, and affordable housing. As the leader of the California's big city mayors, Mayor Steinberg successfully negotiated with both Governor Brown and Governor Newsom to make unprecedented statewide commitment to addressing homelessness. And as Senate Pro Tem, he worked with 2 governors and multiple legislative leaders, including Speaker Bass, to help lead the state through its worst economic crisis in decades. His bipartisan work helped end the state crisis and earned them both the 2010 John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award, one of the highest political honors in the country. In 2014, Mayor Steinberg left the legislature and founded the independent Steinberg Institute, which has built upon his leadership, having authored and passed Prop 63, which today he has become the leading voice on mental health policy and legislation in California. And most recently, Mayor Steinberg has championed a $100 million master site for shelters for unhoused individuals, a landmark agreement with the County of Sacramento to address homelessness in Sacramento. We want to thank you both for all the work you have done. I would also like to shout out that the mayor of Los Angeles just got a budget passed with $1.3 billion in funding for homeless services. That's the first time. That's 10% of the total budget, and we're really proud of that. Now it is my honor to introduce our partner, Chancellor Block, who has the honor who had the honor of winning an award last night.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Chancellor Block.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Good to see everyone again. So I always think, I was standing behind Mary and thinking the old Soviet Union used to be the political officer standing behind the speaker, making sure that it's great to be here, and I think Mary's done a great job of summarizing our wonderful participants today. But let me just say a few words about Mayor Bass. We're obviously honored to have her back on campus. It's great to see her, and she's just had an enormously important impact on this institution in her many roles. And I appreciated the opportunity to serve on your advisory transition team. She really put a large group of people together from Los Angeles to give sort of advice as she began, and was always a good listener, and we appreciated that. And I believe she's going to be delivering a keynote address at UCLA Anderson commencement this spring. I believe that's on your schedule, your busy schedule. We appreciate that. So Mayor Steinberg, again, welcome back to UCLA, a Bruin, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you for your public service. As Mary said, extraordinary contributions. Your focus on homelessness, mental health, these are all important issues, obviously, to us all, and especially this university is focused on these issues. And we appreciate, with great gratitude, your role you played in the recent UC-UAW labor negotiations, which were tricky. I felt we're not going anywhere until the mayor stepped in, and the mayor made a real difference, and we're moving forward. So thank you for that as well. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now I have the great privilege of introducing our moderator, Richard Ziman, Dick Ziman. Dick is the founder and the vice chair of LABC. He's also the co-founder and chairman of Rexford Industrial Realty and the founding chairman of AVP Advisors, the exclusive advisor of American Value Partners, an institutionally funded $400 million real estate fund of funds. Richard was also founder, chairman, and CEO of the New York Stock Exchange-listed Arden Realty Incorporated, which was the largest owner of office space in Southern California until its $5 billion merger with General Electric. So, as we all know, Dick's had an extraordinary career. Over the years, Dick has held many leadership positions in the educational, cultural, and social spheres within Southern California. He's really been everywhere in Southern California, helping us. He served for 6 years as chairman of the board of City of Hope National Medical Center and its Beckman Research Institute, and is a member of the Board of Governors of Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He's also the CEO and co-trustee of the Rosalind and Arthur Gilbert Foundation, which has made grants throughout this region and has had significant impact. Among his many charitable contributions, Richard has established and endowed the UCLA Ziman Center for Real Estate and the Ziman Family Oncology Outpatient Center at the City of Hope, graduate fellowships, and other programs at UCLA Anderson School, and, importantly, the 96-bed Alzheimer hospice at the Los Angeles Jewish Home for the Aging. So again, his philanthropy has been spread throughout the city. Richard is the recipient of several honorary degrees, as well as the UCLA Medal, our university's highest award. He received a BA and JD degree from the other university across town, but is a convert, and we certainly are so proud of all that he's done for this community. So please join me in welcoming Mayor Bass, Mayor Steinberg, and LABC founding chair, Richard Ziman. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. You can hear me well? Yeah, I think so. We have a very, very fortunate panel right here. I call it a panel, but we have two really great mayors, two great individuals. And both Los Angeles and Sacramento are at a precipice now in housing and affordable housing, as we all well know. Los Angeles and Sacramento have this dual-headed monster of homelessness and affordable housing, similar to many cities throughout the United States. You know, many people point to Los Angeles, the pictures of our homeless sites all over the country, but many of those cities themselves have the same problem we do, perhaps not as dramatic, but they have the same problem. The 2022 point-in-time count estimated that there are almost 70,000 people homeless in the county and approximately 42,000 people homeless in the city of Los Angeles. Sacramento itself is estimated to have almost 10,000. So we know that the increase in homelessness is driven primarily by an affordable housing supply shortage. And these are numbers that I really want everyone to learn, take home, and keep in your mind. Looking at Los Angeles alone, our population 2010 to 2019 grew by 190,000 people. We only added 83,000 housing units that same period of time. This supply shortage was driven up the costs for renters, home buyers, with 59% of LA renters spending more than 30% of their income on housing and 32% spending more than 50% of their income on housing. Los Angeles has set its housing element goal to create 456,000 new residential units, of which 185,000 are targeted for low-income households. To meet these 2029 guidelines, the city will need to produce approximately 61,000 units a year, which includes 23,000 units a year for affordable low-income households at 80% of AMI and below. This is nearly a five-fold increase, Mayor, a five-fold increase from the 2010 to 2022 period that I discussed earlier. Since taking office, Mayor Bass has declared a state of emergency and signed 3 executive orders that established Inside Safe, an encampment-to-home model of clearing encampments streamlined 100% affordable and interim housing projects, and set off an initiative to identify publicly available land that can be used immediately for new housing. She also, as you just heard, released and was approved a $1.3 billion homeless portion of our budget, including $250 million alone for Inside Safe. Meanwhile, Mayor Steinberg has led the city of Sacramento to enter into a legally binding agreement with the county of Sacramento at the end of 2022 to obligate themselves to do outreach and clear the city's encampments, agreeing to coordinate efforts and to lead an effort in Sacramento to establish a comprehensive siting plan backed by $100 million in resources. So, Mayor Bass, let's begin with you. What are you seeing as the impact of your emergency declarations and the 3 subsequent executive orders?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this panel and see everyone here. You know, what I did was on my first day in office, instead of going to City Hall, I went straight to the Emergency Operations Center. And we brought together the city attorney, the city controller, the president of the city council, the chair of the board of supervisors, the chair of our housing committee. And the point was to declare a state of emergency and to really register the urgency that is needed. Brought together all 40 plus general managers of every department to send that signal. So specifically what has happened is in the emergency directive for Inside Safe, we have moved over 1,200 people from encampments into motels. The other thing that the executive directive did was, the second executive directive, was to cut through some of the red tape and to expedite the building process, because developers complain that you can go down the street to Downey and build something and have no problems, but in LA, it takes so long. And so we've heard that because of that, about 350 projects have been able to move forward much quicker. We've heard developers call us and say, I had an appointment in September, they called me up and told me to come in 2 weeks. And that has been very helpful. We just published, thank you. We just published a report on the public lands, but you know, I think just establishing a sense of urgency has made a big difference, and other people have come to the table. So for example, the MTA has come to the table and said, you know what, we have land that could be used. The school superintendent has come to the table and said LAUSD is one of the largest landowners. And so we're finding other people coming to the table. The other thing that I wanted to do in the beginning, Richard, was to align every level of government to bring the federal, state, county, and city together. And I was surprised that that actually happened very quickly. And as a matter of fact, yesterday, the White House announced a partnership, a memorandum of understanding with 5 cities around the country to begin to look at homelessness. President Biden said he wanted to reduce homelessness in the country by 25%. If the White House comes to Los Angeles and Sacramento, we can meet the national goal.
This week, the Los Angeles Business Council released a study, and I recommend it to everyone, if you haven't read it, take a look at it. It's Stuart Gabriel outlined it on the video. It's really very, very important report. Anyway, that was released, focused on recommendations to streamline the city's development process, which everyone screams about, whether it's low and moderate income housing or it's just conventional housing, including making permanent and expanding some of your executive directives. Addressing affordable housing and preventing the fall into homelessness is just as important as getting people off the street. Mayor Bass, do you imagine expanding your streamlining initiatives or any new policies to incentivize mixed income housing beyond shelters and 100% affordable housing?
And you know, the bottom line is that, as you said, we need hundreds of thousands of units of housing, period. Because the bottom line is LA has become unaffordable. And I'm very worried. I mean, I feel very good We got 1,200 people, and we've been able to shut down a number of very, very troubling encampments. By the way, the news media has focused on Venice and San Vicente, but we've actually done encampments all over the city. We have chosen specifically not to bring the press because of people's, privacy. But we have to bring down the cost of housing, period. And so I do think that that is critically important, and we are very open to doing that.
Mayor Steinberg. As mentioned, you've led major efforts in Sacramento to establish a comprehensive siting plan backed by $100 million. And the city and county have obligated themselves to conduct outreach and clear encampments around the city. What are the lessons learned from this effort, and can it be a model for other cities here in California and throughout the country?
It can be a model. Let me begin as well by saying thank you to the LABC, Mary and your board, and Dick for inviting me back again. Last year I must not have said something insulting, so you invited me back, but And to be with Karen Bass, we have such a wonderful history together. And I want to answer your question maybe by talking a little bit about her, because we are in her city. There is no substitute for skilled political leadership combined with a will to want to actually make it better. And you would think that would be obvious of anyone elected to any of these positions, whether at the city or the county level. And the truth is that it's rarer commodity than you think. Because the truth is, and I probably said something like this last year, is that as much as we as a society and you as business leaders and people are frustrated with the problem and want it to be better, that is not always translated into efficient, effective action. And what you have a demonstration of here in Los Angeles in the early months of Mayor Bass's administration is that skill, the organization combined with a will. But here's the problem. I'm going to answer your question, that in some ways, she's being asked to do it alone. Not quite alone, but sort of alone. We have, in my view, a systems problem, and we have a governance problem when it comes to these sets of issues. What I realized as mayor, it only took me 3 or 4 years to get it through this thick head of mine, that the city itself, as much will as I had, and as much experience as I brought, and the resources and the siting plan and all of that cities are not health and human services agencies.
Right.
We don't do mental health. We don't do substance abuse. Yes, we are the lead on the housing supply issue, which is absolutely crucial. But we need much greater partnership with the counties of California, because they have the budgets. And this is not finger pointing, because look at what she's doing relatively on her own. I've done the same thing. We started when I was mayor of Sacramento, smaller scale. We had less than 100 shelter beds. We're now up to 1,100 a night. We've gotten 17,000 people off the streets. We could celebrate that, but we don't, because in many ways the problem has grown worse. Mm-hmm. In order to go to the next level and have the kind of success, I call it test 1 and 2. Test 1 is, have you helped thousands of people? We pass with flying colors. She's already passing. Test 2, do the people feel and see a difference? Mm-hmm. Are the streets safer? Well, we got a long ways to go. If we're going to meet test 2, we need a more coherent, effective system of governance to be able to make that happen. The counties have the Mental Health Services Act, which I authored back in 2004. I often joke, if I knew I was going to run for mayor back in 2004, I might have written it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
But who knew?
That's for sure.
And the truth is, the mayors are the ones who are accountable on those front lines. But we don't have the resource base to be able to at least address the more serious and systemic issues that underlie a lot of street homelessness. So what needs to happen? In Sacramento, we finally forced the issue, and we said to the county, you know, we can continue to fight, as I saw they were sitting on significant amount of MHSA resources, for example, or we could come to an agreement. And so we negotiated hard, and we do have the first of its kind legally binding partnership agreement, which says several things. Number one, the city and county are going to be out on those streets together, 20 major encampments every month once we build up the teams, expected to help everybody who wants to come off the street voluntarily, and if they don't, to use the involuntary tools like Care Court or Laura's Law or any of the other tools to say living in this state is not acceptable. But secondly, we set a legal standard that says that the county is going to do, quote, whatever it takes, including adding as many wraparound service slots as are necessary to meet the need based upon the diagnosis in this, of the people in the encampments themselves. I believe that over time, that the setting of this legal standard and the commitment to this outreach and engagement together is going to make the difference. But in some ways, it's unfortunate but necessary that we have to substitute the law for political will, because the political will seemingly should exist everywhere, but it really doesn't. And I've maintained for a long time, I'll turn it back to you, Dick, that what is that important ought to be legally required. It ought to be legally required. It ought not to be an optional part of what every level of government does. Well, this partnership agreement provides that legal basis to be able to achieve a better result.
You were co-chair of the governor's statewide homeless task force, and you've been a champion for the notion of the right to housing,
yes,
which LABC has supported for a long time. You made progress?
Small progress. Care Court, for example, under the governor's leadership, actually there's been a lot of focus on the obligation of an individual who is a danger to themselves or others or can't care for themselves to be able to accept care. But there's another half of it which I think has great potential, and that is Care Courts binds the counties to actually provide the care in the first place. Is that a right to housing? No, but it begins to, again, set a legal standard that requires government, in this case the counties, to act. Same with our partnership agreement in Sacramento. Whatever it takes to me means whatever it takes to build and fund enough temporary housing, interim housing in partnership with the city as we increase our supply of affordable housing and mixed income housing. That moves towards a legal obligation. And so no, we need to push on the notion. Now what the governor himself has said, he doesn't like my right to housing idea because he's worried about private rights of action and mandates on the counties that is going to be too costly. Fair enough. I don't want to set a mandate. I want to establish a fair share in terms of who pays for all this, because the state can't do it all. And there's more county money than we know because of the Mental Health Services Act. But what I do want, and what I think we should all want, is a legally enforceable obligation for all levels of government to be out there and to get people off the street, to do legally what Mayor Bass is doing on her own, but doing without all the tools that could be at her disposal.
All right, this is a question for both of you. Thank you. The convoluted nature of housing development in California, combined with regulations and the current interest rate situation, very high as we know, combined with is having a chilling effect on the market and disincentivizing developers from building in California. How can we send a signal to the private sector that that they are a major part of solving this housing crisis? Mayor Bass, you mentioned LA's open for business.
That's right.
Let's begin with you.
Absolutely. Well, LA is absolutely open for business. My deputy mayor for business, I'm not sure if she's here, Rachel Freeman, is working on an executive directive right now where business leaders have told us, just like developers, that the rules and regulations at the city make it very difficult to do business. And one of the things that I'm finding is that a lot of the rules and regulations were self-inflicted. We did it to ourselves. Well, the good news is if we did it to ourselves, we can undo it. And so we really want to examine that. And that has been an impediment when it comes to getting people housed. For example, the federal government says you need to come up with a system, and then we come up with systems that are so difficult, it takes a long time to navigate them, and it has left people literally on the street. And so I think it's important. What I feel good about is that we've been able to bring a lot of public sector money to the table, whether we are talking about general fund money or whether we are talking about the taxes that voters voted for, Proposition H, Proposition HHH. Everybody is frustrated by that because it wound up being so expensive and took so long to build. I'm the fortunate one because I'm the beneficiary. I get to cut all the ribbons for the work that was done long before. So, for example, in the first 100 days, we got about 3,000 people housed from those projects that had been underway for a real long time. And so I think that we have to be open, we have to hear what the business community needs and continue to remove rules and regulations that are really outdated. And one thing about policy, and my colleague over here knows, you pass bills, you pass policies, but nothing's in place to evaluate them, to say, is this still working? So you have rules and regulations on top of each other, and then at a certain point in time, many of those rules and regulations might be obsolete. And I do think that that has really impacted the development process in the city. So we're opening to examining, and we're opening to flexibility and regulatory relief.
There's another way to get closer to a right to housing, a human right or a legal right to housing, and that is to create more by right housing. And I think that's what Mayor Bass is talking about. Whenever I hear the term local control, which has its place, I'm a mayor after all, I always retort with local control at what cost? Local control, does that mean that we're going to not build X thousand additional units of affordable and mixed-use housing? Local control equals 6 years to finish a major project, housing project, thousands of units with 25% affordable. I think that there is a proper role for the state to play. I know this is controversial in insisting that cities that don't have the will provide more by right opportunities for for-profit and nonprofit developers for good projects. And then at the local level, we all have the same issue. You know, it's now cliche, not in my backyard. And now it takes very different forms, right? It's a lot more subtle than it used to be. We're for affordable housing, but this design isn't the way, doesn't fit in with the exact architectural scheme of the neighborhood. We like affordable housing, but oh my God, the parking requirements are going to create too much traffic. Okay, let's deal with all those things constructively, but let's never say no to building more housing. By right means that local control is not an absolute value. It can't be an absolute value. Otherwise, we're saying that what we claim is our mission is not really our mission because other things are more important.
This is also for both. The lack of regional collaboration has been a major barrier in addressing homelessness and housing. Mayor Bass, since declaring your emergency declaration, the County of LA and several surrounding cities have followed, and Los Angeles is under an agreement under the LA Alliance settlement requiring the city and county to collaborate on housing and services. Mayor Steinberg, in December, the city of Sacramento entered into an agreement with the county to increase coordination, data sharing, and similar collaboration on housing and services. What do you see as the impact of this collaboration, and how can it be further strengthened? Mayor Steinberg first.
Well, it's a start, but it's not enough. And let me share another example of where I think we need to go to strengthen that collaboration. The governor has proposed modernizing Prop 63, the Mental Health Services Act.
Hey.
And this is a key piece of it because, again, Mayor Bass and I always have to ask the question, where are the resources coming from to be able to help the people that we are trying to help? And under Prop 63, we wrote it back in 2004. It's not just that the money goes to the county. We wrote it to give counties a lot of discretion. And frankly, it's not just pride of authorship. I can say after 18 years, it's been a success. I mean, tens of thousands of people have been helped. More innovation than ever before in the field. But after almost 20 years, I think it's time to also acknowledge some hard truths. The counties are not spending the money on people living with serious mental illness and substance abuse in the tent encampments. They're not. They're not creaming because they're helping people maybe avoid homelessness, okay, but they're not targeting the people who are the sickest of the sick. So what's the governor proposing? And I stand by his side on this one. Set aside $1 billion from the fund every year for housing for this population. Secondly, make sure that the wraparound service model, what we call full service partnerships, that they are focused on people living in the encampments or living in their vehicles. So that it isn't Mayor Bass or myself going to try to cajole, beg our county partners to say, could you please spend more of this money on the problem we're trying to solve, but it will be required as a matter of state law. You combine that money change with these kinds of partnerships that we've talked about, and I think we have a real chance. But the money needs to be applied to the problem. And that state reform, I think, is a very important step in that direction.
Mayor Bass.
So, you know, for years, the issues I've worked on, child welfare, criminal justice reform, social services, I've had years of working with the county. I worked for the county. I worked at LA County's emergency room. And so to me, the whole notion of the city and the county not working together was very strange. In my second week, I went and I spoke before the Board of Supervisors, and everybody acted like it was the strangest thing they'd ever seen. And I was like, well, why wouldn't I do that? I mean, 4 out of the 5 supervisors I've known and worked with for years. Lindsay Horvat, I'm just getting to know. And so to me, the partnership was natural. And I think declaring a state of emergency and the county doing it, and Santa Monica and Long Beach and a few other cities has added to the momentum. And so I think we've been working together very well. But the notion that the city doesn't do services, only the county does, there was no law that said the city can't do services. So one of the problems is substance abuse. Everybody knows that we're not going to address homelessness until we deal with mental health and substance abuse, right? So when I was putting the budget together, I saw that we had $23 million in the city budget. That was money from the opioid settlement and also from the tobacco settlement. So I know that by law, the county can only provide 90 days of drug treatment. That's a federal requirement. So what I'm proposing in the budget is, well, why don't we pick up the expenses day 91 on? Because there is no one in the world who is living in a tent, strung out on meth, who is going to get clean and sober in 90 days. And what we do right now is that we'll offer them up to a maximum of 90 days, and then we discharge them to the tent. So you have to look at these issues in a comprehensive manner. And I found, you know, of course, the bureaucracies, the administrations are not necessarily used to it, but, you know, we have to push, but we push in a positive way, not in a finger-pointing way. And we say we can join in and do this as well. I don't want to, to me, it is just passing the buck to say, well, we're not going to deal with the drug problem because that's what the county is supposed to do.
All right, before we wrap up, one last question. Fully addressing homelessness and housing affordability requires monumental change and investment. And we've made great progress. Now, ultimately, it's incremental. For both of you, if you could make one major change with a wave of a wand, what would it be?
You want to go first? You want to go first?
Go ahead. Let me hear your wand.
Well, I think I would require that cities and counties jointly govern this issue.
Yeah, there you go.
I would require that the resources be pooled, maybe similar to what Los Angeles does with transportation. I don't know if that's the exact model. But I would require that the money be pooled, that the mayor, that council members, that county supervisors sit as a legal joint powers authority and make these decisions together about the whole wide range, from the shelter to the manufactured homes to the longer term housing to the mental health and substance abuse and service side. Because Mayor Bass is absolutely right not to point fingers, and I hope that I'm not doing that when I talk about the county needing, that the state law should change to require the counties to provide more of these resources to the streets. But the fact of the matter remains, it's a fragmented system. It's fragmented, and until it is brought together in a way that is coherent, that is more efficient, I fear, I always have hope and belief, but I fear that the results are not going to be as good or great as they could be and what the people expect. So that's what I would do. My wand is joint governance with real authority, and that would take us farther.
So I would agree with that 100%, and I would add on it, my one would be, it has to be a comprehensive approach.
Yes.
We have to prevent people from losing their housing.
Yes.
And frankly, I am worried that we're going to have another spike in homelessness because of the COVID protections going away, the eviction moratorium going away, and I'm a big believer that you also have to protect the property owners. We don't want them defaulting on their mortgages. Then we have two people unhoused. So we have to develop a system of a warning system, an early warning system, and the county has piloted a couple of projects to prevent homelessness, but then to get people off the streets immediately. My magic wand would build a permanent infrastructure of interim housing, if that makes sense. Permanent, but interim. Because as you can fast track building, but it is still going to take months. And it is unacceptable to say you are going to stay in that tent until something gets built. My magic wand would also provide regulatory relief on the local and the federal level, because right now we have vacancies in permanent supportive housing while people are in motels, but because of some of the federal rules and regulations, we can't get people in housing. The bottom line is that the system that has been in place for years and years was never meant to address a problem at the scale in which we're dealing with it now. And then also services have to be there. Some of this stuff is just not rocket science. And we don't need another study to tell us that people on the street need help.
It's will.
I want to thank both our panelists. Impressive, huh? It just goes to show, we do elect good people committed to do a great job. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Please welcome Zella Knight with Run Los Angeles for our special presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Zella Knight. I'm the president of Resident United Network Los Angeles. We are a resident-led organization with the mantra, "We run LA." Many times when it comes to homelessness, you will hear the reference, "these people." I stand before you today to take you through my journey, as lived experience of homelessness is one of my many superpowers. In 2005, a sudden and serious illness put me in the hospital. While under treatment, I was let go from my job. That's when my 13-year-old daughter and I found ourselves without a home for the first time. While I tried to get us back on our feet, my North Star that kept me going, I would not disrupt my daughter's education. I would battle for her to get the same opportunity as house kids. And so, for several months, we survived in motels, couch surfing, living in the car, living in the streets. Due to lack of viable, coordinated, and aligned or antiquated systems, such as being forced to go to Skid Row to get basic services and supports. We were able to temporarily secure shelter in San Fernando Valley, and it was a familiarized area because that's where my daughter's education lied. We got a Section 8 voucher, found a home. Few years later, the landlord refused to make safety fixes in an effort to game the system, pushed us out for a higher fair market rate. I spoke up, he retaliated. Once again, we were homeless. Cycling continued. We encountered more discrimination, inequities, more stigmas, more traumas. My story, so many stories, affirm that we all are closer to homelessness than one thinks. No one is immune. One major loss transcends you into survival mode, be it a car, street, anywhere. In some areas, we've come a long way, but in many areas, we must do better. As we speak about operating in a new paradigm to meet our housing and homelessness needs, then we must listen intently and learn from the diverse experiences of those of us who are directly impacted. It is not a one-size-fits-all. We must deliberately, authentically center the lives of those of us who experience homelessness. And we must be included in the planning, engagement, and development, not just during a crisis. Our diverse experiences are vital. Let me repeat that. Are vital to co-create solutions if we are serious about the goal to expeditiously end homelessness and housing insecurity. By the way, I followed my North Star to watch my daughter graduate from Vassar College. And so for you Bruins out there, this blue is only for you today. The Cardinal remains with me for life. I'm a Vassar parent for life. I get to see my daughter smile when she walks in the door to visit my home. I am so grateful for the village who stood us up on their shoulders, which includes so many of you in this room and beyond. Many more black girls like my daughter, many more individuals and families could and should find their way home. If we as a city, if we as a collective truly choose to light their paths. The closest to the problem are the closest to the solution. Lived experience is the superpower for better community and better lives. Thank you.
Please welcome our next panel, a new operating paradigm to meet our homeless housing needs, moderated by the CEO of the Weingart Foundation, Miguel Santana.
Let's see. Ooh, I'm in the middle. Is our panel coming? Where's our panel?
There's three of us. There's three of us.
Where's Jenny?
Well, hello everyone. I'm Miguel Santana. I'm President and CEO of the Weingart Foundation. It's my pleasure to be the facilitator of today's panel. As you can see, we have a very distinguished group, and we're hoping to have a robust conversation that reflects on where we are today on this issue and really starts talking about the gaps that exist moving forward. So with us, we have Arach Hedigan, Vice President of Ford EC Inc. We also have with us Jenna Hornstock, Deputy Mayor of Housing for Mayor Karen Bass. Of course, we have Dr. Valicia Adams-Kellum, the new CEO of LASA. Has the hardest job on this panel, I would say. John Masseri, CEO of the People Concerned, and Alan Greenlee, Executive Director of SCAMP. So we just heard from the mayor, and one of the great things about our democracy is that every few years, or every several years, we get the opportunity to have a leader that's going to bring a sense of newness to the issues that have been part of our society. And what we heard today from the mayor is that she's really taking advantage of her newness to start to create a new way of approaching this issue, which all of us have worked on for many, many years. Declaring a state of emergency on day one, focusing on fast-tracking the development of housing, ensuring that we don't wait for the housing to be ready, but actually start moving people into motels now as the housing gets delivered based on what we learned through the pandemic. And of course, establishing what is now sort of a new relationship between the city and the county. So much has happened in the short period that Mayor Bass has been in elected office. So the question is, when you think about this moment, but you also place it in context of the larger continuum, of course, there's a lot of lessons learned that we should talk about. Several years ago, it was a very optimistic period on this issue where we started looking where Angelenos made unprecedented investments with H and Triple H. And so the question that I have for the panel as a kickoff are, what are the lessons that we've learned since that historic moment? What are the challenges that have surfaced? And what is it that we need to think about to create a system at the scale of the problem. So I'll start with you.
The challenges we're seeing is, I think what we've heard a lot today is just the time frames to get things moving. I think in this room you see a large group of people that all want to try to address this crisis. But the time frame has become the biggest challenge. You want to get some things moving forward, you want to start getting housing going. The process to get through the permitting and the construction has been, I think, the biggest challenge since that point.
And so when you think about, issues moving forward, the LABC, of course, just issued a study that really highlighted how difficult it is to navigate the system and the real costs associated with that. What is the one thing that the city could do to fast track the development of housing?
I think following the mayor's executive order is going to be the first big step to streamline everything, bring everybody together, create basically a task force that addresses it, everything from the conception to the plan check to the construction. As a general contractor on this panel, I could tell you, we deal with it a lot. We try to bring teams together, bring the building department together. It's not just the plan check, it's the inspection. You could get a project all the way to 90%, but that last 10%, when you're ready to move families into these homeless shelters, that's the most difficult part. And everybody just has to get on the table together. And we've seen it happen, it can happen, it just takes a collaborative effort.
So Jenna, you're at the point of the spear at City Hall. Your job is to deliver on the activities and the energy that the mayor has brought to this incredible challenge. How does, from your vantage point, overseeing the housing system at the city, do you consider sort of the larger ecosystem related to this issue, from the prevention side to also the delivery of housing?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and I just want to appreciate being here and seeing a lot of happy, familiar faces out in the audience. I'm pleased to be here representing the mayor. I think what's important is if you look at how we've laid out our really immediate priorities, I'd say in the next year to 2 years, and they're reflected in the budget, but to think about the continuum of how do we bring people from the street inside, which first is interim, right? Not too many people are ready to go from street to permanent housing because they need vouchers and support and figuring out what makes sense. So bring them from street to inside, but then importantly, from inside into housing. And it's that continuum, right, that we're trying to blow open with the work that we're doing. And obviously you've seen in the papers and the great work we've done with Felicia, really her brainchild on Inside Safe, bringing to motels. So importantly on the back end, now generally you'd say we don't have enough affordable housing, but we're really lucky. We've inherited about 3,900 units of permanent supportive housing are opening this year, right, from HHH projects. They've got project-based vouchers, so they're coming online. So we actually have a continuum this year to see how can we move that throughput faster. And we've looked at that by looking at the coordinated entry system. I think we heard the mayor just talk about the fact that systems, how we move people, need to change. We've got a great partnership with HACLA, who I see out here, and the housing department, who I know is here, to work with our development community to change how we bring and target not just Inside Safe, but our tiny homes and our bridge home, everybody participating in our interim housing. How do we show them? How do we show our providers? How do we show the public that we can move people through? So I think on the one end, it's right in front of us, is moving that continuum with what we have, with the resources that we have in place. Moving forward, right, the hard charge is then more housing, right? So how are we bringing more housing? So obviously, all the zoning work that's happening at the city right now to get in compliance with our RENA and our housing element is going to make it more by right. We have talked and heard about, I'm sure I'll be asked more about ED1, I'll be asked about our public lands, and then there's financing, and I don't want to give it all away now, but I think all of those are the things we're going to bring together kind of medium to longer term to make sure that we continue to have that pipeline of units on the back end.
Thank you. Felicia, we all had a sigh of relief when the mayor appointed you with the supervisors, the head of LASA. Particularly because you've been such an advocate, not only for the unhoused, but for the way the systems work together and sometimes don't work together. Now you're at the center of those relationships. So based on your experience from the outside for many years, What are the lessons learned that you're bringing to this role?
Well, thank you, and it's great to be here in this new role. Yes, I was a service provider for 20 plus years and head of St. Joseph Center as the CEO for 15 of those years. And you know, what I love that happened with the mayor was calling the state of emergency day one. Because I think all of us on the front line were seeing the emergency and getting worse day by day. So to call that and for the county supervisors to agree and call a state of emergency and lock arms was something, as an outside provider, we were really begging for the system to acknowledge that it would take all of us working together in coordination. I mean, we talk about coordinated entry, but we need to be coordinating all services at all levels. So, you know, the work of being on the beach in Venice and identifying that very concerning humanitarian crisis that we saw out there a couple years ago, yes, bringing all of the resources to bear in that space and tackling probably one of the worst encampments we've seen outside of Skid Row, it was extraordinary. And, you know, every day we asked ourselves, are we sure we can do it? Are we sure we can do it? It was 6 weeks. And in that space, we housed 35 people a week. With the mayor and Inside Safe, we housed 85 people a week. Where we need to go is 300 to 500 people a week. So when she talks about scale and we talk about the system, no, we haven't built the system to house 300 people a week. And that's the challenge of LASA. And it's the new LASA that will have to step up in this space and respond to the emergencies. And one of the things we've already done is created an emergency department. It's cross-departmental because it means that it's not just outreach, it's not just, you know, who is working in navigation or housing, it's also the way we hire and the way we contract. And so that is something that I did almost day one to align with what I'm hearing from our leaders and the mayor, the city council, and the board of supervisors. And after that, really, we have to talk about throughput. It is my job to ensure that we have a strategic plan around throughput. So I've initiated an interagency task force on throughput. It means we're meeting, and some people who are close to the work might know it's called Housing Central Command, and I'm calling it Housing Central Command on steroids. It means putting HACLA and HCD and the service providers and our all of our teams at the county, DMH, DHS, and LASA to say, what is it really going to take? And we literally call developers and service providers every single day for accountability. How are you doing? What progress have you made? Where are we going to be next week? And that's a big lift, and that's a change in the work. And in all of that, we have to make sure we're contracting and that equity is embedded in all of that. The top of line is we have to have the data as well. And we happen to be involved in that as well as at LASA. And we have to do better, and we have to do pre-post analysis to really measure our success and hold all of our work and our agencies accountable.
So there's been kind of this unprecedented alignment in City Hall and the county, and of course you're right at the center of that. Have you given thought about how do you operationalize that in the context of the work that LASA is doing?
Well, we're the Joint Powers Authority. And that means really, even though birthed out of a lawsuit, I see it as my job to be the bridge. The mayor and the board of supervisors locked arms. The city council locked arms with the mayor approving her budget. It's my job to make sure we stay locked arms, that we are connected and coordinated. As I tell my team at LASA, the new LASA leans into our mission, which is we are to drive strategic initiatives and respond to the crisis. The crisis requires us working in lockstep, remaining coordinated. The mayor said, let's do it. The supervisors have said that. The city council has said it. And now LASA has to ensure we keep doing it. So we will be coordinated. We will be driving this. And you'll see a new LASA, I promise.
Thank you. So John, there's a couple of veterans on this issue. You're certainly one of them here today, and you were, like many folks, a strong advocate for Measure H, and clearly see the outcome of that. So now that Measure H is reaching its expiration, you were part of advocating for the approval of it. What should we be thinking about, based on what you see on the ground and the work that you do, about what Measure H 2.0 should look like? What parts of it should we continue? What parts of it should we revisit?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with LASA 2.0 under Felicia's leadership. So I would say that sort of when we think about the lessons learned for Measure H, the services component is going to be even more important as we go forward, because what we've seen is this convergent, right? All the Triple H units that have been in the pipeline for years are now leasing up, which is a great thing. And the Measure H dollars were always meant to provide the services to those units. And so now we have a bit of a struggle because Measure H is oversubscribed in terms of all the things that we want to do. So I think in the next iteration, we're going to have to be very strategic in thinking about how those dollars are applied. I'm not suggesting in any way that we shouldn't fund other things other than services and permanent housing, but I do think from a systems perspective, we're really going to have to be thoughtful and strategic, not just with Measure H dollars, but with other funds that are available through the city and county and state and federal government, how all of those align. So I think from where we sit, the work on the encampments is critically important, and making sure that the Measure H dollars are aligned there in terms of the FSP teams that are funded to be able to do that work. Certainly looking at ongoing mental health and substance use treatment beds in terms of access to those beds, not that necessarily Measure H will pay for those, but using the bridge analogy, I think Measure H can actually be a conduit to facilitate a lot of that. But I am really focused on the retention services in permanent supportive housing.
And talk more about that in terms of how would you describe the state of the services today? I mean, what are the limitations to it? What new investments need to be made to build the capacity for it?
Well, I would say the services are stretched, and I think any of the practitioners here in the room on the front lines would tell you that we are doing more and more, which is a good thing. Everybody wants to do more. But there needs to be alignment. And also, I think as we expand housing capacity, we're very focused on permanent supportive housing. And as everyone knows, the system has really been designed and retooled and refocused over the last several years to focus on very high acuity individuals. And that's a good thing in many ways because it provides access to housing to people who otherwise wouldn't have been housed. The downside of that is we're leaving a lot of people in the middle out who don't necessarily meet that high acuity standard. And so as we think about how service, not everybody needs permanent supportive housing, not everybody needs the level of intensity of services, even in PSH, that will taper off over time. So as we think about systems design or redesign, to think about how we realign our services, stretch those dollars, maybe use other resources to kind of backfill so that we can create more opportunities to move more people into housing with a lower intensity of services.
Thank you. It's kind of the same question to you, Alan, about sort of on the bricks and mortar side of housing. Obviously a huge advocate of Triple H and ULA. What do you see, what are the lessons learned based on the implementation of Triple H that the city should really think about as it moves forward with ULA, and obviously with the potential of a county-wide revenue stream that La Casa, that a board that the three of us here sit on, will be thinking about?
Terrific. Thanks so much for the question. Thanks to LABC for inviting me to be part of this really smart bunch of folks to talk about this stuff. The work that Mary and the staff do here is really great, and so I'm really honored to be here. on the question of Triple H, I can't let this moment pass without making sure that we all understand that Triple H will deliver the units in the amount of time that we said we would to the voters. The narrative is that the Triple H failed, and that is just factually untrue. In 2022, there were 150 affordable, permanent supportive housing developments being built at one time. It's the most affordable housing being built by the city in its history. Today, there are about 90 that are under construction. And as John mentioned, they are coming online every single day. So I get really excited about that. I'm going to drop that for a minute and move on. ULA, I think, is actually a really terrific opportunity, specifically your question, to not only do the things that we do well, but also to improve on the model. So on Election Day in November 2022, not only did we elect a new progressive group of members to the LA City Council, not only did we elect the first woman mayor in the city of LA, as you just saw earlier, but we also passed a revolutionary, considerable, and consistent source of funds to support affordable housing. And it's that consistency, it's that predictability, it's that certainty that allowed for Triple H to be able to ramp up the way it did. People understood that finances was going to be available for building affordable housing, and ULA will do the same thing. Today, we're in a world of uncertainty because there are 3 pending lawsuits on ULA that we'll have to work through. But on the 1st of April, the city started to collect the tax. The city housing department has helped to create the Citizens Oversight Committee, which is the administrative body that will oversee the work of ULA. And the city housing department is starting to work on the implementation and guidelines, and there's $150 million in the mayor's budget just passed yesterday. Congratulations to the mayor on the budget and the city council. What is it, $1.3 billion in homeless resources? That's real money. And so those things are going to be really important. But again, specifically to your question, we're going to do what we do well. We're going to continue to build housing using the low-income housing tax credit. We'll leverage those dollars. For every one of our local dollars that comes in, we'll get about $5 to someplace else. But we'll also do some other interesting things. We're going to have creative and innovative programs around making sure that those who are vulnerable to becoming homeless have the right kinds of information and legal support to make sure that they're not being illegally evicted. And we've got income support for certain categories of folks so that they can continue to make ends meet. So not only pay the rent, but on a temporary basis be able to buy groceries and things like that. On the production side, there are a number of programs, as I mentioned, like the housing credit program that we know how to do. But we've also created considerable amounts of funding for us to be able to do creative things. So for example, there's a thing in the measure we called alternative housing models, and what it will do is allow the city to exercise all sorts of creativity. So for example, the city could take all the public land that Jenna's going to find for us. The city and the city council could entitle all that land, and then the city could use those funds to be the single source of funding to build the affordable housing on those developments. So, innovation is both sort of a blessing and a curse, right? I would be lying to all of y'all if I didn't say that I didn't wake up more than once thinking, holy mackerel, we've got all this blank whiteboard to come up with innovative and interesting solutions. But if we don't get it right, if you don't build it so it physically stands up for 100 years, and you don't finance it so that it fiscally can operate for 100 years, then we won't have done anybody a service in the long run. And so we just need to make sure we get the rules, the regulations right, and then let's get into business.
Thank you. Well, certainly, the additional funding goes a long way, the predictability with that funding. I think what was put on the table by a couple of you was the time it takes to move projects forward through the city process, and not just LA City, but others as well. I know, Jenna, that's number one on your list, or maybe number 1A on your list. Could you update us on the mayor's work on this? I know that almost immediately she issued an executive order to fast track the development of 100% affordable housing units. The LABC just issued another report urging the expansion of that executive order and frankly making it part of the DNA of the city. So could you provide us an update as to how that's going?
Yes, and I don't want to belabor too much. I think the first panel talked quite a bit about, ED1 and thoughts about moving forward, as does the LABC report. So, ED1 is a way to fast track 100% affordable projects that are within the zoning, allowed. And right now we've got over 365 projects, over 8,000 units that have been identified. So far, on the planning side, 15 have been approved, and we've seen it's cutting times by about 6 months. And all of you know, time is money. That certainty means a lot. And so it's being lauded, as a really important success. I will say first off, we've heard definite interest from the council about figuring out how we codify it and make it permanent. Important thing to note is our emergency order is what allows some of the components, some of the more powerful ones, to work. And so we're working out, as the emergency order will be lifting in a month, right? How do we make sure that we're keeping going, and at the same time working with our council partners to make ED1 permanent? I think the other side we're hearing, and we're hearing loud and clear, is how do we expand it to mixed income projects, to all projects. And I know that the mayor has talked to us about how do we do that, and we want to look at it. And I think you all know there's the idea and there's implementing it. And so we want to make sure we are going to explore how do we make it permanent and how do we expand it. We also want to make sure that when we do that, we do it successfully, right? Because if we expand it and we're not ready to take it in and move everything forward, it almost will backfire, right? And make it kind of worse. So we are looking at it, and it is a big priority, and you're going to hear more from our office about that for sure. I didn't know if you wanted me to talk about 83.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, 83 as well. And Alan touched on all our public land. And so, because that's newer, we're hearing a lot of talk about ED1, but just this week, we released a report back on ED3, and since I know you all read it right away and know it all, I'll just give you a short overview of what we said. And this one is really dear to my heart. I don't know, how many of you have worked on a public RFP in some way? You responded, you worked on it, you financed it, you entitled it, you designed it. It's a good time working on public RFPs. I've probably worked on, 24 or so between CRA and Metro, and even as a consultant. And so I want to share what our report back did. We looked at about 3,300 parcels. We tried to weed, and we looked at every one, our staff, we weeded out, hillside and heavy industrial, and it's being used as a DWP power station. Those are not going to work. And we started putting them in brackets, could be developed right away, maybe needs a little more due diligence. And then we sat down and we thought about our processes, because the desire, the push is like, okay, drop a bunch of RFPs. But the reality is it takes time and money for the development community to come to us. For-profit, nonprofit, doesn't matter. And also, while we have ULA, as Alan mentioned, we're spending only $150 million while we're in this moment. So we don't actually have a ton of money that we know could fund all these RFPs that we might drop for any amount of affordable or mixed income housing. And so what we're doing with ED3 is we're saying, number one, we're identifying sites immediately for 500 interim housing units that the state is bringing us. So a lovely gift and another partnership. They're going to pay for and deliver 500 interim housing units. So we've provided them a list of sites. I see Metro here. Thank you. Our partner has also provided some sites for that. So we're waiting to hear back which will be, and we'll work with community to make sure they know. So that'll be right out the gate. We are going to be forming some interdepartmental working groups, a very exciting place to hang out. But what we need to do is make sure that we don't need a new executive order or a new controller's order or the Weingart Foundation. Thank you for the work you've done identifying public land. How do we do this evergreen and make sure there's a process that we're continually identifying public land? So those will be short-lived, but making sure that we keep collecting that information. The other working group we want to have is focused on our processes. So if all of you who raised your hand have worked on an RFP, you've probably worked with several different departments. We have a lot of different folks at the city that issue RFPs for public land. So how do we get the best of it? How do we learn from each other? How do we make our documents consistent? And how do we raise them to the highest level of quality so that when you get that material or you're responding to one of our feasibility study RFPs, we're asking the right questions, we're giving the right information that you need. So this is really a leveling up our game as a city doing this work. So that we're all doing right away. And then with the rest of the land, we think we need to take a moment and figure out how to scale up development of publicly owned land, to bundle those sites, so that when you get an RFP, we could tell you, what is the zoning path? Are we going to zone it? Where are the utilities? What kind of investments are you going to need to make up front? And how can we commit to you that they're going to be done in the right way? How can we make sure community knows what's going on? How can we give you clarity about what financing we have, right? Because right now when we do RFPs, there's no guarantee that you're getting city money, right? You're just going into the queue, right, with everybody else. So how can we create more certainty and commitment behind that land so that when everybody is coming to be our partner, because you offer to partner with us all the time, we're being a really good partner with you to deliver. And so that big piece of our report back is saying, for our land, we're going to take a moment and we're going to look at how we scale up development of publicly owned land and come back with a broader process. And hopefully, the ULA lawsuits will be resolved by then, and we can couple that with a whole bunch of money that we can put out. So that's where we're at on that executive directive.
Well, having spent 8 years at City Hall, I know that that's not an easy task. But one of the hardest parts about the issue of city-owned land is the politics of it. Mm-hmm. The fact that each council member believes that it's their responsibility and solely their responsibility to determine the best use of that land. And oftentimes decisions are made that, you know, underutilized parking lot is more important than building affordable housing. So how is the mayor sort of trying to create a consensus that, you know, when you weigh different priorities for public land, that housing should be emphasized as a priority and try to extract some of the politics of how these decisions are made?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought up parking for a moment, because we do have on those lists parking lots. And you know, we all know that some of our parking lots are serving small businesses and communities that really need it. And it's not a great idea, and it's not feasible to replace the parking all the time. So in this next steps, and we're actually writing a grant right now to get a bunch of money to do all these next steps, we're going to look at all those parking lots, and we'll work with our council partners on that process. So I think it's the feasibility piece. It's what I'm saying. We're going to look at the land that we've identified and work with our council partners, so when we do this work, we can come to agreement. And I should say, before the ED3 report went out, we went and met with every council office. We said, here's what we want to do, here's what we want to say, here's all the land in your districts, and they talked to us about their vision. So it's the locking arms, you know, in that process. And, I mean, I should add a note, by the way, the state has already told us all your public land has to be housing. So there's not a ton of argument about that, even if folks want to do some different. So I think it's the moving forward, it's the hearing what are the concerns and the whys, and maybe this site shouldn't be, and then going forward together with those sites.
So one of the issues that the mayor raised almost from the onset, and certainly throughout the campaign, I think both candidates did, was really kind of changing the culture related to the homeless response, from one where every council district kind of did their own program to one where there's now one coordinated program with a set of values and approaches and methodologies. A question for all of you, but starting with you, Felicia, in terms of the progress we've made in trying to break sort of the culture of kind of divide by 15. You see it on the ground. You saw it when you ran St. Joe's. Now you see it as the head of LASA. How far are we? Are we much closer to one system?
Well, I definitely think the mayor's work on Inside Safe has helped us see what collective efforts yield. And I think we need to show more and more what is the solution. Because we often say we know what the solution is, and everyone says, okay, what is it, right? And I think the eagerness that we see, I can say that on this side, the eagerness that we see among the council offices and the concern they have is what's brought them to say, I'm going to come up with the solution. My job is to suggest that there is a collective response and that there are certain aspects of the solution that we need to replicate and align. Because the 5 different ideas on the county and the 15 different ideas, it can take a fair amount of resources and make it look like we've done nothing. And we can't continue to do the same thing and expect different results. So I think that this moment is inspiring because we're against the wall. This is a crisis. And I don't think any of us are pleased with where we are. And so it calls for an alternative. What we did on Venice Beach and then in Inside Safe, I think suggests that a collective action approach yields amazing results, but we have to carry it through. And the mayor says it's not just about getting the people into interim or permanent, it's wrapping those services around. All of that takes collective action. All of it takes cooperation. We need the county departments. We need the city. We need the alignment. And I think when you get all of us on these huddle calls at 1 o'clock, and it started at p.m. every day, not a.m. Some of us are up at 1 a.m., but not on the huddle call. You know, saying, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And every day, and then you go to a space and we house people, not sweep people, and then we can go back in a few months. I mean, the work on Venice, now we're 2 years, and 70% of folks are still housed and still prospering and doing well, and some of them have joined us and they're working for us in various service provider spaces. That shows you what success looks like. And now with many more permanent housing resources coming online, we have to take that coordination all the way through. We do a lot in our sector. We need to do a lot and focus it on 4 or 5 things that will bring it to bear, that we are ending homelessness.
So from a scale to 1 to 10, 10 being we don't have a divide by 15 or divide by 5.
So 10 is my North Star?
Yes, and 1 being what it was 6 months ago. Where are we in that continuum?
I'm going to give us 4.5.
Okay. So progress, but still work to do.
I got a lot of work to do.
Yes. Well, John, you're on the ground. You see it firsthand. I know you get calls from council offices and supervisors asking you to stop what you're doing and focus on the encampment in their district. How is this sort of tension, how is it manifesting for you?
Well, I think Felicia identified a few things that are important and also that we're seeing shifts. And I think part of the divide by 5 or divide by 15 is born out of frustration. I think what we heard a lot, and this is going back, prior to Mayor Bass being elected, is that there was a sense that the council offices or the supervisor's offices, mostly the council offices, felt like they had to step in because nothing was being done. In fact, a lot was being done. It may not have been done in the way they wanted it done, or, frankly, we have, council members who have very different ideas about enforcement, about what best practices are, and that comes into play as well. So we have both the political side of them wanting to have control over what happens in their district and often wanting services to be delivered in a very specific way. So I can tell you as a service provider, there's always a tension with that if the council office or the elected office wants us to do something that we don't think is in the best interest of the people that we serve. That being said, I can absolutely testify to the shift that's happened on the ground with this idea that when you bring things, to scale or start moving in that direction, and the council office, the elected offices began to see positive change, and actually the results that they wanted all along may be applied differently, then they're more willing to kind of step back and say, okay, I don't have to be in charge here, that I can trust that there's going to be a citywide or a countywide solution that's going to be implemented, that's going to have positive impact in my district. And we are definitely seeing that starting to shift. Now, that's not true for every elected office in every district, but there is definitely momentum. And I say that as someone who's on the ground, and our teams are working on this every day, this stepping back of they don't feel like they need to be in control as much because they're seeing positive benefits for their district and their constituents.
Thank you. So now transitioning back to the issue of housing. Two questions. One related to kind of what we've learned about the innovation of housing itself. I know you're leading that in many ways. And also the model of how we not only build housing in terms of financing, but as important, how it's maintained. And we've all seen the unfortunate news of Skid Row Housing Trust, and certainly raises concern about perhaps some gaps in that model. So, Arash, I don't know if you want to first start talking about what we've learned on how we build and how we think about housing and how that's evolved, and where should we think about moving forward?
Thank you, Miguel. I mean, as far as how we build, it's simple. It's got to be collaborative. And going to Jenna's point, you got to have one approach, but with multiple different avenues. You got to keep the interim housing being built while you're building the permanent housing. If you just focus on permanent and you shy away from the interim, you're going to lose that that stepping stone. But if everybody comes together and you all sit in a room together, you can take both these approaches at a very fast pace. The sleeping cabins that we built in North Hollywood about 2 years ago, over 200 beds, 100 plus units, we did it in under 100 days. We've talked about durations, but 100 days, it took everybody, no joke, 14, 15 hours a day, getting DWP officials on the call, getting Rec and Parks on the call, everybody together, but you're able to get there. That's what we've learned, that if everybody really wants to get together, you can do it. And you got to take these multifaceted approaches. As far as maintaining, I think, when we use the word permanent, we're thinking long-term for our city. We want to keep these structures there. And as a service provider, we think a lot when we work with our service providers, how are they going to be able to execute and maintain on a day-to-day basis? You got to look at innovative approaches of, going alongside with the state goals for, reducing the carbon footprint, putting in alternative energy into these permanent structures, putting in, basically getting rid of the gas emissions, getting in electric water heaters. We just finished up a project about almost a month and a half ago where the service provider, the overall goal of this project was to make sure they're not paying extra money. The maintenance is there for them. You have to take a broader approach when you're getting into the permanent view. And I think as we keep building, keep developing, just us as a company, each project we did, the whole team brought a new value to it. And you got to be open-minded. You got to listen to the whole team and see what the end goal is. And overall, the end goal is to make sure we have housing for everybody who's on the streets.
And for Alan and Jenna, sort of thinking about the lessons learned from Skid Row, an institution that we all lauded as kind of the innovator in this space. So tragic to see what has occurred. How do we ensure that is an anomaly, and that we think about the business model of how permanent supportive housing operates under, ensures that there's enough capacity to maintain the units that are built? So starting with you, Alan, and then Jenna.
Yeah. So thanks for the question. I think kind of alluded to it before, which is there are really two components to that. One is just the physical nature of the building. What we build today that is permanent supportive housing, it is a public asset that is controlled by a private organization, right? And so we should be building it in a way so that it is considered a public asset. The same rigor that we use to build this building, or one that we would do, the same rules and regulations we use to build a hospital, something that's really going to be robust and lasting. And I think that's what we do. But as we innovate, we need to be mindful that there are sometimes conceptual or public policy elements that we strive for in the physical nature of the building when we actually do the work, when it comes down to you're going to add the numbers up and figure out whether it's financially possible to have all of those elements, there's a little bit of a disconnect. And so making sure that we're honest with ourselves as we're making policy and regulations, I think is really important. So that's on the physical side. You also make, these buildings get old. After 10 or 15 years, you got to replace things and you got to paint them. And because of the nature of the way these buildings operate, they generally don't take in enough resources on a regular basis to be able to make those capital investments over time. And so you need to build in that financial capacity over time. So the systems that we use now are heavily focused on making sure that physical viability is there. We need to make sure that we continue to keep those elements as we innovate and expand. And then on the fiscal side, John alluded to it a little bit, the permanent supportive housing that's being built with Triple H is being supplemented with support services for the residents there, most of which are paid for by Measure H. And Measure H, as John mentioned, is oversubscribed in a lot of different ways. Can you imagine the world we'd be in today if we didn't use Measure H to help get those action teams out into the field and get people into interim housing and then into permanent housing? But the fact of the matter is there's just not enough cash money to go around to make sure that the services are robust to adequately deal with the realities of people who are high acuity, who have been living on the street for a generation. And so if we try to provide those services on the cheap, we're going to be setting up disaster in the long term. So it's both a physical, make sure that we're investing in a very serious way on the physical structure of the building and then on the fiscal structure of the building in the long run, I think are the key elements.
And is there funding for that? And is that a gap that exists that we need to be mindful of?
I'm not an expert on H. My impression is we're using H as good as we can use it, right? And that there's not enough of it. It's always a challenge for me when I say, oh, we need more money. Because at some point, I've got members who are building units that are $750,000 a unit, and that, as a citizen, that makes me blanch. But the fact of the matter is, that's what it costs. And we should be constantly trying to figure out how to save money and be responsible with our public funds. But the cost of not doing those things is enormous, and it's a peril for all of us as a society. So I think the answer to your question very simply is probably not. We need a little bit more. We need, I think, for me, more money on a consistent basis. I'll just share with you real quickly. The city of LA spends a third on affordable housing of what the city of New York does. On a per capita basis, we spend about the same as Dallas. And the fact of the matter is we're bigger and we've got more intense problems. And so money is not the only solution, but it's certainly a really important component.
Thank you. Jenna, could you update us on Skid Row and then help us think about how do we ensure that there aren't future Skid Rows moving forward?
Sure. So, the 29 properties, our city attorney really took a leadership role and an amazing lead working closely with our mayor to get a receiver appointed for all 29 buildings. A couple things we're focusing on and working closely. Ann Sewell, I think, is here from the housing department every day, I think is on calls. But one, looking at units right now that are in abatement where there are folks living in the units, but they're not collecting rent because they need any number of repairs. And then a number of vacant units, because, back to this money question, right? Part of the reason these units that Skid Row was spiraling is there wasn't enough income coming in to just take care of the properties and manage them as they needed to be. So first priority is getting these units, the ones that can be fixed up, get folks in them, because we need places for people to live, and then deal with the life safety issues where we have folks get rent coming in, doing physical needs assessments for all of the buildings that need it, so that what we can lead to is an eventual, repositioning of those properties and getting them into hands, getting them in a shape where they can start fresh, and then getting them into hands of responsible, not that, Skid Row, I don't want to call anybody irresponsible, get them into hands of folks who can maintain them going forward. So, I mean, that's the path that we're on. It's going to take a lot of money, and that's hard to come by as we're rolling down HHH and ULA is in question. So we're talking to a lot of folks about that. And then how do we not have more? That's
Yes.
the second part. I mean, I think if I don't want to, I can echo everything that Alan mentioned about the need to have the right physical buildings and the services, but I think it's the operational subsidies. I mean, I think an important thing in the ULA measure as it was written is it recognizes the need for these operational subsidies. I think if we're looking at future funding sources, La Casa or others, we just need to be clear about what are the ongoing operational needs for these buildings, particularly when you're dealing with high acuity populations. There is just not just the services, but there's a need to be able to maintain these buildings, and they're not going to generate enough income, to do it. And maybe we need to think about, not that anyone, I don't know if anyone was or wasn't checking on replacement reserves, but obviously healthy replacement reserves. So it's just being vigilant about what's happening with these properties that we're investing in, going forward. And when we're crafting new funding resources, keeping all those things in mind, front of mind.
Thank you. So in the last 15 minutes we have left, I think talking about our state and federal partners may be worth focusing on. So the state obviously has engaged in a variety of ways. I know the secretary is here, both in terms of significant resources coming down to Los Angeles and throughout California. The legislature has engaged in sort of fast-tracking the development of housing. So just a general question to whoever wants to start off. Do we need more state intervention, less intervention? And if we need more, what if you had a magic wand and you had one wish for the state, what would that look like? Who wants to start?
I guess I'll go first.
Intervention.
On the state level, we obviously need the more macro level of involvement, giving the city and the county support, obviously financially, because as these projects are being built, costs are going up. It's out there. The numbers are through the roof. And by the time a lot of these people get home key funding, for instance, by the time the funding comes and when the project's been in conception till you want to build it, costs have gone up. So you're already starting on a backwards track. So it's very hard. So the state could definitely help with the funding. But also, I think, speaking, for LASA and Jen and everybody sitting here, the city's already gone through a big effort so far. They've gone through the learning curve the last 3-4 years. And letting the local level execute what they've already practiced, and the state provides the support from above. I think that's the biggest thing, because, California's a big state. There's a lot to take care of. You heard about the mayor of Sacramento talking about it. They gotta give us the support, but let us move things forward. That's what I think is one of the most important things, because the city's already paid the learning curve costs, to get through things.
I think, right this moment, sitting here and working with our partner agencies on Home Key 3 application, number one would be more Home Key funds. I think it's a great program and a great opportunity for the city at the local level to make decisions about how we can make investments and act quickly. I think I spent 2 years at SCAG. I lifted up all of the REAP programs. The state was dropping money through MPOs as a way, it's kind of indirect, to help cities make it easier to build housing. And I worked with HCD a lot in that process. And I think, I don't know how to say this in a way that resonates. I feel like there became a disconnect where you're working with the state. A lot of the policies I think are really helpful, like the Housing Accountability Act. I was on the City Planning Commission for 2 years, and let me tell you, that SB 330 was the best thing since sliced bread, because it kind of ended difficult conversations. We're going to approve the project. There's no more discussion to be had. So there's some really good stuff in there, but I think a lot of decisions are made from a perspective that cities are bad actors. That's what was coming at us, and at SCAG, let me tell you, we had a lot of bad actors, but there's a lot of good actors. And so how do we have a different conversation with the state about how do you legislate assuming good actors and be our partner that way? Because I think some of the legislation, it maybe doesn't always work, when you're a good actor. I think like the Surplus Land Act being one example. I know a lot of you have been held up in different ways. So it's written as if a city's never going to allow housing on public land, but it also says every single piece of public land has to be housing, right? So there needs to be a little bit of give and conversation, I think, with the state. So I think that's not the most succinct way to say it, but a conversation from a good actor perspective about state policies and how they affect our ability to act and do what we need to do to support our residents and bring more housing.
Would a state constitutional amendment making housing a human right, does that help or hurt?
I mean, I think that helps, and I believe housing is a human right. I don't know how it helps or hurts. Is it like an emergency order and it would help us do more? Yeah, I mean, I think that's great. I still think it's in the minutia and the finer details on the day-to-day of how the whole panoply of housing laws that come out every year, how do they show up, in our cities? And again, a lot of it's good, but a lot of it needs some refinement, that would be helpful if we had it up front.
Or setting the standard. Felicia, from your point of view, certainly on the services side, you see the limitations of state support. If you had your magic wand, what would you like to see from the state?
Well, I will say that as the CEO at St. Joseph Center, I benefited from the governor's emergency order sending DRVs in, and the city-county partnership that came together, which, we had the parking lot, the state brought the RVs, and the county brought the resources to build it out. And we've saved thousands of lives and built that out right before COVID hit, and many families made it through COVID because of that investment. So again, building on and braiding resources is really important. As a medium-sized nonprofit, we purchased a motel right before I left. That was made possible through the Home Key effort. And so I see how seeds can be planted, and with leverage, we can make some great things happen. And now 500 units of interim housing at a time when we are in crisis, I think is really important. So what I think is crucial, and I know Dashika was here earlier, I don't know if she's still here, is that listening to us and asking us what we need, going back to the state and then saying, okay, this is what we have to offer. How does that resonate? Will that fill gaps? That's much better than just saying, this is what we think you need. And I think that iterative process is important. The Interagency Council on Homelessness that we have at the state level is critically important as well, and we have representatives from the service provider space here speaking into that and coming up with solutions that I think are really important. So more of that and more listening certainly is important.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the points I would make, I hesitated with the term intervention, because at first I thought, oh, that feels a little big brotherish. But I think in terms of, on the positive side, Home Key certainly, I think we've seen major benefits there. I agree with Felicia that I think all funders, not just the state, should be partners in real time, both with the city and county and with the service providers. The state has the ability to provide leverage, certainly, for the resources that they can bring to bear here. And as I said earlier, as we kind of go forward and think about the renewal of H and what it's going to mean in terms of additional federal and state resources, to be really thoughtful and strategic about how state resources could plug in there. And then I think, most recently, I'll call them the pop-ups, but really the bringing all the state departments together, especially targeting some of the encampment work where people in real time have been able to get IDs and birth certificates and access to services, and that's facilitated by the state in cooperation, of course, with local service providers. We've seen real benefit there. So I think we can do a lot more of that to leverage resources.
Alan?
Great. Well, thanks for the question. I'm not going to ask for money. I think the state can continue to model what I think is good behavior. So Mayor Steinberg talked about local control, which is kind of this third rail in land use policy. But, 2017, the state started to say, you know what? under certain conditions, if you're not doing certain things relative to this housing catastrophe that we have localities, we're going to take away your power. We're going to supersede that power. And, Jenna seems to suggest that maybe they didn't get it exactly right, which is probably true. But the really important concept, I think, is that localities operating in their own self-interest over a period of time create a statewide problem. And you've been a big advocate of this idea of let's move out of the local and let's move to a regional. So the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency is an effort to do that. I think there's some missed opportunities about sort of some of the powers that that agency has. But I do think that it's built on the concept that local control is not absolute and shouldn't be absolute. And I'll just share one thing that just breaks my heart. So do you guys all know what Article 34 is? So Article 34 is absolutely racist. Absolutely. Has no business being in our Constitution. And I've polled on this and I've done focus groups. But when you go to a voter and you say, we're going to get rid of Article 34, they say, I don't know what that is. And then you have to say, I'm going to take away your local capacity to determine what gets built in your neighborhood. And they said, no, I don't like that. So they don't know what it is an automatic no vote, and you take away local control, and it's a no vote. If you talk to them about the implications of it and how it works, which is a much longer message than you get in a 30-second soundbite or a postcard, they will vote for it because they realize that it's intrinsically racist. But things like that is what we get when we allow local people to make local decisions that have implications then for us on a regional basis on housing.
Thank you. Well, in the last 5 minutes, I'm curious to get your thoughts about how you're feeling. Are you more optimistic today than maybe you were a year ago? And what's your assessment of where Angelenos are? And so who wants to kick off?
I guess I'll start. I'm giggling over here. I'm more exhausted than I've ever been, but that's just because I've been with Mayor
But you
Bass
look great.
Thank you so much. It's amazing what makeup will do. Been following and working with Mayor Bass for the last 100 some odd days, so yes, I am exhausted because she's amazing. I'm extremely hopeful. People say, what in the world were you thinking you took this job? LASA was really, it reminds me a lot of St. Joseph Center 15 years ago. It needed a lot of leadership, focus, purpose, alignment. But it also reminds me, once you get inside, the amazing people who are hungry for purpose and leadership and a path forward, and minimizing all the bureaucracy and all the noise and getting down to business. So I'm exhausted, but I'm only at the beginning, so I can't afford to be exhausted. I have to renew and continue every day. And when I see where we're going and I see the crisis ahead, can't do this without a strong LASA, a new focused LASA on this terrible humanitarian crisis. And we're all in and ready.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'm optimistic. I don't think you could do this work and not be optimistic, especially doing it for a long time. And I am definitely more optimistic than I was a year ago. And I'm not Pollyanna about that. I think we have real challenges in front of us. I will say, my read on where Angelenos are is I would say that we're losing the battle. I think the PR battle in terms of, the average Angeleno feels very frustrated because what they hear constantly is billions and billions and billions of dollars are being spent, and the problem is getting worse. Now, obviously, the mayor's initiative is trying to turn the corner. I think it's smart and strategic to focus on encampments because at the end of the day, as the mayor said, and I agree with, we could build 500,000 units of housing tomorrow, and as long as there are tents everywhere, people are not going to feel like anything's being done. So I think that piece, I think there's a moment in time. I think the mayor has a lot of support. The Board of Supervisors and the council are aligned. There's a lot of new energy, and that's really good and positive. But unless I think we start to see some really significant changes in the landscape, I think people's skepticism will turn to cynicism. And I worry that, for the renewal of Measure H or whatever the next iteration is, funding is going to be really, really challenging. So personally, very optimistic, concerned about the general pessimism that we experience, but I think that can be turned around.
Yeah, Jenna.
I want to say that I'm optimistic, and I have to say, I didn't imagine working for a political office. I've been mostly in public agencies for 20 years, but the mayor inspires me. And when she won, and ULA won, and La Casa could be formed in November, I said, well, God, if this isn't a moment to try to go take my ridiculous optimism that the public sector can do great work with partners in the private sector and beyond, this is the moment. And so I am humbled when I hear my mayor talk about being a public servant leader, which she says to us, her deputy mayors, and to know that I get to join her in that. And so I'm willing to be exhausted. It's tough.
Yes.
And sit here and try really hard and keep going. And I think what I've seen in recent polling from Angelenos is they are frustrated. They're not clear what's happening with all the money, but they still believe. The polling, United Way did some great polling that's showing us they still think there is a way out of this and that we can invest and work together. So I'm going to take that cautious optimism. I'm going to take our servant leader, mayor, and all of you and your support, and we're going to do it.
We'll lock arms in
Lock arms.
exhaustion and
How about you, Josh? Last few seconds that we have left.
I'm optimistic. I think just sitting in this room and hearing everybody talk, I think everybody's got the positive attitude. And I think under Mayor Bass' new leadership, you bring in a new breath of energy, a new momentum, and I think things are there's gonna be a brighter day tomorrow, and I'm confident in it.
Alan.
Hopeful.
Great. Well, thank you for being an incredible panel, but more importantly, thank you for your incredible service on behalf of Angelenos and particularly the unhoused. Please join me in thanking you.
Way to go, John.
We will now take a short break for lunch. Please feel free to enjoy your lunch in the ballroom. The program will reconvene at 12:50. Thank you.
and domestic and accessible for all of these wonderful places we take you in order to be able to be effective. One of the things we're working on is the production of sustainable aviation fuel. It is our ticket to being able to reduce our carbon footprint. We're really excited. Our partner here in the LA region, World Energy, is located just in Paramount, where we use on every flight out of LAX this incredible resource to help bring our sustainability efforts to life. The other thing I wanted to share with you at United is our continuous effort to invest in our workforce, educating, expanding. It's so important for us to hire local in this effort to recover. We have lots of jobs available at United, so we want to make sure we continue to partner with organizations that are represented here to invest in that recovery effort. So really excited to be here with you and share some news about United Airlines. But I'm extremely excited to share with you and have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Congressmember Maxine Waters. Congresswoman Maxine Waters is one of the most powerful women in American politics today. She has gained a reputation as a fearless and outspoken advocate for women, children, people of color, and the poor. She was elected in November 2022 to her 16th term in the U.S. House of Representatives with more than 70% of the vote in the 43rd Congressional District of California. Congresswoman Waters made history as the first woman and first African-American chair of the House Financial Services Committee. An integral member of congressional Democratic leadership, Congresswoman Waters serves as a member of the Steering and Policy Committee and is the co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional Task Force on Alzheimer's disease. She is also a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and a member and past chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. Prior to her election to the House of Representatives in 1990, Congresswoman Waters had already attracted a national attention for her no-nonsense, no-holds-barred style of politics. During 14 years in the California State Assembly, she rose to the powerful position of the Democratic Caucus Chair. She was responsible for some of the boldest legislation California has ever seen: the largest divestment of state pension funds from South Africa, landmark affirmative action legislation, and the nation's first statewide child abuse prevention training program, the probation of police strip searches for nonviolent misdemeanors, and introduction of the state's first plant closure law. As a national Democratic leader, Congresswoman Waters has long been highly visible in the Democratic Party. Her politics and has served the National Committee since 1980. She was a key leader in 5 presidential campaigns. She is a co-founder of Black Women's Forum, a nonprofit organization of over 1,200 African American women in the Los Angeles area. In the mid-'80s, she also founded Project Build, working with young people in Los Angeles, housing development and job training and placement opportunities. Throughout her career, Congresswoman Waters has been an advocate for international peace, justice, and human rights. Before her election to Congress, she was a leader in the movement to end apartheid and establish democracy in South Africa. Congresswoman Waters has led congressional efforts to mitigate foreclosures and keep American families in their homes during the housing and economic crisis, notably through her role as chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Housing and Community Opportunity in the previous 2 Congresses. She is lauded as African American entrepreneurs for her work to expand contracting and procurement opportunities to strengthen businesses. Long active in women's movement, Representative Waters has given encouragement and financial support to women seeking public office. She is a true advocate and our American hero. Please join me in welcoming this incredible woman to the stage, Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to thank you very much for that very warm and generous welcome. I'd also like to thank the Los Angeles Business Council, including my friend, the wonderful Mary Leslie, for her leadership and for having me here this afternoon. The affordable housing crisis is the most pressing issue across the nation and in our cities, where there is a shortage of nearly 500,000 rental units to low-income families, and nearly 70,000 people are experiencing homelessness. Housing affects our lives and our opportunities, including everything from health outcome and education attainment to access to employment and our city's economic well-being. I'm honored to join you all today to discuss the solutions that will truly make our city of Los Angeles more livable, and to talk about the work that I'm doing in Congress as the top Democrat on the House Financial Services Committee to end homelessness and make affordable housing a reality for everyone in our city. As former chairwoman of the House Financial Services Committee, I secured critical housing relief through pandemic relief legislation, including $46.6 billion in emergency assistance that has helped stabilize over 6 million renters, $14 billion in homelessness assistance, including the first of its kind emergency housing voucher program targeted to people experiencing homelessness. Nearly 7,000 new vouchers were made available throughout the city and county of Los Angeles. With these funds, we helped rehouse and provide services to over 140,000 people experiencing homelessness, including the city of Los Angeles, where the goal was to rehouse at least 10,000 people experiencing homelessness between 2021 and 2022. Additionally, we provided $10 billion in homeowner assistance funds, which California receiving over $1 million to establish the nation's largest state-administered homeowner assistance fund. Over $106.5 million in assistance has already helped more than 3,500 families across Los Angeles County avoid foreclosure and remain stably housed. Throughout the pandemic, I pressed the federal government to take every action possible to house the most vulnerable in our city. And through the funding, I secured the American Rescue Plan. We proactively included programmatic flexibilities to ensure paperwork requirements were not a barrier to getting people housed with emergency housing vouchers, and we allowed for the creative use of the home program investments, such as the conversions of hotels to homes. And as a result, we were able to house more than 140,000 people between 2021 and 2022 across the country. Building on these lessons learned during the pandemic about how to efficiently and quickly house people, the Biden administration yesterday launched its All Inside initiative. This plan, which will focus on the city of Los Angeles and the state of California, in addition to a few other jurisdictions around the country, will dedicate staff from each of the federal agencies with responsibilities and funding for homelessness to work closely with our local officials and organizations. All Inside will help demystify the federal process by helping our folks at the local level to understand how best use the American Rescue Plan dollars and other funds that we've already secured. In LA, I expect that this initiative will help service providers to identify opportunities for technical assistance, obtain waivers for existing requirements like Medicaid waivers, and importantly, receive regulatory relief from HUD. Mayor Bass noted yesterday that it feels like there are a million forms that have to be filled out to house someone, and how this initiative will help us streamline the application process. So I expect this initiative will also help focus the city's and state's efforts to house veterans and youth aging out of foster care. And the goal is that the feds will take the lessons they learn from what we're doing on the ground and share them around the country. I believe that this initiative will help me, my colleagues in Congress, and the administration be smarter about how best to direct federal funding towards ending homelessness. As you know, much more is needed to fully address the epic proportions of our nation's housing and homelessness crisis. Last Congress, I worked with President Biden to secure over $150 billion for fair and affordable housing investments and what we called Build Back Better Act, which passed the House, but unfortunately, it did not move in the Senate. The bill included historic levels of funding to increase the supply of affordable housing, including $24 billion for new housing choice vouchers, which would have funded more than 300,000 additional vouchers. $67 billion to expand and improve public housing and funding to help local governments streamline barriers to housing development, such as zoning laws, and to increase local capacity for housing inspections and permitting in order to speed up the affordable housing production process. This is very important. LABC's recent housing study provides a powerful analysis of how necessary these types of improvements are here in Los Angeles. I'm continuing to press for these funds this Congress, but unfortunately, I'm running into big-time opposition from Republicans. Even though homelessness is an issue that affects every state, city, and town across the country, my Republican colleagues have been reluctant, if not hostile, to providing more funding to proven, evidence-based programs to house the most vulnerable. I've been describing my plan for a renewal in both urban and rural areas, an American renaissance, if you will, to show how we can address the housing affordability crisis across the country. And I hope that this new initiative will better make the case. One of the problems that we have with Republicans is they think that we direct everything toward the urban areas, while they are the ones who refuse to be fighters for what is going on in the rural communities and towns. Many of the towns that they represent are in terrible shape with dilapidated housing. There's even housing that does not have running water. And so what I'm doing is reaching out to them to talk about this rural-urban renaissance. So hopefully I can somewhat embarrass them, but also encourage them to come together to finally do something about housing in these towns and communities that they represent that they have done nothing about. And so, we won't stop fighting for fair and affordable housing while we continue our fight for these historic levels of investments to reduce inflation and grow the economy. We're also fighting to maintain existing funding for housing. As Republicans threaten, listen at this, to default on our nation's debt, they plan to slash the federal housing budget up to 40% while instituting harmful work requirements at a time when the threat of a recession and rising unemployment loom. The Department of Housing and Urban Development estimates that these budget cuts would push over 500,000 people into homelessness. Let me be clear, we cannot and we will not let this happen. We're fighting every day to increase the debt limit, and if we don't get it done, government will shut down, jobs will be lost, housing will be a thing that you can't even talk about, and on and on and on. But I want you to know we have a wonderful leader in the Democratic caucus, Hakeem Jeffries, and we're planning every strategy that we can think of to outdo them so that we could get the debt limit increased. This is extraordinarily important. It is the top of the agenda right now in the House and in the Senate. Today's discussion is much more important and timely given these mounting threats. I want to share one housing development that you may have heard about regarding fees for new homeowners. Now, I want you to listen very carefully because it gets a little bit complicated and a lot of people don't get it. And I've said to everyone that's involved in these kinds of issues, we've got to do something to make the understanding easier for people as they wonder what the hell we're doing when we use all of these initials and words that nobody knows anything about. So I'm going to walk through this as slowly as I can, and afterwards you'll probably tell me, I don't know what the hell you said. In order to meet increased capital requirements to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that were established under the Trump administration, the Federal Housing Finance Agency Director, Sandra Thompson, who oversees Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the Federal Home Loan Banks, directed enterprises to update and develop their pricing framework. After 18 months of review, she announced several pricing changes to take effect on May 1st, 2023. The changes that are now in effect include increased upfront fees, also known as loan level price adjustments, LLPAs, on high balance and second home loans, which have higher risk of payoff before the end of a 30 or 15-year mortgage, which can diminish capital. That was announced on February 5, 2022. Elimination of similar fees for creditworthy, low to moderate income, first-time home buyers, rural areas, loans for manufactured housing, and other mission borrowers, as well as an increase in LLPAs for cash-out refinance loans, which often strip homeowners of their wealth-building potential, and that was announced October 22, and modified LLPAs across purchase, rate term refinance, and cash-out refinance loans. That was announced on January 19, 2023. The average borrower with an enterprise-backed mortgage is expected to receive a minimal increase of 3 to 4 basis points, or less than 0.05% of their interest rate as a result of these changes. My Republican colleagues raised concerns that these changes will result in higher credit score borrowers paying more so that lower credit score borrowers can pay less. That's absolutely not true. It is absolutely not true. That is inaccurate. Lower credit score borrowers never pay less than someone who has a high credit score. Additionally, this slight increase in these LLPAs overall will ensure that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are on a sound financial footing and will have a minimum impact on all borrowers. You get it? At the top, as the top Democrat on the House Financial Services Committee, I will continue the work to expand affordable housing for communities here in Los Angeles. And I hope that we can continue to count on community members and leaders who are here today to ensure everyone has a safe and stable place to call home. Since my first day in this city as the chief deputy for someone that most of you won't remember, Councilman Cunningham's office, and throughout my 50 years of public service, making sure that every member of this community has a home has been my top priority. As I've long said, we have a responsibility as elected officials to make good public policy decisions that are in the best interest of all people, not just some. The federal government must do everything in its power through funding, regulation, and innovative uses of underutilized land and buildings to promote affordable housing in every community. So before I close, I know that many of you are concerned about the recent bank failures, including the fall of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and First Republic. In particular, many of you are probably aware that SVB had pledged, that is Silicon Valley Bank, had pledged $9 billion to California communities when it acquired another institution in 2021, and are wondering what happens to these commitments. I'm concerned as well. The commitment included $4 billion for community development loans and investments, and $1.1 billion for equitable, affordable housing initiatives such as mortgages for low to moderate income borrowers, housing counseling, and homeless services and prevention. I learned that as of last year, the bank had deployed $2 billion of investment in the state, including $150 million for affordable housing development in Los Angeles. I've written to the chair of the FDIC and the CEO of First Citizens Bank, that's the bank that acquired Silicon Valley Bank, which purchased, of course, again, Silicon Valley Bank on March 26, to ensure that they honor the $9 billion commitment to Californians. Rest assured, I'm on top of this, and the FDIC and First Citizens Bank knows it. So I'm going after that money for California that was committed. I wanted to share a little bit of information with you about the bank failures. First of all, I want you to understand that the prudential regulators did a fabulous job within 48 hours of the closure of Silicon Valley to make sure that the bank could be sold, found a buyer, and put it all together over the weekend that took place to make sure that when we woke up on Monday morning, there would not be a run on the banks and that we had contained contagion. And I want you to know that while many people talk about the government does not always do a good job, our regulators, we're talking about the feds, we're talking about FDIC, we're talking about the Treasury, we're talking about OCC. They did a marvelous job, and you ought to give them a big round of applause. And so, of course, we have to continue to work very hard and keep an eye on what's going on with all of our banks. And of course, we have some of our regionals that we're keeping a close eye on. And I want you to know that some of our regional banks afforded loans to commercial properties that are not in use anymore. With more people working from home, they have lost all of that revenue that they would have. And so we've got to make sure that we do everything that we can to keep them safe and sound, or if there is some kind of transition where they can be purchased, that we do it in the similar fashion that we have been doing to ensure that there are no run on the banks. So I feel pretty good about the fact that banking is safe and secure in the country, and we're on top of it. And I feel safe and very, very secure about the fact that we have the tools that we need in order to cure any of the problems that were realized in the banks. Yes, some are having to take credit for a little mismanagement, and our supervisors are having to take a little credit for perhaps not pushing hard enough when there were red flags in some of the banks that have run into problems. But I want you to know, when you take a look at Silicon Valley Bank, for example, it was perhaps the only bank that really understood the creativity that was going on in this country and certainly in that area. And it was the bank that a lot of our young, new, creative people flocked to. What the bank did was it did not regard its risk responsibility. And so what they did was they gave out loans to these young, new, creative people that did not require all of the information that they would require from you or I if we were applying for a loan. And 90% of all of the deposits were not insured. We're not going to let that happen again. The FDIC is on putting together what we do in order to make sure that there's insurance for all depositors. And so if there's any message that I can leave with you today, it is this. The banking community is important to our economy. We can't do without them. We've got to make sure that there is good management. And when we discover that there is not the management that is needed, our supervisors in the prudential regulatory agencies have to be tougher on them and make sure that they understand that they know that they are not handling risk very well. I won't go into detail about it, but because of inflation and because of the fact that interest rates had to be increased in order to stabilize the economy, what many of our banks did not realize was that the securities that they were holding didn't have the value that they had when they bought them. And so that was not included in the balance sheet. And so that was a mistake. Risk management is everything in the banks, and supervision is everything with our regulatory agencies. We're on it. We're going to keep on it. We're going to make sure you're safe and sound. There's no contagion, and there's no run on our banks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome our next conversation, Proven Methods to Combat Poverty in Los Angeles, moderated by Peter Laharn, President and CEO of the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation.
Afternoon, everyone. Well, that is one tough act to follow.
That's right.
50 years of public service and still going strong. May it be an example to all of us. And, you know, our panel is coming right after your lunch, but we will do our best to keep up the energy and enthusiasm of this morning. I was very heartened not only by the optimism of the speakers, but also by the optimism of the crowd. This is a step-up moment. And the energy in this room is palpable. May you all take it home with you and do something really good with it. So as was said, my name is Peter Laharn. I'm the president of the Conrad Hilton Foundation. And we're talking this afternoon about proven methods to combat poverty in Los Angeles. Thank you so much to LABC, terrific program this morning for involving the foundation. We are a foundation with our roots in Los Angeles. We grant globally, but this is our hometown. And we are very proud to be part of this diverse and creative and can-do city. A word about our mission, it is laced with the word love, which you may not hear all the time either from foundations or from governments, but I think it's the basis of what we do. In Conrad Hilton's will, he said, "Love one another, for that is the whole law. And our fellow people deserve to be loved and encouraged, never to be abandoned, to wander alone in poverty and darkness." Now, in order to address the experience of poverty, we believe, among other things, that it's important to focus on people's well-being in a joined-up, creative way. We recognize that people face many barriers when they navigate multiple complex systems to get their basic needs met for food, for housing, for employment, for transportation, for quality childcare. Our systems often do not work in concert with one another, and they leave people feeling abandoned. This is why here in Los Angeles we focus on the areas of homelessness, foster youth, youth workforce, and early childhood. And while we work to address these issues through grants, which are important, I think we have another arm-locking sort of value add, and that is the ability to bring people together. And we say today, count on us to help people come together creatively in this moment, and make their work together be more meaningful than they could do apart. We have patient capital, the the ability to pause and think deeply on issues, which is a luxury for those in government and in business. And we invest in evaluation and research to learn from what works. So one of the themes for today's conference is, how can we co-create a more livable Los Angeles? Well, for starters, in order to improve livability, we need a well-functioning government and systems that equitably allow for people to thrive. This is why Hilton focuses on what I call the plumbing or the wiring of the system. We have our names on enough buildings, we don't need another, but really to help the system itself work. And this is why I'm really excited to be here today with two government leaders who have shown that they're able to do just that. On my left, Supervisor Holly Mitchell, County of Los Angeles, who represents, as you know, 2 million residents in the 2nd District. She's the daughter of civil servants and a third-generation Angelina, and she leads with a deep understanding of the vital safety net LA County provides to millions of families, and she's committed to ensuring that all residents can thrive. Since being elected to the Board of Supervisors in 2020, Supervisor Mitchell has made poverty alleviation a county-wide priority and has anchored an equitable recovery plan from the health and economic pandemic caused by COVID-19. Within her first year as supervisor, and with support from the County Board of Supervisors, Holly Mitchell passed a landmark guaranteed income program, made LA County the first in the nation to phase out urban oil drilling, and has strengthened the county's ability to quickly respond to mental health crises among our unhoused residents. And as of this week, she is the freshly minted chair of the LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency. Welcome, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
On Supervisor Mitchell's left, we have Jason Poo, the Region 9 Administrator for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Jason serves as Regional Administrator for HUD Region 9, covering the states of Arizona, California, Hawaii, Nevada, and the Outer Pacific Islands. President Biden appointed Mr. Poo to the position in 2021. Prior to joining HUD, Mr. Poo was mayor and council member in San Gabriel, in LA County, and a business attorney with experience in real estate, finance, and corporate and venture capital. He uses his business and local government experience in his role as regional administrator to align all levels of government, federal, state, local, and tribal, and both the public and private sectors to work together in advancing HUD's mission and addressing homelessness and housing affordability throughout Region 9. So I'd like to start with a question to you, Supervisor Mitchell, and it's on narratives. Changing the dominant narrative that surrounds who and why people experience poverty as a priority of yours, and one the foundation shares. How do assumptions about people living in poverty inhibit our collective response? We often focus on individual choices, but what are some of the biggest structural barriers to and systemic changes needed to end poverty in LA County? And how can government and the private sector contribute to reframe, and how are you tackling this topic from your county post?
I appreciate that, and it's great to be with you both, and great to see everybody here, really trying to have this conversation. You know, your first question is so profound because, you know, when I think about it, every government structure inherently has been designed to cater to some segments of the population and keep others out. There is a reason why a disproportionate number of our unhoused here in LA are Black people. There's a reason why a disproportionate number of children in DCFS, people in county jail, people in state prison, are Black people. There is a reason when we look at redlining, when we look at systems of government that are designed to catch people, have over decades created the scenario in which we're all living and facing today. And it's tragically based on a white supremacist ideology that is holding people back, making sure people are living in environmentally toxic communities. That's not by accident. And unfortunately, through our culture, we then blame people who live in hardly reached communities for the conditions in which they're living. They should do better. They lack educational attainment. They. And so my interest in running for public office, in serving in government, has been to bring government where people are to meet their needs, and to think creatively, and to think outside the box. On the product, my mother was a social worker in South LA. during the original war on poverty. And so I grew up in a household where, frankly, all the adults in my circle were either worked for the county or they were on the county. And the reality was there was no distinction between the two. It was a time, much like now, as a result of the federal dollars coming as a result of COVID, where she as a young social worker could be creative in writing grants and actually employing the women on her caseload. We are at a crossroads now where, given all that we've learned and acknowledged, given the fact that equity is spoken out of our mouths, every 3 seconds, how do we operationalize that in a meaningful, functional way? I want us to not respond as government always has with too little, too late, but to be proactive and to invest in communities that have been disproportionately harmed at a disproportionate rate. That's the only way we're going to truly begin to address multi-generational poverty. And that's the only way we're going to truly address the disproportionality of poverty in LA City, county, and in our country.
Terrific. Jason Poo, let's talk about vouchers. These are a really important issue here. The LA has, one sec. So critical safety net tool, and one of the things we know is that Congress only allocates enough funding for about a quarter of the need, and challenges exist getting those vouchers to be accepted by landlords. So what should we be doing here, and where do you want us all to push?
I think actually this is a really amazing time, a historic time, one in which we're turning the corner. And this year in particular is one where the amount that our vouchers are worth and the rents that are out there in the marketplace are intersecting. And so there's, I think, a really, really small but important window of opportunity that we have to do landlord outreach, to reach out to landlords, to address some of the things that Supervisor Mitchell was saying, to show landlords that big and small, institutional or mom and pop, that the folks who are part of our Section 8 programs, that are part of our homelessness services programs, are just people, just like you and me, just like any other people. I've had the chance to meet and talk with so many resident roundtables, and somebody got hurt, or yes, they fell into substance abuse, they lost their job. Those are the reasons that people become homeless. Among a myriad of them. I can't even begin to enumerate them all, but there are circumstances that could happen to any of us. And when they're given a second chance, they're given the opportunity to stabilize, to get the wraparound services, and to do better and be on a better pathway. You talk with them, and they're so grateful, and they're just people like any one of us. Not only that, but when you talk to large institutional landlords, many of them who are in the Section 8 program did better than landlords who were outside of the program during the pandemic.
Exactly.
And so we have this amazing opportunity. If you were frustrated with an eviction moratorium, now we can flip the script and say, hey, we've got a program here that you're going to have guaranteed payments backed by the federal government. The amount of rent that you're going to get is going to be similar or very close to what you're going to be able to get out there on the open market. There's no financial trade-offs. There's very low defaults within the program. If we can destigmatize the participants and make sure that landlords understand that they're not only, they're not going to experience a financial trade-off, but they're also doing social good for everyday ordinary people. I think we can expand the market share that we have of the voucher program, make sure we get to full utilization, and help more and more families. That goes from those who are formerly experiencing homelessness to those who are just low income or very low income as well.
Super, thanks, Jason. And I think that everyone has well absorbed the question about what is the pitch to the landlords. And
Yes,
we can all work on that in our various spheres. How about the DC side of the question and this step-up moment? If only a quarter of the need is being addressed, what can be done there?
Well, that's true throughout the country, not just here in LA. I look to Congresswoman Waters. I think that, the question of resources is always one where we don't have enough to serve the overwhelming need that we experience. But the silver lining or the light at the end of the tunnel is that we can work on the things you talked about, the plumbing, to unclog the system, to improve system performance. We're right now doing a cross-office TA with some of the local partners that I see here. So I want to thank HACLA, LACTA, and LASA for their participation in that. County and the city will also be involved quite a bit as well, especially as we move forward with the All Inside initiative that the White House announced yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, come on,
that deserves a round of applause. If you don't know what I'm talking about yet, go and look it up, because this will be how the federal government leans in and allows for local nonprofits, for-profit developers, local agencies to stack and layer federal resources from different agencies to get the job done and to push for more flexibilities in our federal programs.
And I would just say stacking and layering and braiding funding is what we have to do. This past Tuesday board meeting, we had a presentation really kind of on our bed count. We look at our Office of Diversion Reentry, our mental health beds, and there was a column about funding source. And it was every kind of funding source from Measure H to what you could think of. And it's going to be important that we have the flexibility from the feds to braid funding, to create the kind of structure we need to build what we need for whom needs it.
Exactly right. And I imagine if we succeed on the first part about landlord uptake, we may have a better case to succeed on the second question about increasing funding here. But we will all be braiders, I think. Supervisor Mitchell, what did we learn from COVID about social safety nets, and what should we take forward and amplify?
Well, we as government learned that we could actually cut through our own red tape and provide services that everybody knows are necessary for people to survive and thrive. And that, guess what? People don't wake up in the morning trying to figure out how they can defraud government. People have needs, tragically, tend to continue to have those same level of needs. So if we don't have a quarterly status report for Medi-Cal, if we close our DPSS offices, if we trust people to do what's right for their families, if we do a child care tax credit, if we do a guaranteed income program, people will do what's right to meet the needs of their family. So my secret hope, don't tell anybody, is that we will learn from those experiences and not go back to business as usual. That we will continue to give people the resources they need to take care of themselves and their families in a holistic, decriminalized way. That we will continue to streamline, that we'll continue to work collaboratively, and continue to act in a humane fashion. It took COVID, that level of pandemic, for us all to feel like our backs were against the wall. Everybody, whether you rely on government for your housing, your child care, your food, your transportation or not, everybody had our collective back against the wall. And that forced a level of creativity, a level of partnership with philanthropy, with government, with business, that I really hope continues. I hope we don't forget that. Because, the sky didn't fall. The sky didn't fall when these relationships were forged, and I hope that we continue them.
And, of course, in the emergency declarations that the county and the city did, we have a perfect opportunity to do Act 2.
Yes.
How is that going internally?
Well, again, for all of us, those of us who are elected and others, to acknowledge that the unhoused numbers and rate and who is unhoused in our city and county is a moral crisis.
Absolutely.
And I was mentioning earlier, I had the privilege of leading a Senate delegation to Utah over 10 years ago to see how they had reduced their chronic unhoused population by 90% over a decade. And it took me a minute to figure out, what's unique here. And it was that every level of government was in alignment. They had term limits. People came and left office. There were different political parties in control. It didn't matter. Everyone was singing from the same hymnal. And when I got back home to California, I thought, I've never experienced that here. I think we are in a moment in time where we are all in alignment. We heard the Congresswoman, we hear the mayor, we've heard from the White House, the county. We are in alignment. Philanthropy, private sector, we are in alignment. And so I want us to run and lock arms to the finish line as fast as we possibly can. I believe in LA County, we could get to functional zero in terms of our unhoused in way under a decade.
Nice.
We could do it. That's not even an aspirational goal. It can be done as long as we all keep focused on our priorities and keep our foot on the accelerator. My little concern about us keeping our foot on the accelerator is the recession, looking at the state budget proposal and their proposed deficit, and we can't afford to get distracted. We can't cut resources to entitlement programs and support programs when the economy suffers, because that's when our constituents need those supports the most. So it's counterintuitive. When government's broke, the only way we stay afloat is to cut. But we're going to have to figure out a different way this time. We have seen that pattern repeatedly, and we're going to have to do it different to continue to lean in on solving for this crisis.
Amen. Absolutely. And I would, yes, please, let's do that. And if I could just take the moderator hat off for a second and just speak as a civic leader. You know, I think we've heard today about a lot of government alignment and really exemplary and energizing. I think we collectively in this room, those of us who are not in government, should really put together a Friends of the Emergency Declaration civic effort, right? And stand up ourselves and lock arms with our elected leaders who've shown the way. But the editorial comment and
one that I like.
Administrator Prue, I have a question about HUD's award of $157 million for renewal and new projects in the LA County Community Continuum of Care. Can you talk about how these funds can be used and what outcomes you expect to see from them?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the vast majority of those funds are renewal funds. There's money there for the majority of it for permanent supportive housing. A lot of it actually going directly to the county. I think about 45 million of the 157. This is just this year's annual COC award for LA County. It's the LA City and County Continuum of Care. There's also money in there for rapid rehousing and transitional housing projects and programs. And so I think that we expect to see these resources supplement or complement the local resources that are available, and the $60 million in the unsheltered homelessness grant that we also provided, because a lot of these programs and projects are identified by the local agencies. And so we're providing the funding. We expect to see the money be put to work equitably, efficiently, and effectively, and to be part of this new All Inside initiative to really, I think, supercharge, the homelessness response. As Supervisor Mitchell said, we do see the alignment at every level, and I think that working together, we can deliver meaningful and tangible results, within the next couple of years, right? Things don't change and turn overnight. I like to say oftentimes that we have decades of underinvestment in housing and services, but we're turning a corner and we're making that start now. And I think that, not just now, but I think we're making the climb now. And I think that we expect to see, real results that we can measure and that you can feel when you're out there, within a couple of years.
Thank you so much for the resources. We are breeding as rapidly as we can.
Oh, I wish I had them just to pull out of my pocket and give, but But that is also in large part thanks to Congress and thanks to our folks in Washington, D.C. who worked very hard on this. The unsheltered, package was a first of its kind package of resources that was, underutilized funds from even back to 2015. And so it's a way of being innovative in an environment where it's very difficult to get anything new passed, at this point in time.
Great. Well, and then a question where the two of you can kind of riff off one another. The relationship between housing and employment, right? Hard to keep a job if you don't have a home, hard to have a home if you don't have a job. How do these work together? How are we making sure that they work together in this moment?
Okay. I mean, I'll uplift the work that I've seen a lot of our housing authorities do. We have a program called Family Self-Sufficiency that looks to how do you not punish families for doing better so that they're not afraid to do better economically, so they can maintain their housing while they continue to climb the rungs of the economic ladder, right? That helps them to save and then put away so that they can eventually buy their own home or be sufficient as well. And it's not just that program, but many agencies, authorities throughout at least Region 9 I've seen are focused on this and how to have a structure that does not disincentivize doing better, right? And getting the job training, getting new skills, getting a new career. At the same time, we are also doing some of the things that I think were mentioned earlier about hiring people with lived experience and/or hiring residents who are part of projects. I was just at a project, a Choice Neighborhood project in Sacramento yesterday, and there's a couple of them here in LA as well, where residents can get job training and skills and be on a career pathway. They'll even work on the buildings sometimes, not just construction jobs, but sometimes it is that. They'll work on the same building, the same unit that they end up then living in. That's the replacement of whatever they had before. And then it gives that person and that family a whole new career path as well. And so those are some of the ways I think that we're leaning in, and I think that, credit and kudos to our local housing authorities who really run these programs, throughout the state, throughout Region 9, that not only help to maintain and expand the stock of affordable housing that we have, but then also help our families, the residents in HUD-assisted households, to do better economically, save for the future, and become self-sufficient and homeowners themselves.
Fantastic. Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
I'd say a couple things. First of all, we're clear. We all know the magic number in terms of our deficit here in LA County. And the reality is for every temporary bed we build, we need 5 forms of housing to really meet the need, all the way to permanent supportive. And so we've got to build, we've got to make sure landlords, the existing housing stock becomes available. We have to maintain affordability. Secondly, I would say I was very proud as a member of the legislature to carry the bill that created California as a housing first state. And that for me is so basic. If you don't have stable housing, you can't address any other aspect of your life. Your substance use disorder, your mental health issue, your DV issue, anything. And so making sure that we address that and acknowledge that people need housing before they can begin to think about job training or going to school or whatever comes next. We of course need to make those programs available. I'm very proud to be a member of the county family that has used our ARPA dollars, thank you federal government, in creative ways, in ways that the county perhaps never envisioned before, in supporting micro enterprise and supporting small employers, from faith-based organizations to nonprofits to small businesses, in creating grant opportunities to shore up our small business, to create apprenticeship programs, to make sure that people with lived experience, people who have been touched by our systems, be it our carceral system or our foster care system, have opportunity for training in innovative future career opportunities. We are doing all of that simultaneously. First and foremost, people need to be housed. and feel a sense of security so they can open themselves and avail themselves to those opportunities so we won't continue to have this churn. Everyone I talk to who's unhoused in my neighborhood has been housed and lost it. So we've got to stop the churn, and creating solid employment opportunities will help people, in addition to the supportive services, not only find housing, but be stable in that housing to help themselves and their children.
Super, super. Well, you have an audience of people from government, from the private sector, from philanthropy, and I think they've demonstrated this morning that they are willing and enthusiastic. What would you suggest to them as next steps in this step-up moment? And we can wind up with this.
I think you mentioned it earlier too, in putting a call out to philanthropy. I know philanthropy, and particularly the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation, has been there here in LA County, specifically on housing and homelessness issues. I would say, bringing the private sector to the table as well. I think we are aligning on the public side. Federal, state, county, city, tribal governments are all getting on board and working on how we can deploy the resources, again, equitably, efficiently, effectively, make system improvements and unclog the system where it's clogged. But then if we are also able to bring the private sector to the table, both philanthropically and nonprofit, for-profit, affordable housing developers, then I think the sky's the limit. That's where I feel like we really are turning a corner. We need to increase capacity at every level, as you mentioned, and whether it's, as Supervisor Mitchell mentioned, like interim, transitional, permanent supportive housing, or permanent housing, or just regular market rate housing. We need to increase capacity at every single level so that we can address the needs that are there on the street, so we can prevent additional homelessness from happening, and then we're providing the throughput, as some people put it, that is needed also for folks who are in interim housing now to be in just regular permanent or permanent supportive housing. So it's going to take both the public and private sector, and I think that this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, has a right in providing the incentives and in providing the subsidies to the targeted subsidies to really make it happen. And I think as I mentioned, like with the HCV program, the Section 8 program, where it's not a trade-off. It's not about maximize profit or do social good. I think that everybody here in this room can do both and really satisfy that double bottom line. And actually, the third bottom line too. I mean, we also have sustainability funds now too. Within HUD, it's called the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program. So we have about $1 billion there for building retrofits to increase climate resiliency and energy efficiency. So I think that we're targeting everything that I think needs to be targeted to really achieve all the goals that we've been mentioning in terms of both affordable housing, homelessness, and wealth building, and also climate resilience.
Super. Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Ditto. I think every Angelino has to decide that if the numbers we hear, be it the point-in-time count numbers that we hear, or the people we see in RVs and the encampments on our own streets, in our own communities, if everyone decides that that is something you are uncomfortable with, that this is not the kind of city or culture you want to live in, then everyone has to decide that we are willing for our own block to look different. We all have to make the decision that if we're going to build 500,000 housing units in LA, I have to be willing for the composition of my block to be different. We have to acknowledge there may be more density, ADUs, whatever the case may be. Because what can't happen is what I experience regularly on Sundays while at Costco, when someone comes up to me and says, Are you senator, supervisor, whatever them jobs you've had? What are you going to do about homelessness?
Yeah.
And my grandfather told me, if you point at somebody, there are 3 fingers pointing back at you. And so depending upon how much I have in my cart or what my time is like determines how long I engage. But I will typically say, government can't solve this problem in isolation by ourselves. And if you feel that strongly about it, what are we going to do collectively? And so I asked the question, how are you willing for your block to be different? Because what has always struck me, I have the wonderful privilege of representing communities from Koreatown to Hancock Park to South LA, to Little Ethiopia, to Carson, to Ladera. And when the state legislature was looking at a couple of bills that was going to restrict local government's ability around zoning, I got the same model letter from Hancock Park in South LA. Don't change the charm of my neighborhood. You live and work hard and I don't want my property value to decrease and blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. Then what are we going to collectively do about the moral dilemma facing us as a city? And that is to house our family, friends, and neighbors, because that's who the unhoused are. What are we going to do? So the one thing I hope the people in this room would walk away with may not be anything you heard on our panel, but that you heard something today from someone that resonates with the nature of the work you do, that speaks to you, that will inform your actions starting when you leave Luskin. What are we going to collectively do as Angelenos to create the kind of Los Angeles that we can all grow old in with dignity and our children can grow up and thrive? We all have a responsibility and a role to play. And I hope you're willing to take yours.
All right, let's give a big hand to the two. Thank you very much.
Please welcome our spotlight speaker, Ellie Casson, Head of City Policy and Government Affairs for Waymo.
It has always been in our nature to chase new firsts. It has always been in our to experience something before anyone else. To experience something before anyone else. It's part of what makes us human. This drive to take the first step and do something new for the first time. Welcome to the world's first fully autonomous ride-hailing service.
The City Policy and Government Affairs team for Waymo. Thank you to LABC for having us sponsor this event. Today, I'd like to introduce you to our company, tell you a little bit about the work that we are doing in Los Angeles, and share some of our aspirations for how Waymo will fit harmoniously into the region's transportation ecosystem. So Waymo stands for A Way Forward in Mobility. We're an autonomous vehicle technology company with a mission to make it safe and easy for people and things to get to where they're going. Fully autonomous technology holds the promise to improve road safety and offer new mobility options to millions of people. Safety is at the core of Waymo's mission. Today, there are 50 million injuries and 1.35 million deaths worldwide every year due to vehicle crashes. 200 people a year are killed in crashes on LA streets, and half of the deaths in LA involve a vulnerable road user like a pedestrian, cyclist, or motorcyclist. Residents of underserved communities, children, and the elderly are disproportionately killed in traffic crashes here in LA. There's a theme to the vast majority of the incidents: human error and inattention. According to a definitive NHTSA study of thousands of actual crashes in the US, the critical reason for 94% of those crashes was assigned to the human driver. This means that even if other factors also played a role, the final and critical factor in the causal chain was some kind of human error in the overwhelming majority of the studied crashes. At Waymo, we believe that by eliminating human error from the driving experience, lives can be saved, injuries prevented, and mobility increased for those who do not have access or the ability to drive a car. This is why in 2009, Waymo, then known as the Google Self-Driving Car Project, set out on a mission to develop the world's safest and most experienced driver. We call this technology the Waymo driver. The Waymo driver can see in all directions simultaneously up to 3 football fields away. It can see in daytime, in nighttime. It never gets drowsy, drunk, or distracted by cell phones. Over the last decade and a half, we've driven over 20 million miles on public roads, over 20 billion miles in simulation, and we've driven across 13 states in a wide variety of conditions, from the snowy, dense streets of New York City, to torrential downpours in Miami, to scorching heat in Death Valley. That's over 1,000 years of human driving experience that benefits every vehicle in our fleet. We've now been at this long enough that we have the data to show that Waymo can and is increasing safety rates in the communities where we drive. For example, this spring, we published a safety paper, one of a number that we've published and validated by outside parties, summarizing our first 1 million miles of fully autonomous miles, what we call rider only. 1 million miles is equivalent to about 80 years of human driving for the average American. During our first 1 million miles, there were only 2 collisions. Technically 20 contact events total, 18 were minor, but included in the report for transparency. But for those 2 collisions, Waymo was rear-ended by a distracted driver in one, and in both cases, another car, the human driver of the other car made 1 or more road violations. There were no vulnerable road users involved in any of the 20 cases. This is just one example from that safety paper. Given our performance on Arizona and California roads, we know the Waymo driver is successful at reducing injuries and fatalities today. So, we are delivering on the hypothesis and the mission that motivated the start of this work 14 years ago. There are a few things I like to clarify when introducing folks to our technology. One is that we are truly fully autonomous. Unlike other tech that may ask you to take over the driving, Waymo is always the driver from beginning to end. No one is required at the wheel. The Society of Automotive Engineers has a scale to distinguish this. For levels 1 through 3, there still needs to be a human driver. None of these systems are fully autonomous, but rather driver assist. At Waymo, we are pursuing level 4 technology and above. This means that a car with no one in it picks you up and brings you to your destination while you ride comfortably in the back. Further, you don't buy a Waymo, you hail a Waymo using our Waymo One app. You just enter your destination like you would with another ride-hailing app, confirm your trip details, and one of our all-electric vehicles will come to pick you up. Since 2017, we've been offering our Waymo One service in Phoenix and the greater Phoenix area. Anyone can download the app, you yourself could, and within minutes be traveling around the region in a car with no human behind the wheel. We offer rides to and from the Sky Harbor Airport, so next time you travel to Phoenix, I encourage you to give it a try. In 2021, we started welcoming members of the public to try our service in San Francisco. And last fall, we announced something that, as an Angelino, I'm personally very excited about. We're taking all of our progress, all of our learnings, and bringing it to Los Angeles. Said another way, LA will be the next city where we launch Waymo One. Today, Waymo has a small fleet of cars testing on roads here in LA County. It's possible that some of you may have seen our vehicles in neighborhoods and cities like downtown, Hollywood, Koreatown, Baldwin Hills, Mid-City, Santa Monica, and more. Today, these cars are doing a mix of mapping with a human driver, controlling the car autonomously, mapping with a human controlling the car, autonomous driving with a human safety operator behind the wheel, and fully autonomous driving with no one behind the wheel. Currently, members of the public can't use our service in LA, but I encourage you to visit our website and join our waitlist so that you'll be among the first people to use our service when the state of California grants us the required authorization to open the service up to you. Until then, we're going to continue to learn about local road conditions and driving habits and deepen our community relationships that we've started to build and our understanding of the region's transportation needs. Our goal is to eventually serve the 500+ square mile greater Los Angeles area and to integrate into the region's dynamic transportation system in a way that's complementary to the many endeavors that the public sector has underway. What I want to really emphasize, given the focus this afternoon on transportation, is that Waymo's unique among tech companies in that our technology exists in the public right-of-way. So this means that we have the opportunity and, frankly, the obligation to partner with the public sector and on their long-range transportation plans and projects. We want to basically be another tool in your toolbox. For example, we look forward to working with Metro to find out how we can provide first last mile connections to their increasingly robust transit system. We're excited to learn if there's a way we can collaborate with LADOT and LA28 to shuttle people to and from the car-free Olympic villages in 5 years' time. We think that our all-electric fleet will help LA take a huge step towards reaching its goal of electrifying all transportation by 2050. And we know that a strong relationship with the utilities will be essential to delivering on that. And when our tech comes to a new city, it comes with access to cutting-edge jobs, including jobs that do not require an advanced degree. We're actively looking for partners that can help us connect Angelinos to those opportunities. Perhaps we can also connect travelers to LAX as the airport completes its ambitious renovations. At Waymo, our emphasis on safety makes us a pretty conservative company. We don't like to overpromise and underdeliver. So the examples I've just given are things that we genuinely think that we'd be able to offer to LA, and things that I'm excited to work with some of you in this room on in the years ahead. I'll finish by saying that since announcing our LA plans, we've been seeking out partnerships with organizations that share our focus on road safety and equitable access to transportation. These are just a few of the logos of some of the organizations that we've been working with. We've also been reaching out to neighborhood associations, civic groups, bids, and the offices of elected officials to ensure that constituents and their and representatives are informed. As I said, Waymo needs local experts to guide our public rollout and our scaling. We want to ensure that we get this right. We want to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the region. I look forward to working with many of you in this room in this pursuit. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for welcoming Waymo to Los Angeles.
Joining us to introduce our next keynote speaker is Zafar Ali Khan, Vice President of Infrastructure for TRC Companies.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here at UCLA, where I attended the School of Engineering, and I'd like to reminisce for just a moment. Here at UCLA, I went to school with kids from Bel Air, but also kids from the most impoverished communities in the country, many of whom were the first to go to college. After 4 years of a grueling engineering program here, I wasn't sure what I was going to do next, but I was encouraged by my professors to continue on. And they explained that we should be leaders in the community and that we should make change. And I was encouraged to go on to graduate school like my peers. I ended up attending the University of Michigan and Harvard University. It was UCLA that set the foundation and the inspiration for me and so many other students. One of my experiences that I recall at UCLA was being part of the tutoring program for disadvantaged students. It's a big part of being at UCLA. And in 1992, I was in Watts when the riots erupted. And I remember all of the activity, and it was bust out. It left an indelible mark on me that we were trying to effect change, but we weren't doing enough. About a year later, my parents, for my graduation gift, took me to India, where they were from. And so we traveled around the country, a country where my parents survived 2 wars. And I remember being at the Taj Mahal, it was just like a dream. And the tour guide said, "How can you be from Los Angeles?" It all burned down. The highways burned down, the buildings burned down. So we affect the world. And what I have learned through my experience working in infrastructure is that infrastructure and institutions like this one can make a difference. And they have made a difference in my life. We just need to build in a fair and equitable way. So today I am with the TRC companies. We are a group of 7,000 people across the US and the UK dedicated to power, transport, and water services. At TRC, we are very committed to ESG, environment, social, and governance programs, both internally and also consulting for the private and the public sectors. This year, we have hired 440 interns, mostly minority and women, and we've also started our apprenticeship program for the continuation of work opportunities for these populations. In California, we have been involved in supporting some big projects and small projects. All 3 segments of the initial high-speed rail for power systems, climate and energy advisory services for LA Metro for over 8 years. And recently, we've been involved in the construction oversight of a cutting-edge zero-emissions bus maintenance facility in San Diego. Thank you to LABC and its partners. We are thrilled to be involved with your organization. And now I have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker for today. Tox Omashankin was appointed the 4th Secretary of Transportation for the state of California by Governor Gavin Newsom in February of 2022. As Secretary of the California State Transportation Agency, he has oversight of 8 state departments, boards, and commissions with more than 42,000 people and budgets that exceed $25 billion annually. Omashankin's transportation vision for California features a safe, equitable, sustainable, and multimodal transportation system that builds on strong local partnerships. He also encourages a culture of innovation and intelligent risk-taking as transformative innovation during this time of change. Prior to his appointment as secretary, he was director of the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, as the chief executive of the department. He manages a $17.5 billion budget and more than 22,000 employees. He came to Caltrans following 8 years as deputy commissioner with the Tennessee Department of Transportation. As deputy commissioner for environment and planning, he was responsible for an administrative and project budget of more than $300 million. In October 2020, Omashankin was appointed to the President-elect Biden-Harris Transportation Transition Team. In December 2020, He was given the Excellence in Leadership Award by Compto NorCal and was named Person of the Year by the California Transportation Foundation. Please welcome Secretary Omoshankan.
Nothing is more dramatically apparent than the inadequacy of transportation in our larger urban areas. The solution cannot be found only in the construction of additional urban highways, vital as that job is. Other means of mass transportation, which use less space and equipment, must be improved and expanded. Perhaps even more important, planning for transportation and land use must go hand in hand as two inseparable aspects of the same process. Land use and transportation must go hand in hand as two inseparable aspects of the same process. Wild guess, who said this? And when? Oh, you guys know my spiel already. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. 1961, President JFK, John F. Kennedy, 62 years ago. Here we are 62 years later, still fighting and pushing for the same thing that's been said and that we know very well, but we've struggled to implement and carry across since that period, over the last 6 decades. We've struggled. We haven't done the best that we possibly can in this area. But we're going through an evolution. And I'll explain that evolution of how we're actually, I believe, we're finally at a point where what President Kennedy said, 1961, we're finally focused in it and more locked into it and doing a better job. Thank you to LABC for inviting the state. I know my colleague, Secretary Castro Ramirez of Housing, the Housing Secretary, she spoke earlier. Thank you to Mary, her entire team. Zafar from TRC, thank you as well for that very kind and lengthy introduction. I'll try to get through this very quickly. I know I don't have a chance to take questions from everybody, but hopefully you are very well informed by this presentation. So I mentioned the evolution that we're going through in California at the state level. It's going to take some time, but I finally believe that we're locked into the right set of priorities to have better outcomes for people throughout the state. These 4 items you see on your screen, we call them the core 4. We believe if we tackle these 4 issues are aligned with Governor Newsom's priorities. If we tackle them well, we will be able to get to better outcomes for people throughout the state. And there's very much a nexus to housing. And you'll see this as we move forward. Let me start with equity. By the way, safety, equity, climate action, economic prosperity. This is our focus in transportation for California. So equity. It's probably been a little bit of a theme. I came in a little bit late this morning, but I heard a little bit of some discussion on equity. The place that I've hoped that we will long get to, and I think we're approaching it, is that we are living the fact that equity should be a part of how we do our work on a daily basis. I believe, and I'm just being frank and honest, that in many cases we've given a lot of lip service to equity, that we haven't lived it. It's a talking point and not a living point. And so it's been my focus to make sure that we put in beyond symbolic change to systemic change. 2 different things. A lot of symbolic efforts have been made over the years, but what are some really systemic efforts that we can leave in place so that when the next person comes around, these things are embedded? Some of the examples. I signed an equity infrastructure pledge with this is the sign-in in Washington, D.C., where we committed as a state to make sure that of all the infrastructure dollars that are coming into the state, that more and more of that money gets into the hands of minority, small business small businesses, to make sure that it gets into their hands. We created an equity advisory committee. We're focused on projects like reconnecting communities. We all know what's happened with the transportation system that we built over that 6-decade period. The fact that increasingly it divided and created harm in some minority communities, but reconnecting communities, investing in that at the federal and at the state level. For the change to happen in these 4 areas, there's no doubt that money has to be a part of it. Investments, to be able to realize those items on that core 4 list. Governor Newsom has set forth for transportation alone, beyond the gas tax that we receive, $13.5 billion over the next few years, $13.5 billion to help with projects like transit, to help with walking and biking opportunities across the state. Those investments will have more equitable outcomes, has an equity-based focus. In California alone, we're going to get $40 billion over the next 5 years, guaranteed $40 billion for transportation infrastructure in California. Those investments, we need to make sure it has a focus and outlook towards equity as it's been put into place in California. Number 2, climate action. I don't need to go into detail on what kind of impact we've seen in the state. We've seen the record fires. In 2021, we had our worst year for fires in this state's history. We burned more land in California than the state of Delaware and the state of Connecticut combined, their entire acreage. That's how much burned in California in 2021. We saw what happened with atmospheric rivers in the state, 9 over the span of 3 weeks. 32 trillion gallons of water fell in 3 weeks in January of this year. It's well noted. There's no debating climate change anymore in California. We have a crisis on our hand. There are documents, if you're not familiar with it, called CAPTI. Take a look at it. It's our action plan for transportation infrastructure. It's a key document that addresses climate action. TRCP, Transit and Intercity Capital Rail Program, a program that has put nearly $10 billion into over 100 transit projects in the state. All these things are going to make a difference. And again, there's a nexus with housing. Part of what we have to do as well to address the climate challenge in the state, beyond investing in more walking and investing in biking, more transit, rail, buses, is continue our focus on zero emission vehicles. We're at a record clip. We're surprisingly doing very, very well in this area. We lead the nation. If you look at that second graphic, Governor Newsom announced 3 weeks ago, we've exceeded 1.5 million vehicles sold in the state as it relates to zero emission vehicles. The entire country is at 3.6 million. So we're more than 40% of the entire ZEV market for America. We're also more than 40% of the entire charging network for America. 87,000 zero emission vehicle charging, or electric vehicle charging stations, I should say. You see the number for hydrogen stations. We have a lot of work to do when it comes to hydrogen to grow, continue to grow this network. More than 115 models available in zero emission vehicles. And you can see on and on and on why we are leading the nation, why this is such a key part of us being able to make the climate adjustments and growth that we need to make. Part of the reason why this is happening is because entities like the California Energy Commission and the California Air Resources Board are following through on regulations, or I should say executive orders that Governor Newsom has put in place. But here are some of the timelines that have been set up for us to be able to get to a full zero emission vehicle network in California in the coming years. Number 3 on that priority list is safety. If you're not familiar with how much of a challenge this is, please listen to me clearly. This is one of the biggest challenges we have in this state. The housing crisis is immense. I know how significant it is. I partner with Secretary Ramirez. I had a good meeting with Mayor Bass this morning to see how we can continue to coordinate and collaborate between state and local government. But this issue, I promise you, is one of the biggest challenges that we face as a state. This year, it was announced that in 2022, 4,400 people died in California, 4,400 using the transportation system. People walking, biking, driving. 4,400. That's an average of about 12 people every single day. Every single day. When I started as the director of Caltrans, we were at 3,600. Now we're at 4,400. We have a policy that's now in place to help us address our goal to get to zero by the year 2050, and a new policy that I signed before I left as Caltrans director called a safe system approach that we're using to try to tackle this issue. Finally on that list is economic prosperity. The fact that we need to create more thriving communities, and we're focused on that. We play a key role in creating those thriving communities. And many of you know that California is now the 4th largest economy in the world. We're ahead of countries like England and Germany and India. We're only behind Japan, China, and of course the United States. One of the reasons why is because of the immense supply chain that we provide to not only to this nation, but to the rest of the world. So transportation, again, is fueling. Transportation is what is making a key part of what's making the economy of this state so strong. The governor has set up programs like the PFIP, if you're not familiar with it, Port Freight Infrastructure Program, put aside $1.2 billion to help clean up ports and help our ports become more efficient to get goods to market. The ports in California, there are 12 ports in California. They represent nearly 40% of all containerized goods that come into America. That's the ports in California. 40%, 28% of all exports to the rest of the world comes through the ports in California. A key part of our economy, and when it comes to jobs, transportation again is at the center of it. High-speed rail. One of the entities that my agency oversees recently announced the fact that it's created 10,000 jobs. If you're one of those people thinking high-speed rail is a myth, no, it's not. Go to the Central Valley. I've been there. I've talked to the people working there. Nearly 1,000 people come to work every single day working on the project. It's behind, there's no doubt about that, but it's creating jobs and it's moving forward, and it's going to be transformative for the state when it is complete. I mentioned this already. This is the last slide. I really wish I could stay and have a lengthy conversation with everybody. But I mentioned some of these statistics already about how important ports are and transportation is to the economy of the state. As I close on the economic connection of transportation, nearly 40% of all containerized goods, 28% of all exports, everything that leaves the country. You can see how much value, $416 billion, more than 3 million jobs associated with the ports in this state. And finally, the governor setting aside $1.2 billion to support the ports, help them to become cleaner, have a better impact on underserved communities in the state, and also improve efficiency to address the supply chain challenge that we had a couple of years ago as a state. So I know I rushed through those slides very quickly. Let me just say in closing, there is very much a connection between housing and transportation. President Kennedy was alluding to that 62 years ago. When you look at the cost, the top two costs of every household pretty much in the country, I can almost guarantee you that the top two costs are not healthcare and housing. A lot of people, we think that, or entertainment and housing. Some of you might be looking at, I party a lot. No, it's not that. It is, number one is usually housing, and number two is usually transportation. We have to create more choices for people to be able to travel in this state. It can't always be by car, by combustion engine alone. We have to create a transit system or create more transit systems that can support people regardless of where they live, regardless of their income level, more walking and biking opportunities as we continue to grow ZEVs as well. So these two, as the president said, are inseparable aspects of the same process. I know that's what this conference is about. transportation, housing, and jobs. We need to continue that effort, to continue to push all three items forward in that same very way. So thank you again for inviting the state to be a part of this conversation. Appreciate it.
Please welcome our final panel of the day, a new era of innovation in transportation, moderated by Dave Warner, Senior Vice President at WSP.
Excellent job.
Nice remarks.
Folks, how are you, Matt? Good to see you. How you doing, Kel?
It's great to see everybody this afternoon. We've got a great 2-hour panel for you. Okay, so we'll get you out of here early. No, we're committed to making sure we had nearly on time, so we're going to just stretch a little bit beyond 3 o'clock. We have a really great panel here. We're going to bring some good energy here to wrap things up and get you to your weekend. But real quick, before I introduce the panel members, I want to give a quick personal perspective on the backdrop of this panel. And I took a few terms and phrases I heard this morning from Mayor Bass and Mayor Steinberg that I thought were very relevant for what we're going to talk about. Skill and will, together, push in a positive way, and a comprehensive approach. And I think those really resonated with me when I think about not only housing, but also transportation infrastructure. Furthermore, it's a very exciting time in infrastructure. There's a lot going on. Secretary Tokes talked about his vision and leading with equity in infrastructure being extremely important, that the future of how infrastructure unfolds must be different than it was in the last century. But also recognizing the federal infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the energy transition that we have going on right now in transportation. And also recognizing that Governor Newsom just announced today a proposal to build California Clean Future faster, so a way to streamline infrastructure perhaps in the public infrastructure transportation space, which is exciting. So with that, I'm going to turn it to our panel members and make quick introductions. Paul Jennings, CEO of PCS Energy, is with us. Stephanie Wiggins, the CEO of LA Metro. Let's see, we've got Gene Soroka, the Executive Director of Port of Los Angeles. And we have Kelvin Sims, the President of California Public Infrastructure for Bechtel. Unfortunately, Justin Yerbachi of Los Angeles World Airports couldn't join us today. He had a last-minute change in schedule and couldn't make it here. The title of this panel is A New Era of Innovation in Transportation. I think that's where I want to start, is what does that mean? How do we define that? And especially, what does that mean around what we heard this morning as we create a more livable Los Angeles? And so what I thought we'd do is just run down the panel here, left to right, starting with you, Paul.
Give a description of, let me speak to the space that we're in. We're in the light vehicle space. We have put out 25% of the electric vehicle chargers, 20,000 of them here in Los Angeles. And the word I like to use is our industry, and I'm talking light vehicle, industry is locked and loaded. I don't think folks, unless you're in the business, fully appreciate how much progress has been made. You have all your major car manufacturers now committed to electric vehicles, which will have a profound effect on the pricing of vehicles, and the pricing will come down. Our view of the space that allows for this incredible collaboration between our other spaces is that the word bidirectional energy. I often say it's like what the app was to the smartphone. For those of us who have electric vehicles already, the piece we're not seeing yet is bidirectional. Once we can start moving energy in two directions and moving directly out of cars, and then from apartments here in LA, we can go to and send power down to the port, because cars will be able to draw power out. So I would say that the technology is there, and fundamentally, this is why I view this as we're locked and loaded to where we're going. The economics of the business are, it costs more like 10 cents a mile to operate an electric vehicle versus, as we know, in internal combustion, it's 55 cents a mile. That in itself, once folks fully realize that, because there's a lot of distractions out there, but once folks realize it, there will be a much accelerated adoption. The other thing I'll say is that by nature of electrons and electricity, just like the world is an internet with ones and zeros, electrons are universal. So my ability to interface, or our company's ability to just by nature of the electricity and the principles we're working with, it is interfaced with all the other parts and the other lanes in the industry. That is starting to come together. I think the full impact of that you'll see once you get to 10% or more of EV adoption, and these pieces will start fitting together. So I'm super optimistic and super excited. And let me just say this, it is all happening here in Los Angeles. We have 25% of the electric vehicle out there. A company like ourselves, we're planted in LA because there's 25% adoption here, and everything we're doing gets accelerated because Los Angeles are innovators, early adopters, and we're actually leading the country at this point. And this long term will have a profound effect on the job creations out there, and I would say the economy in general. So I'll park it at that.
Clearly innovative. Thank you, Paul. Stephanie, how would you define the new era of innovation for transportation?
Well, for transportation, I define it to be really centrally focused on collaboration. For my industry, this pandemic has been a major disruptor. And when I think about the challenges that are basically been highlighted this morning through today's multiple sessions, whether it's housing affordability, economic mobility, climate change, and transportation, what we know for my industry is we cannot address all of these by ourselves, right? We have to think differently. We have to collaborate, have to work with Gene at the ports. We have to work with the private sector. That's going to be the key for making sure this new era of innovation actually is sustainable and transformative.
Excellent. Collaboration's key. Gene, what are your thoughts on how do you define it?
The Port of Los Angeles is truly an engineering marvel. In addition to the statistics that the Secretary presented just a couple of moments ago, the cargo that traverses our port reaches each and every one of our 435 congressional districts. So everybody's got a stake here when it comes to the port. 1 in 9 jobs in the 5-county Southern California area depend on the performance of this port. That's about 1 million paychecks every week. And in the nation, it's 1 in 52 jobs. So the stakes are out there and they're pretty important. What we're trying to do is also very important. We've got 2 major milestones coming up. One is that we want to have all the cargo handling equipment at the port be zero emission by the year 2030. There are about 2,000 units in LA, another 2,000 in Long Beach, our neighbor. By 2035, we want to be the heavy-duty Class 8 truck zero-emission port. There are about 20,000 of those big rigs that are licensed to do business at the ports, and we represent about 10% of the highway miles driven by trucks in the state of California. Technology is not quite there yet for the heavy-duty industrial sector, but we're trying. Our resolve has never been stronger. We're testing about 93 trucks today out of those 20,000, and we've got some real progress made on prototypes of that equipment that moves the heavy containers and cargo. And at this point in time, with the recent CARB regulation, California Air Resources Board, we now need, the table's set, we now need to accelerate the technology and find the funding streams, both in the public and private sector. To give you just a shape of this, to turn over all those trucks into ZE, whether it's battery electric or hydrogen fuel cell electric, it's going to be about $20 billion US, with similar money for infrastructure. You don't see any gas stations at the port today. The port is a transit facility. So we need to think about what a statewide strategy is, and I know the Secretary is working with us very closely. And then regionally, how do you look at where trucks fuel up today and see if you can overlay a cleaner energy distribution? So it's pretty exciting, but a tall task that we all have to achieve.
Kelvin, how about you?
Yeah, so when I think about excitement and where transportation has been, and you think about you're moving one object from point A to point B. But when we look at really what we're talking about now going forward, this is really about an ecosystem. It's about an ecosystem that's going to be connecting with communities, with opportunities, with resources. And what really invigorates me is to think about what's possible in the city of Los Angeles with the collaboration, with all of us working together. It is going to be a challenge. There's no doubt it's going to be difficult, but it's going to be achievable because we have the resources and the capabilities here to deliver it.
Excellent. Stephanie, you mentioned collaboration. I want to come back to that and ask you a follow-on question. So clearly collaboration locally and regionally extremely important. Now we have a tremendous increase in available federal funds, unprecedented from before, nearly doubling the grant opportunities that we see capable to achieve here. Can you talk to us about how these federal funds you see fit into the acceleration of your priority projects and what Measure M is already delivering, and how do we translate that down to the transit riders in Los Angeles?
Sure. Thank you for the question, because it always gives me a chance to start out with thank you. Thank you to our congressional delegation. Thank you to the Biden-Harris administration. And thank you to LABC, because their advocacy is part of this historic infrastructure investment at the federal level that's really been long overdue, but it's also important to recognize with advocates like LABC the fact that LA County residents have chosen to tax themselves. So we have our commitment for our local investment dollars, and the really key element of our sales tax measures in the past has been telling our residents that it's not just going to be funded, this transformative infrastructure, by LA County residents alone, but it has to come with a partnership from the state and federal government. And that's what IIJA and the Inflation Reduction Act actually starts making really become a reality. So it's been very important, it's very exciting, particularly since we have Measure M and Measure R in our significant portfolio of capital projects. I think it's estimated to be over $120 billion in the first 40 years of the measure. So as we look to the 2028 games, as we look to really advancing our more than $20 billion current capital program, it's been instrumental. You will hear shortly that we're going to announce the opening of the regional connector. That would not be possible without the partnership with the federal government. And so, it's critically important. Not only does IIJA help us accelerate our projects and actually ensure that transformative projects are ready for the games in 2028, even, dare I say, being able to get to UCLA from downtown LA in 30 minutes, which would be amazing. The Biden-Harris administration with the IIJA finally recognized, and I see former board member Richard Katz in the audience, he will appreciate this. They finally recognized that we could do local hire with our local sales tax dollars and that are matched by federal funds. So it's an economic development incentive. It's a catalyst for accelerating good jobs, great infrastructure, and transforming lives.
Excellent. Gene, similar question for you. So you alluded to the regulatory and the funding areas that you're working through now. IIJA is putting forward $17 billion to port infrastructure. We have one of the largest, if not the largest, ports moving goods through the system every day. We are competitive, but we know we're being competed against with the Gulf Coast ports and East Coast ports. So what are the things you're looking at to help us remain competitive when it comes to leveraging the federal dollars?
Yeah, David, that's a great setup because the story is not a good one. Although we have generational money at the federal, state, and local level, we're not getting enough investment that's commensurate with the amount of cargo that we move. And historically, we haven't either. The years between 2010 and 2020, the federal government, think of infra, DERA grants, et cetera, out-invested the West Coast ports at a rate of 11 to 1. It's $11 billion that went to the East and Gulf Coast and a little more than $1 billion to the West Coast. West Coast ports make up 56% of all the cargo that moves. In the recent infrastructure law, of which we're halfway through right now, Southern California ports have received 2 projects, totaling about $50 million out of that $17 billion. $17 billion also is exactly what the country of Singapore, the city-state, spent to move their downtown Brawny terminal out to Tuas. One country, one terminal. Now, while we're very, very happy, just as Stephanie said, with this focus on supply chain and ports, we've got more work to do. And that's why I've spent an inordinate amount of time with Secretary Buttigieg, not complaining, not going to Washington with hat in hand, but rather stating and questioning, how could we be a better federal partner? What does it take to move to the head of the class when it comes to the infrastructure dollars? His response: you must have a big impact on the economy. Check. You must do a lot for jobs. Check. And you must do a lot for your environmental strategy to clean your operations. Check again. The subtle difference is that with each one of these notices of funding, the government will always say, specifically Department of Transportation, a minimum investment must be made in order to earn these federal dollars. 20%, 15%. So we doubled down this time around. We put 50% of the money up. We'll see if that recipe works, but it's yet to be really proven. And of that infrastructure law money so far, guess where it's gone? Red and battleground states. Many people still believe, those that are appropriators and others who distribute money, that California's in good shape. Fourth largest economy in the world, biggest port in the country, et cetera. So we've got to continue to bring a narrative, again, with the right tone and tenor, with the ability to partner to see how we can do better. And I think we will.
Yeah, I think locally, the opportunities around jobs in the maritime space with the change in the economy, how do you see that message and jobs being a key motivator locally for us to really excel what you're trying to get done at the port?
Yeah, and this is a great one too. We're a jobs multiplier. So you need somebody to design these infrastructure projects. You need someone to build and construct them. And then those that we give it to are going to use that to move cargo. So it's three sectors of jobs across a wide variety of interests that happen because of what the port does and what other infrastructure projects do around the region. That is also a narrative that has to be out there in a strong way, but we need to build coalitions. On the East and Gulf Coast, their coalitions are quite interesting. They'll put 2, 3, 4 states together. 8 U.S. senators go back to Washington and develop policy and distribution of funding. That's pretty good. In South Carolina, as an example, each senator has to look after 1.2 million citizens. In California, our senators look after 20 million citizens. So there's a lot to do, a lot to discuss, simply to help our state prosper. We've got to build bigger coalitions statewide to back us, similar to what we're starting to do on the hydrogen hub across California, banning both public and private sector people together. The job story is a great one, but it's got to be built around strong coalitions.
That's excellent, and it goes right back to the local collaboration, goes right back to doing this work together, and to help to bring that funding here to California.
That's right.
Paul, I want to come back to what your company is doing. So PCS has installed, I think you said 20,000 electric vehicle chargers throughout Los Angeles in multi-family homes. And what do you see the important steps being for how we ensure both infrastructure and electric vehicles are accessible to folks who live in Los Angeles?
Thank you for the question. When we started looking at the business, it's a new industry, I naturally look for, as an entrepreneur, where can I create the greatest value creation for the various stakeholders? We ended up in the multi-dwelling or apartment space for a very good reason. We know factually an EV costs 10 cents to operate a mile. We know factually an ICE, internal combustion, costs 55 cents. So common sense is the folks that need this new transportation most, it's a very identifiable group. 37% of our population lives in apartments. There's a second part that gets super exciting, and that is this. It turns out there will be real economic value creation in these apartments when we talk about resilience to the grid These car batteries, for example, are lasting much, much longer than anybody originally anticipated. It's one of the interesting unintended consequences that has resulted from trying to get energy and batteries quickly. They have figured out how to get out all the hot spots. So you're seeing car manufacturers allowing us to open up and start sending this power around. Well, this then becomes another economic opportunity for these folks. And it truly is in the sense of accessibility. When you can give somebody transportation inexpensively, you then end up with great results, because much like the smartphone lifted more people out of poverty in the last 15 years. Why? Because they can do banking, they can get information. I'm going to propose that within 15 years, or if, and I want to emphasize, if we put our public dollars in the right place. So one of the perspectives we take on this is we differentiate residential homes. You can install these electric vehicle chargers for $2,000. In an apartment that costs $10,000. How are we going to make up that difference? Well, the really good part of it is we can demonstrate, because the economics are so good, we can demonstrate a 4, 5, 6 year payback. So the argument becomes best use for public money, for at least for this particular segment, is put it over into this specific segment. And at the same time, excited to say that we have figured out how to make the economics work, that in the more called affluent areas, we don't need the subsidies or call it the rebates that we were previously getting. We're forcing the market to be market driven. So it's exciting times, and super optimistic to our ability to surprise folks with this adoption quicker than we all think, because the cost of cars will drop down, and then the pieces will make sense. The chicken we know is giving somebody a cord. I'm going to suggest giving them the EV is going to get easier with time, because cost is going to come down. And the other side note is they're already doing conversions on gas cars to electric vehicles. It's a fairly easy process. So there's going to be multiple ways in which we're going to see this come together.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the scale at which you've described the implementation, which I think really touches individuals throughout the region, and having access to the ability to have an electric vehicle, which is outstanding as we go forward. I want to go to Kelvin in the same vein of the public sector or the private sector involvement in helping, in terms of the role that you would play. Bechtel is a global leader in large, complex program delivery. You're doing it here locally. You do it across multiple sectors. We're seeing sectors merge. We're talking about transportation and energy today. We sometimes talk about transportation and water. We talk about housing and transportation, and so there's clearly a collaboration. So Kelvin, what do you see the primary role of the private sector as we start really leveraging the funding and building out these complex infrastructure programs?
Yeah, so Dave, thank you for that question. I mean, it's exciting times for the private sector, and we have the opportunity to step up. I mean, we have the opportunity to really contribute, make a difference, and make these projects happen. There's no doubt these urban projects, these projects are tough. I mean, they're complex, they're big, they're in these dense, built-out environments. You've got these multiple stakeholders that are very engaged. You've got goals that you need to satisfy to be able to accomplish and get these things over the line. And the only way that this is going to be done is it's got to be the private sector working with the public sector, because we've got to get the most out of every dollar. And so how are we going to get the most out of every dollar from the private sector perspective is we can help with the funding and the financing. There's only so many public dollars that are available for these mega programs. So there's bridge funding that's going to be needed to make them happen that can come from the private sector. That's going to get these projects moving into implementation faster. The second piece of that is the private sector. We have strong experience in things like construction. That provides credibility. When lenders are going to decide if they're going to participate to fund these programs, they're looking for credibility and certainty of outcome. That's what the private sector can bring. And the third thing is when you think about our private sector dollars going into these programs, The great thing about it is for the agencies, it frees up a lot more of the public money that can be used to build out other critical infrastructure. So it's going to allow the public agencies to go do more. So that's only from the financing perspective. The thing that really excites me, and it's what's most meaningful about making sure that these projects are successfully delivered, it's the collaboration that we're talking about. And it's the stakeholder involvement. It's being involved from a pre-development phase, working with a private company to try and find solutions to a lot of these issues, to de-risk projects from these cost and schedule blowouts that they've experienced over the years. There's a regulatory agency component to this. If there's an opportunity to bring in a contractor well in advance before the project starts, there's a good opportunity to sit around the table and think about how can we be flexible to work through some of these bottlenecks so we can get things moving faster. So for me, the key is thinking about the partnership piece of this and the collaboration. And how are we all going to work together to make a difference? Because at the end of the day, we've got to be able to say we've built trust, right? We've built credibility, and with the ultimate customer is the focus that we're looking at. And the ultimate customer is out there in the room right now. You're the ultimate customer. It's you, it's your children, and it's your grandchildren. And if we don't double down and we don't all work hard together to strive for that mission, then we're going to let you down. And we're all here, even from a private sector, we are public servants. That's what we do at Bechtel, and that's how we work with public companies to change people's lives and to make it better. And so if we don't have that kind of collaboration and we're not working together, we're going to make it very difficult to succeed.
So sticking on the private sector, I know a number of folks in the audience today are from the private sector. And Stephanie, I wanted to ask you from your perspective with LA Metro, as the public sector, thinking about not only your programs, but maybe perhaps more specific to what you're trying to get done before 2028 with the games. You have probably a set of priorities and projects that you're collaborating with across with other partner agencies. What would you say the private sector role is in helping, whether it's the collaboration or the financing?
Well, I think top of mind as I think about the games is really ensuring that these games are the greenest games ever hosted in LA. And this is why it's so nice to be sitting next to Paul and his excitement and energy, because we need that innovation from the private sector to really help us advance the zero emission bus goals that we have. It's very challenging for us. You know, when I think about Kelvin's point about limited dollars, our transit industry is in that very situation. While your earlier question, there is significantly more capital money available now with the infrastructure law. There isn't an equivalent amount of operating dollars, right? And so we have limited funding available, and we have flexible funds where we could either use it for operations or use it for capital as it relates to how we're managing our zero emission bus goals. Really having the private sector really be a partner with us, not only with their financing, but with their ideas. This charging infrastructure, I love how Paul seems to have the solution for the mom and pops, but on bus, it's very difficult, very challenging, right, for that conversion. And in fact, we are working on putting out a P3 development opportunity for charging as a service. Again, recognizing that there are multiple ways that the private sector can help fill in a gap to help us in time for the Olympics. Not only just their financing, which we love, but their ideas, their innovation, but also recognizing that you know, we're best when we stay in our lane and focus on what our core competency is. And EV charging infrastructure is not that. And so whether it's EV charging infrastructure, I was impressed with the Waymo presentation earlier. There's all kinds of opportunities with new technology, obviously construction and design expertise, but right now I'm thinking about climate change and what we can do together, and where we really need private sector support right now is with zero emission.
All right, so sticking on zero emission, we talked about the private vehicle, we talked about buses, diesel-powered vehicles. You mentioned the change or the new adopted legislation and regulatory restrictions on the future of gas-powered heavy-duty trucks in 2036. So from the port perspective, what is needed in the zero-emission space for what you have to get done in that time frame?
Yeah, Dave, three things. One, commercial availability or affordability. Most of the folks who do trucking business around the port are very localized and regional. They tend to be Gen 0 or Gen 1 Americans. They also tend to be small businesses. A little more than half have 5 rigs or less. The typical truck that they purchase is on the tertiary market for about $50,000. The pre-production and those that are in production at smaller levels, battery electric truck costs $450,000. The prototype of the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle is probably double that right now. Now, of course, those prices will come down. We'll see a little bit more capability from the manufacturing side. But the baseline, the base case versus what we aspire to do shows us a huge gap. The second piece is the infrastructure, as we just said, right? We have to have enough electricity, we have to have enough hydrogen, we have to be able to get it to the offtake or user locations, and we're not quite there yet. Working very closely with Marty Adams and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power to get enough electricity down to the port that we see right now. That may change over time. We may get smarter. Electricity movement may become quicker. 8 years, $300 million. Okay. And then the hydrogen hub concept, of which California band together and put its application is not just great, it is a necessity to get into this ZE environment. On the cargo handling side, we're doing some retrofits. We're testing probably 200 pieces of equipment. But if we want to hit these mile markers I mentioned earlier of 2030 and 2035, we've really got to get a move on. And it's showing the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers, that we can be a market, but we only represent 2 weeks of their production. So we got to band together with other ports. California helps. There will be other followers, but we got to build up that base of being a customer and give the confidence to the manufacturers. Again, love doing this work, but there are things out there that hurdles that we've really got to find a way to get over. And it's going to take a lot of people, and to Stephanie's point and the theme today, a lot of collaborative insight.
So there's hurdles, there's barriers, and the title of this, we have innovation. So Kelvin, I'm curious from your perspective on the innovation front, what can we be doing to infuse innovation and try to get these accelerated initiatives going to meet these timelines?
So Bechtel has delivered thousands of projects around the world. You know, and our mindset is that we start with the end in mind. I mean, that's critical for us. And what does the end in mind mean? And what would that look like for you? And what that looks like is that the resources and their capability. Right? So we would start with an expert in rail that cross-sectionally has experience in development, design, construction. And what that person would do is that person would take a look at the needs and the social needs of the community and base that into the design, into the construction. And so with that piece of it, we're bringing an innovative thinking, and we're approaching the problem early on, and we're trying to design the solution. Second to that is the use of tools and digital tools and the integration of digital tools. Along with that is standard processes. If you put all those things together, then what you're going to get is you're going to get a system where you're able to provide your customers and our project teams real-time visibility to be able to manage supply chains, to be able to manage regulatory approvals. And one of the things that was just for us, and COVID, and COVID just, it rocked everybody in thinking about the construction industry and how you're going to be delivering a project. And we had a major project in Ohio, a combined cycle project, infrastructure project. It was hit COVID at the peak of construction. But it was because of the full-scale digital integration that we were able to rebalance the project and we were able to still finish the job on time for the community, again, for the ultimate customer, to provide energy to an area that needed it the most. And so without the digital integration and the tools and the technology, you can't do things by paper anymore. We've got to move out of that environment, and that's where Bechtel plays in that space, being able to bring all of that stuff together. And the last point on that is just diversity of thought. Bringing diversity of thought is what we do with experience from different sectors, different parts of the world, tying that together to produce innovation. We cannot have people thinking about the same thing the same way. And it's that diversity of thought, I think, that's really going to make the difference and be the game changer for all of us.
I like that. I like that term a lot. So what I'd like to do is we're going to do a quick rapid wrap up here. I'm going to ask the question, and we're just going to give 30 seconds each before we go there. You know, I think about the transportation, all the things we're trying to get done. It feels heavy. It feels like there's a lot of initiatives, a lot of things pulling at us, but what gets me excited is what I hear, Paul, is we're out ahead. We're already leading through LA. What I hear is collaboration. We have a plan. We're already doing it. I hear that Gene's got a three-step, you know, he's looking at it succinctly. He's looking at it by breaking it down into ways we can accomplish what we have ahead of us. And the diversity piece in terms of how we bring the tools that we can have around the globe and bringing them here in terms of the thought process and having them land. So my question for the group here, again, lightning round, what excites you most about the future of transportation and mobility in Los Angeles? Paul, go, 30 seconds.
We can create, that's a long, short, tough. We can create new jobs for folks. And I'll use a quick example in our company. Today, we hire folks based on, are they coherent? We don't ask them where you worked, where you come from, who are you, and all those things. We want to know, are you passionate? Are you engaged? And do you collaborate? Based on using that criteria, because we don't want legacy. This is a brand new business. This is a brand new opportunity. I'm deeply proud to say we're 42% white, 58% other. So I think in general, this industry, and there's a ton of vocational jobs that need to be filled. And one of the big deficiencies where we meet all our numbers that we want, the one that we cannot get close to, is enough women in the trades. So what we have adopted to is basically investing to train people.
Passionate collaborators. I like it. Stephanie.
I would say what excites me right now is our youth. While we are rebounding in our ridership, we have more students riding Metro today than we ever did before the pandemic. And that's because we're piloting and offering them free transit. It's making a difference. And when we ask them why are they choosing to ride? One, they like the freedom of choice, but they're concerned about the environment. And when I think about our future and the moment that we're in and the transformation and innovation and the partnership that we need from the private sector, it's really about that future. And I'm very optimistic because they are demonstrating by choosing to get on the bus and the train, telling us what that means for them and how to improve it for them. It's also going to mean that we have a chance to really save our planet.
That's excellent. Gene.
The spirit of innovation, the institutional knowledge here around our business, infrastructure, supply chain, ports, in my opinion, is the best in the world. That innovative spirit that was created after the '84 Olympics, the only Olympiad to make a profit and still contribute to our community today. Every one of our marine terminals has on-dock rail capability. You no longer have to put a truck on the road to go to the railroad site. We created, and this city led, with the Alameda Corridor, a 22-mile stretch of underground rail that took away 200 grade separations. So when we get to the Olympics, and Stephanie and I discussed this with the secretary in Washington, we will already have taken a massive amount of industrial traffic off the road. Now we got to get after that last third and do it together, but it's going to be that innovative spirit that does it.
Excellent. Kelvin, I think you get the closing remarks of the summit.
Didn't get any better than that. It's good for the private sector. I would just say it's a world-class transportation system in Los Angeles. Can't be anything better than that, where the next generations can talk about how they redefine an LA-centric environment.
Well said. Well
Hear,
said.
hear.
All right, thank you to this panel. Thanks for sticking around. We're wrapped up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us for the 21st Annual Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit. You can rewatch today's event and view the LABC's newest report on labusinesscouncil.org. See you next year.